With a sound of ding-dong, the elevator stopped. Tian Shiyu fixed her makeup in front of the elevator and nodded with satisfaction. When the elevator opened, she smiled, raised her eyes, and took a step. But the next second, she was stunned. 那个 The day after returning to China, she met her ex-husband. City is so big, I have to say, it's really monkey shit. Lang Haoyan is the illegitimate son of the Lang family and now he is the president of the Longshi Group. 10 years ago, he used sundry means to drive his father off the stage and took this position himself. After a lapse of 10 years, the scale of the Longshi Group has been expanded by him more than 10 times. Since he became a single golden man 6 years ago, he has been a hot diamond bachelor in City A. Lang Haoyan's facial features are well defined and the years have not left any traces on his face, but make him look more charming. Thinking of this, Tian Shiyu pouted her lips. Nah. So what if he is a diamond bachelor? He was still dumped by her. Seeing his cold eyes sweeping over, Tian Shiyu hesitated whether to greet him, but he glanced at her casually, then retracted his gaze as if he had seen a stranger. Stepped out with his slender legs, and walked straight past her into the elevator without looking sideways. Tian Shiyu took a deep breath, burst into a big smile, and stepped on her small leather boots. The tap-tap sound gradually faded away. Lang Haoyan lowered his eyes and looked at the petite figure, his thin lips pursed into a straight line. Tian Shiyu heard the sound of the elevator closing and her steps slowed down. Finally, she couldn't help but look back. Her pair of bright eyes dimmed, but this loss was fleeting. She lifted the bag on her shoulder, shook her thick and beautiful wavy hair, smiled sweetly and moved, and walked towards the box. Mr. Wan. Qian Shiyu nodded to the waiter, pushed open the door of the box, and called politely but distantly. Wang Shixiong in the box was holding a beautiful woman in his arms at this time. When he saw Qian Shiyu, his eyes suddenly lit up. Tian Shiyu is a natural beauty with fair skin and a delicate face. 那个 Wang Shixiong swallowed unconsciously as he watched. A beauty. He has seen countless beauties, but this one was the most attractive to him. Wang Shixiong was a real estate developer. A few years ago, because of the sharp rise in housing prices in City A, he stood out and became a well-known figure. The poor suddenly became nouveau rich and naturally could not resist the temptation of luxury. He was famous for his love of women in City A. His wife had long been divorced and married a young and beautiful wife who was only 18 years old. 就是, however, it still couldn't stop him from fooling around outside. He had more than 5 women, whether they were bar ladies or celebrity models, as long as they were a little pretty, he would accept them all. Those who had dealt with him in City and knew more or less that everything could be discussed with a beautiful woman around him. But Qian Shiyu had just returned to China and had no idea. She looked at Mr. Wang, whose eyes were always lingering on her, and her heart was piercing. Tian Shiyu still had a professional smile on her face, but she cursed Manager Liu in her heart. She came to the company with the new president named Yi, but because she was parachuted in, she was ignored by everyone for a day. Before leaving Get Off Work, Manager Liu suddenly asked her to meet a client and negotiate a project contract. Now it seems that she was being framed. Tian Shiyu couldn't help but blame herself for her negligence. It's true that when people are at ease, they forget everything. Tian Shiyu tilted her head to think about the bodyguard at the door of the box, and didn't turn around and run rashly. Is this Miss Tian? She is really young and promising. Wang Shixiong pushed the woman sitting on him away and stood up with his fat body. The woman looked at Qian Shiyu for a few times, with a bit of disdain in her eyes, but she also walked out tactfully. Wang Shixiong was only in his early 40s, but his figure had already gained weight. The big beer belly looked extremely unsightly and his eyelids had drooped, making his eyes look particularly small. When he smiled, his facial features were squeezed together. Wang Shixiong pulled out a chair, walked over quickly, stretched out his hand, and looked enthusiastic. Hello, Mr. Wen. Qian 钱世玉 pulled the corner of her mouth slightly, stretched out her hand and touched it slightly, and avoided it without a trace when he wanted to shake her hand. Wang Shixiu rubbed his fingers, feeling the touch just now. It was really a top-notch touch. Seeing his wanton eyes sweeping over again, Tian Shiyu's smile froze slightly, but she lowered her head to cover it up. She gracefully took out the documents from her bag, raised her head and smiled charmingly at him. Mr. 那个 Wang, this is the contract of our company. Do you think it is? No hurry, no hurry. Wang Shixiu stretched out his hand to hold her little hand. Tian Shiyu raised her hand high, looking at him with a smile. Wang Shixiu also knew that he was anxious and hurriedly pulled out the chair next to her for her, stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Miss Qiang, haven't you eaten yet? Sit down, sit down. Let's talk after we eat. Qian Shiyu smiled slightly, did not refuse, sat down, and sent a text message with her hand hidden in her bag. Lang Haoyan walked to the parking lot. 那个 Secretary Li Yan had already opened the car door for him, but he paused. Boss. 然后? Li Yan asked doubtfully. You go back first. Lang Haoyan touched his forehead lightly and said in a deep voice. His deep eyes made people feel nothing unusual. Li Yan was shocked. Didn't he say he was going back to the company to work overtime? He was in a hurry just now. Li Yan couldn't figure out Lang Haoyan's thoughts, but as smart as he was, he never asked any more questions. He nodded calmly, closed the car door, and left. Lang Haoyan opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, lit a cigarette, leaned against the seat indifferently and arrogantly, reached out to unbutton his shirt. His eyes were dazed for a moment, and turned into cold light in an instant. What should he say? His ex-wife, whom he hadn't seen for 6 years, suddenly appeared in front of him. However, Lang Haoyan slightly frowned. He saw her coming out of the hotel with another man in the morning and saw her fooling around in the bar in the evening. It is undeniable that he felt very uncomfortable. Even though they were divorced, he still felt like he was cuckolded. He came to the bar today to discuss a business deal. It was already done and he was in a good mood, but Lang Haoyan was surrounded by smoke and the expression on his face was hard to tell. After a while, he took a deep puff, extinguished the cigarette, opened the car door and walked out. 然后? Tian Shiyu propped up the stem of the glass and shook it gently with a little melancholy in her eyes. The person in her memory loved to drink this kind of wine the most, saying that it had a sweet aftertaste. Because of his love for it, she often went to taste it. However, she knocked on the Bordeaux glass and laughed at herself. Who knew that she didn't like it from the beginning to the end? Tian Shiyu came back to her senses and saw Wang Shixiu staring at her intently. She raised her eyebrows and smiled slightly, slowly moved her lips closer, took a sip, and a light red mark was left on the glass. Wang Shixiu saw that she just tasted it lightly, and suddenly his face turned stern, very unhappy. This is Lafayette from 2000, doesn't Miss Qiang like it? Too bitter. Qian Shiyu pouted, shrugged helplessly, and spread her hands to him. Boss Wang should know that girls like sour and sweet. You let me drink this, I really. She tilted her head, blinked at him like a little woman, and acted coquettishly. 就是 originally, Tian Shiyu had always maintained noble and elegant in front of him, but now suddenly changed her mode, which made him even more excited. He was tempted, but wanted to pity her even more, fearing that he would offend the beauty. He slapped his forehead, full of annoyance. Look at me, I actually forgot about this. I deserve to be beaten, I really deserve to be beaten. Waiter. Boss Wan. Qian Shiyu's coquettish voice sounded sideways and raised her head. Let's get down to business first. Oh, what business? Wang Shixiu rubbed his hands together, squinted at her, and did not hide his thoughts at all. Tian Shiyu tried her best to stop the urge to vomit. She reached into her bag, waved the contract in her hand at him, raised her chin, and threw him a charming look, suggesting, Mr. When you haven't signed it yet. Sign immediately. Wang Shixiong reached out to take it. Tian Shiyu casually put it on the table, pressed it with her middle finger, pushed it to his side, and lowered her head shyly. Wang Shixiong swallowed his saliva, immediately took out the pen from his collar, flipped it a few times casually, and signed. It was not a big project in the first place, but it was worth it in exchange for a beauty. Tian Shiyu blew the paper with satisfaction, folded it up and put it in her bag. Wang Shixiong reached out to touch her little hand, but at this time the music sounded. I finally understand that love is not easy. Qian Shiyu picked up the phone and looked at it, pouting apologetically to Wang Shixiong, Mr. Wang, I'm going out to answer a call. Wang Shixiong was obviously anxious, and his hands touched him. Tian Shiyu was stunned for a moment and was startled by his touching her hand, and she almost smashed her bag on his head. When she regained her senses, she stiffened her face and quickly retracted her hand. The moment Wang Shixiong looked up, she put on a perfect smile on her face again and blinked at him. Mr. Wang, don't be anxious, waiting for me. As she said that, she gave him a coquettish look. Wang Shixiong was completely stunned and murmured as if he was in a trance, then hurry up. Come back soon. Qian Shiyu glanced at him, and her face immediately turned cold when she turned around. Hello, Xinyu. Qian Shiyu walked a long way out of the private room before answering the phone, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Shiyu, are you okay? A soft voice sounded from the other side of the phone, with deep concern in the words. Tian Shiyu felt warm in her heart and said lightly, It's okay, I just ran into an old bitch. I've taken care of it, baby, don't worry. Go. Hearing that she was not serious again, the person on the other end of the phone was helpless. You should be careful. Don't. I know. Qian Shiyu scratched her ears carelessly. Are you still worried about me? You have time, you should pay more attention to your baby. You. The person on the other end of the phone pretended to be displeased. I won't talk to you anymore. Be good, I'm telling the truth, otherwise. But before she finished speaking, there was a beeping sound from the phone. Tian Shiyu took the phone, checked the display and saw that it had been hung up, frowned fiercely. Oh, you are so brave that you dare to hang up on me. She put the phone into her bag angrily. I'll deal with you next time. Lang Haoyan walked out of the elevator door, and the department manager Liu Dongsheng and several bodyguards immediately came up to him. President, how can I help you? Lang Haoyan pursed his thin lips, but did not refuse. Liu Dongsheng found the room card and swiped the door open. Lang Haoyan put his hand on the door lock and twisted it. His face instantly sank. Hey, President, I'll go ask. Lang Haoyan walked in without saying a word and looked around the empty box with a cold gaze. Seeing the shallow lip print, he stretched out his long arm, picked out the wine glass, and gently rotated it in his palm. 就是the soft light shining on him could not stop his fierce momentum. President, the lady in the box left first, and then Mr. Wang also left. As soon as Liu Dongsheng finished speaking, he felt that the temperature in the air dropped a few degrees. He shrank aside and dared not breathe. Lang Haoyan's hand holding the wine glass loosened, and the wine glass fell to the ground and rolled on the floor. The crisp sound was particularly loud. He straightened his collar, and his tall figure walked out of the door with a sense of oppression. I will go to find the monitor right away. Liu Dongsheng was startled, waved to the people around him, and ran away. Lang Haoyan closed the door expressionlessly, his eyes a little gloomy. Tian Shiyu originally planned to take attitude to leave, but when she paused by the bathroom, she glanced at her victim and walked in. Tian Shiyu wiped it fiercely with a wet towel, cursing as she wiped. Old bastard, how dare you take advantage of me? I will beat you every time I see you in the future. She wiped until her hands turned red, then stopped and threw the wet paper into the basket angrily. That contract is not enough for compensation. She put her slender white hands under the faucet to rinse, blew them briefly, and then planned to leave with her bag, but as soon as she walked out of the bathroom, someone covered her mouth, hugged her, and dragged her back. Tian Shiyu was shocked, and she hurriedly stretched out her hand to pry the hand open. But who knew that she couldn't use any strength? She waved her arms and kicked her feet, but still couldn't break free. She kicked off one of her shoes in a hurry, and as soon as she kicked it off, she was dragged into the men's bathroom by the person behind her. This place is quite remote, and there was no one at this time. The door was locked with a clang. Who are you? Qian Shiyu struggled in panic. Her voice was barely audible, but the man behind her heard it. He threw Qian Shiyu against the wall. The man behind her hugged her tightly, and the sinister words rang in Qian Shiyu's ears. Baby, you are really naughty. When, mister. When? Hearing the voice of the man behind her, Tian Shiyu stammered. She supported herself on the wall with both hands, trying to push him away, and her whole body suddenly collapsed. Tian Shiyu suddenly pursed her lips and found with some panic that something was wrong with her body. She hurriedly spoke. Mister. When you hurt me, let me go first, okay? Let me go. What if I don't let me go? Wang Shixiong laughed furiously, and the laughter sounded so terrifying to Qian Shiyu's ears. Little beauty, you will not want me to let you go later. Qian Shiyu's eyes suddenly shrank. Now she has understood that she has been tricked. But she was so careful that she didn't touch the food and wine, so how could she take Chinese medicine? Tian Shiyu had no time to worry about these things now. She was really scared. She pinched his hand and tried to calm herself down. Mister. Wang, what are you doing? Let me go. Bitch. Wang Shixiong felt pain and pushed her backhand. The wall behind her hit her internal organs and almost dislocated them. Maybe his Wang didn't hurt too much. After a pause, Wang Shixiong's sinister smile ran again. Don't you know what I'm doing? I've played with so many women, and no one dares to play me like a monkey. Run. Where are you running to? Can you run away? As she said, she sniffed fiercely and closed her eyes. It smells so good. Mister. When you misunderstood, really misunderstood, I just came to the bathroom, really. Qian Shiyu opened her eyes wide and explained in panic, her face pale with fear. Oh, Wang Shixiong turned her body around. That's great, we can do it. Pa. Qian Shiyu was flustered and slapped him in the face. Stinky bitch. Wang Shixiong was stunned for a moment, then he came to his senses, got angry, and slapped her back. I am happy to asterisk you, it's your blessing. And you are still pretending to be a bitch. Qian Shiyu's face was turned to one side. If Qian Shiyu's slap was like tickling, then Wang Shixiong's slap used all the strength of an adult man, and Qian Shiyu's face swelled up in an instant. You are breaking the law. Qian Shiyu gritted her teeth and struggled hard. It's illegal, I am the law. Wang Shixiong grabbed her hands with one hand and took out his belt with the other hand to tie her hands. No, let me go. Qian Shiyu shook her head desperately, trying to get rid of his grip, but resistance was useless. She was desperate to the extreme. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Wang Shixiong was shocked and stopped moving. The man stepped in first with a pair of black leather shoes, revealing his entire face slowly. Lang, mister. Lang, it's you. Wang Shixiong was still pulling Qian Shiyu's clothes. His hand trembled, and he put it down and even stepped back a little, feeling embarrassed. If he was a nouveau riche, this one was the real Prince Charming. He could be crushed to death with just one finger. He didn't dare to be arrogant in front of him. Tian Shiyu lost her support and fell on the carpet. She curled herself up mechanically. Lang Haoyan glanced over with cold eyes. His eyes were a little bit stinging. The little woman on the ground hugged her shoulders, sitting on the ground in confusion. His heart was suffocated for a moment, and Lang Haoyan's eyes were gloomy. Hello, Mr. Lan. Wang Shixiong straightened his clothes, nodded and bowed to him, trying to laugh it off and change the subject. After all, this kind of thing often happens in bars. I think he will definitely understand. It's just a woman, I think he should give him this face. But his underdeveloped pig brain didn't realize why a dignified president would come to such a place. He didn't notice Lang Haoyan's extremely cold profile. And he didn't notice that his eyes had been on the little woman on the ground since he entered the door. Lang Haoyan narrowed his eyes slightly without looking at him, raised his slender leg, and kicked her unceremoniously, and his leather shoes were half sunk. Ah! Wen Shixiong fell to the ground with a bang sound, his forelegs in the air. He turned over, covered his heart, and rolled back and forth. At the same time, several men in black suits came in from outside the door, lifted the howling Wang Shixiong without looking away, and left quickly. Lang Haoyan took a long step and walked to Qian Shiyu, looking down at the little woman at his feet. His eyes narrowed dangerously and found that the other side of her face was swollen like a steam bun. Qian Shiyu sat on the carpet, without the strength to get up. She raised her little face and looked at him in confusion. She looked pitiful and pitiful. He was used to seeing her aggressive, and now she was so weak that he felt a little uncomfortable. But all this was her own fault. Lang Haoyan's expression turned cold, and he put his hands in his trouser pockets, looking down at her, and ordered in a deep voice, "Get up." Qian Shiyu's absence was only for a moment, and her expression was straightened, and she returned to her usual stubborn look. She was now in front of him without any privacy, as if her dignity was thrown on the ground and let him trample on it at will. She felt a little bitter, astringent, and a little annoyed. She bit her lower lip, lowered her head, and pulled the belt that tied her. But the more anxious people are, the more mistakes they make. Instead of untying it, it tied it tighter. She saw him looking at her expressionlessly from the corner of her eye. Tian Shiyu gritted her teeth, not wanting him to look down on her. She clenched her fists and supported herself on the ground, trying to stand up, but halfway through, her hands softened and she fell down again. She gritted her teeth, climbed, and fell again, repeating this several times, which made Lang Haoyan irritated. She was still as annoying as before. Lang Haoyan took off his suit slowly, threw it on her, and bent down to pick her up. But Qian Shiyu slapped him the moment he touched her. Lang Haoyan was hit by her. Well, it was a bit loud. I just don't know if it hurts. Tian Shiyu's heart tightened, feeling guilty and blaming herself for her recklessness. They had no relationship for a long time, so why would she vent her anger on him unscrupulously? Moreover, I'm afraid no one has slapped him yet. Tian Shiyu was right, no one dared to slap him, she was the first. Lang Haoyan pursed his lips lightly, his deep eyes were unfathomable, his hand put on her forehead, stroked her hair, and he pressed her head to him with force. Tian Shiyu closed her eyes nervously, like a lamb to be slaughtered. Are you scared now? Lang Haoyan released his hand and patted her swollen face. His cold and hard voice did not soften at all. You still haven't learned your lesson. Qian Shiyu slowly opened her eyes and remained silent. She had not learned her lesson at all. She knew how cold and ruthless he was, but she still provoked him. Lang Haoyan saw that she had regrets in her expression, but she did not seem to be submissive to him at all, and he felt a little unhappy. He half knelt down and saw that she was sitting on the ground motionless, with her lips slightly pursed. His bony hands reached out and grabbed her feet. 然后? Lang Haoyan frowned slightly and tightened his hands. Tian Shiyu was startled and raised her hands again. But this time, Lang Haoyan would never let her succeed. He grabbed her wrist, a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes, and easily threw her aside with his backhand. Tian Shiyu fell to the ground, very angry, and wanted to kick him away, but he strangled her. Lang Haoyan raised his eyebrows and gently brushed his fingers. Although he was clearly doing something indecent, he still looked noble and elegant. You bastard! Qian Shiyu's face flushed red. You let me go. Qian Shiyu moved her feet, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. How could she forget that although this man was cold and heartless, he always took revenge? He clearly showed his expression, but Qian Shiyu still saw his bad taste. She glared at him coldly, turned her head away from him, but her ears seemed to be burning. Lang Haoyan was very satisfied with her weakness and loosened his hands. While Qian Shiyu was stunned, he untied her restraints, held her, and lifted her up like a chicken. Tian Shiyu leaned weakly in his arms and was led forward by him stumbling. 这个，冷浩言, what are you going to do? She was embarrassed and annoyed, but before she could finish her words, she saw the people outside the door. She immediately swallowed her words and her face flushed to the roots of her neck. Tian Shiyu didn't want to face the strange looks from the outsiders, so she buried her face in his broad breast, sniffing the faint smell of tobacco on him, feeling both familiar and strange. President, Wang Shixong always burns incense in the box, I'm afraid. Liu Dongsheng said, glancing at Qian Shiyu in his arms and lowering his head when he met Leng Haoyan's gaze. I haven't heard that the president has any women. The magazines have always said that the president is a lesbian, and now suddenly one has appeared, and judging by her figure, she's in great shape. Leng Haoyan curled his lips coldly, not knowing what he was annoyed about, but a trace of unhappiness flowed from his eyes, and his hands scratched. Tian Shiyu almost screamed out. He bullied her for so long, and now he still wanted to embarrass her in front of others. Tian Shiyu was also annoyed, and beat him without showing weakness. Leng Haoyan snorted and strangled her fiercely as if he wanted to break her. Tian Shiyu grimaced in pain, but the elbow was just a fan. Even though it hurt a lot, she gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. Liu Dongsheng's eyes secretly lingered between them, watching their interaction below. Based on his half-life experience, this girl has the potential to be the president's wife. But he didn't know that this girl was the legendary former president's wife. Leng Haoyan glanced coldly at the shoe on the ground not far away. If he hadn't seen it accidentally, would she not belong to him completely? 然后? Leng Haoyan's heart suddenly felt depressed and panicked. He hugged her and dragged her forward, not caring whether she could keep up with her steps. In the end, Tian Shiyu hugged him tightly in order not to expose herself. Leng Haoyan took her to his private elevator. The moment the elevator closed, he dragged her and pressed her tightly in the corner of the elevator. Grabbing the suit hanging on her body, he threw it aside casually. Leng Haoyan, what are you doing? Qian Shiyu pressed her hand against him, trying to push him away, but the little hand was weak. Even Qian Shiyu had the illusion that she was not pushing. Her little face was a little red, and she peeled his clothes anxiously. What? Weren't you biting her happily just now? Leng Haoyan hooked his thin lips and reached out his cool hand. Tian Shiyu suddenly opened her eyes wide. Just as she stretched out her hand, he grabbed it and put it on her head. She screamed loudly, Leng Haoyan, what are you calling? Leng Haoyan frowned slightly, very unhappy to see her react like this. It should be said that he was resistant. He leaned his head close to her ear and spoke in an extremely bad way. It's not like it hasn't happened before. Yes, they have been married for 4 years, so this kind of thing has naturally happened before, but who knows, the number of times they have done it is only a few fingers. Tian Shiyu thought of the past, a mist floated in her eyes, and a sad atmosphere began to spread. He didn't love her, so why did he provoke her now? Leng Haoyan felt a trace of anger in his heart. He was very unhappy. He was unhappy to see her lose her mind in front of him, and he was unhappy to see her showing a sad expression to him. With a flick of his finger, a magnetic voice came out immediately. Or did you forget? Do you want me to help you recall it? Qian Shiyu exclaimed, staring at him with shame and annoyance. Thinking of the small surveillance camera in the elevator, her face suddenly turned red. Leng Haoyan obviously knew that his emotions were out of control. As long as he saw her, his proud self-control was always out of control. He frowned, a little confused, loosened his hand on her, slowly stepped back a few steps, then turned around and looked up at the number on the elevator. Tian Shiyu leaned on the elevator and slowly slid down, feeling mixed emotions in her heart, a little stunned and a little cold. The elevator reached the top floor, and Leng Haoyan did not turn his head. Then he took the lead in walking out with his long legs and stood not far away. Tian Shiyu pursed her lips, stretched out her hand by the corner of the wall, and pressed the one. Leng Haoyan turned around when he heard the movement and looked at her quietly with deep eyes, with no joy or anger on his face. Tian Shiyu held her head and dared not look at him. Although he was still as cold as usual, she could still feel his rage. But she didn't want to stay with him anymore, not even for a second. With a ding sound, the elevator door slowly began to close. Tian Shiyu stole a glance at Leng Haoyan, who was standing still, and breathed a long sigh of relief, but only halfway through. Looking at the big hand in the door crack, she was stunned. The elevator door slowly opened again. Leng Haoyan looked at the frightened little woman, narrowed his eyes dangerously, took a big step into the elevator, and before Qian Shiyu could come back to her senses, he grabbed her, held her wrist tightly, and dragged her to his private suite. Leng Haoyan, what are you doing? Qian Shiyu staggered a few times and almost fell. She shook her hand, but he held it tighter. 然后? She bit her lower lip tightly. It really hurt. Leng Haoyan kicked the door open and threw her directly from the door to the bed. Ah! Tian Shiyu screamed, and her whole body jumped a few times with the elasticity of the bed. She was so scared by his rude actions that cold sweat broke out on her back, and she didn't dare to move on the bed. Leng Haoyan turned on the light with a click, stretched out his foot, and kicked the door directly. If it weren't for this situation, Tian Shiyu thought she would definitely appreciate this handsome action, but at this moment she was very scared. She clenched her fingers tightly, and her heart was in a mess because she hated being controlled by him like this, and she didn't have any power to fight back. Leng Haoyan reached out to loosen his tie, pulled it off, and threw it to the ground casually, and then unbuttoned his neck. The collar was slightly open, revealing brown skin with clear texture. The cold and hard masculine lines looked more and more charming in the dim light. Looking at the little woman who had calmed down on the bed, his anger was still not gone. He strode over, pinched her jaw and forced her to look at him, looking coldly at her frightened pale face. Don't go against me, otherwise. Qian Shiyu blinked slightly, her long eyelashes covering her thoughts. Look at me. Leng Haoyan lifted her chin and ordered in a stiff tone. He stared at her closely, not missing any expression on her face. Tian Shiyu was stunned. Why did he use such a low-level method to threaten people? Or did he always scare her like a child? She suddenly wanted to laugh, and her body moved with her heart. With a puff, she laughed coquettishly. Leng Haoyan's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty, and his hand tightened. Tian Shiyu's laughter stopped abruptly, and tears came out of the corners of her eyes. She grabbed the big hand with her small hand, trying to move his hand away, looking at him pitifully. Even if she didn't say anything, she was really showing weakness to him. What are you laughing at? Leng Haoyan loosened his grip a little, but didn't let go. He rubbed his chin with his fingers, wiped his lips with his fingertips, and his deep eyes became deeper. After several actions, Tian Shiyu's face had turned red. She bit the tip of her tongue lightly, trying to wake herself up. Leng Haoyan, thank you for saving me today. I also know that you are doing this for my own good. She looked at him and said very seriously. Leng Haoyan's expression eased a little when he heard her words, but he was a little dissatisfied with her irrelevant answer. He frowned and motioned her to continue. But I'm fine now. Can you please notify my boyfriend and ask him to pick me up? Qian Shiyu swallowed her saliva, bit her lower lip, and curled up her legs. Boyfriend. Leng Haoyan chewed these words silently, thinking of her walking out of the hotel with a man this morning, talking and laughing with him, but he didn't think about anything else at the time. Although she was very stubborn, she was very conservative. He could be sure that she wouldn't mess around. But does she have a boyfriend? Leng Haoyan lowered his eyes and looked at the cute little face. Even though it was a little swollen, it still couldn't hide her indescribable beauty. But have others done to her what he did? It was as if there was a fire burning in his heart. He narrowed his eyes, a trace of cruelty flashed across his eyes, and he leaned over and threw her into the big bed. Well. Qian Shiyu opened her eyes wide, as if she had seen a ghost. He kissed her. Leng Haoyan had never kissed her once, and she once thought he had misophonia in this regard. Facts have proved that she was right. It can even be said that his misophobia is very serious, otherwise he would not have pushed her away and abandoned her alone like that. His eyes were so disgusted that even after so many years, she still couldn't forget it. Tian Shiyu closed her eyes and opened them suddenly. 然后? She clenched her teeth tightly, tightened her lips, and glared at him. Lang Haoyan's eagle eyes shot cold light at her. Well. Qian Shiyu frowned in pain, with a bitter face, wondering what he was crazy about. A long time ago, she thought he would not get angry easily, but it turned out that he had a very bad temper. After so many years, he looked so mature, why was he still so childish? Tian Shiyu was in great pain, and she pushed and hit him hard and even spoke without thinking. Get out, don't kiss me, only my boyfriend can kiss me, who do you think you are? Let go, let go. Leng Haoyan's throat choked, and his cold eyes burst into boundless anger. Not only that, the anger in his heart seemed to burn him. He accidentally saw the wine rack, walked straight over, took out a bottle of whiskey, and unscrewed the cap with one hand. Tian Shiyu didn't know what he wanted to do, but was instinctively afraid. 然后? She crawled in, and Leng Haoyan grabbed her feet and pulled her back. Lang Haoyan, what are you going to do? Qian Shiyu kicked him with both feet. Her other pair of shoes had been rubbed off just now, and those two pairs of feet were of no use to him at all. Lang Haoyan pulled her arm and held her in his arms. Without saying a word, he pinched her chin and poured whiskey into her mouth. Cough cough. Qian Shiyu was choked and coughed violently. Tears rolled down her face and whiskey flowed down the corners of her mouth onto the bed. Tian Shiyu threw her hand and knocked the bottle down. The bottle rolled down the bed and broke into pieces. The carpet was instantly wet. She covered her chest and lay on the bed, vomiting. Lang Haoyan looked at Qian Shiyu's embarrassed appearance coldly, and with a big hand, he carried her on his shoulders. Leng Haoyan, put me down. Qian Shiyu hung upside down on his shoulder, her stomach was even more turbulent, she hit his back hard with her hands, choking out. The tossing just now did reduce her confusion a lot, but she couldn't stop the grievance in her heart. Why do you treat me like this? Put me down. Leng Haoyan hugged her, impatient with her dishonesty, and slapped her hard. Leng Haoyan. Qian Shiyu shouted his name loudly and could only express her anger in this way. Lang Haoyan kicked open the bathroom door and threw her directly into the bathtub. Tian Shiyu held her back and screamed in pain. There was not a drop of water in the bathtub, and her back was directly against the edge of the bathtub. Leng Haoyan, do you want to torture me to death? But there is no reason to talk to people who have lost their minds. Lang Haoyan turned on the switch, and the water in the water pipe rushed directly towards her head. Tian Shiyu was startled again. She stretched out her hand to cover her face, trying to block the water that was coming straight at her. Lang Haoyan pulled her hand away and threw it aside, letting the cold water rush directly to her face, while wiping her lips fiercely with his thumb. Tian Shiyu closed her eyes and calmed down her anger that was about to burst out. When she opened her eyes again, she stopped struggling and looked at him calmly. Leng Haoyan, what do you want? She shuddered violently as she said that. 然后? It was already winter. Although the heating was on in the bar, Tian Shiyu was shivering from the cold. Lang Haoyan regained some of his rationality. He held the water pipe in his hand and did not withdraw his hand. He looked at her lips. Gnashing his teeth, he said disinfection. Maybe he just felt uncomfortable when he saw her disheveled appearance before, but now, he wanted to kill people whenever he thought of her being touched by others. In his heart, she was his, and her lips should be his, just like her whole body. He stared at her coldly. She should protect it, but it was stained by others. Lang Haoyan's eyes became colder and colder, and he said fiercely, dirty. Qian Shiyu felt cold in her heart. She gasped a few times and smiled slowly. Lang Haoyan frowned slightly. He didn't know how to react to her abnormality for a while. He just turned off the water pipe and threw it aside. She sneered for a while, pushed him away, staggered to get up, and the water flowed all over the floor. Tian Shiyu almost fell down. She held the bathtub and wanted to go out. Lang Haoyan took her hand and pulled her back. Her delicate body was taken into his arms, and her nose hit his heart. Let go. Qian Shiyu's voice trembled. She obviously didn't want to show weakness in front of him, but tears still flowed out uncontrollably. 出来的陷阱。奶铃，其他喊道。你把嘿嘿，你的吧。11月28日、12日、13日、14日、15日、16日、17日、18日、19日、21日、22日、23日、24日、25日、26日、28日、29日、31日、32日、33日、34日、35日，360%。我还在的那个水波在人间40日、20日、38日、39日、40日、41日、48日、40日、48日、49日、50日、51日、52日。He stretched out his strong arms to hold her in his arms, trying to tear her off from his neck and biting his shoulder, but her strength increased and she refused to let go. Lang Haoyan was angry. He had never seen a woman tickle and pinch like this before. He hit her hard twice, let go. If he hadn't been worried about hurting her, Tian Shiyu heard this, but clung to him even tighter, sobbing and crying, holding his neck with one hand and hitting him hard with the other, refusing to let go. 10 years ago, in City A, the president of Shengze Company had a son, and today was his youngest son's 100-day banquet. Perhaps because he was his only son, this day was unusually lovely. The luxurious mansion was brightly lit, and the house was filled with wine. Business celebrities from City A gathered together, dancing to the waltz with their respective partners, with noble and elegant dance moves. Outside the hall, under the street lights, next to the big tree, Lang Haoyan leaned against the tree, holding a valuable cigarette in the corner of his mouth, but he didn't smoke. He looked at the grass not far away with blurry eyes, his suit casually draped over his arm, his shirt close to his body, outlining a clear and powerful male body. Under the dim light, he looked lazy and noble, and he inadvertently attracted many people's attention. Brother Haoyan, you are here. Qian Shiman was wearing a white evening dress and a crown on her head, like a princess. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she smiled very sweetly. 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, which made her look very cute. Her face was a little childish and innocent, but she was lovable. She stood not far away, waving at Lang Haoyan with a look of surprise, and then holding the white evening dress in one hand, she avoided the bumpy path and walked slowly towards him. Lang Haoyan's blurry eyes disappeared when he heard the voice, and he glanced at her casually and stood up straight. He took out the lighter at the collar of his suit and blocked it with his hand, lit the cigarette, took a light puff, exhaled a circle of smoke, put one hand in his trouser pocket, flicked the ash with the other hand, and went to meet him. Brother Haoyan. Walking through that path, Tian Shiman happily jumped towards him. Her white clothes looked even purer in the dark, like an elf. When she saw Lang Haoyan coming towards her, she slowly stopped, clasped her 2 small hands together, and her toes involuntarily drew circles on the ground, unable to hide the shame in her heart. Lang Haoyan walked to an arm's length in front of her and stopped. He looked at her with his dark eyes, and something seemed to be floating in his eyes. Tian Shiman felt a darkness in front of her eyes, and then she saw the tall figure on the ground. She bit her lower lip lightly, slowly raised her head, and saw his resolute jaw. She hurriedly lifted her hair that was messed up by the wind. After a few seconds of silence, Tian Shiman pursed her lips, leaned forward slightly, and raised her innocent face, full of admiration and respect. Brother Haoyan, you are so handsome. Especially when you smoke. Tian Shiman shyly tilted her head, and the faint smell of tobacco made her face slightly red. Lang Haoyan did not comment on her praise. His deep eyes were still calm. He lowered his head and took another puff of cigarette, raised his head and looked around casually. His low voice was particularly sexy in this quiet place where insects could be heard. Why did you come out? You still said it. 钱诗曼 pouted her red lips and said angrily, You promised me that you would be my dance partner, but you left halfway. I have been looking for you for a long time. 冷浩然 raised his eyebrows slightly and supported his forehead with the fingers holding the cigarette. His profile became more mysterious in the dim light and shadow. He turned his head and looked at her. Tian Shiman's heartbeat quickened several times just by being looked at seriously by him. Her eyelashes trembled and she lowered her head to hide her shyness. I have something else to do, I have to go first. Qian Shiman raised her head abruptly when she heard it. Seeing his serious face, she was anxious and hurriedly acted like a spoiled child to him. No. As she said that, she wanted to go forward and hold his arm. Lang Haoyan casually moved aside, tilted his head, and moved his thin lips slightly. I really have something to do. Qian Shiman's eyes darkened because of his rejection. Her little face was full of sadness. She lowered her little head and whispered in frustration, Okay then. But she thought of something and quickly raised her little face. Then I'll take you. Leng Haoyan hesitated for a moment, looked at her expectant little face, and nodded slowly. Tian Shiman was delighted and smiled brightly at him. Her two deep dimples were dazzling, which made Leng Haoyan's expression inadvertently ease a lot. At this time, the shouts of several people startled the two people who were alone. Little princess. Man Man. Haoyan. Qian Shiman responded when she heard someone calling her and turned around. 5 or 6 people ran towards them. Lang Haoyan raised his eyes and glanced at them. He was no longer as casual as before, and his whole person was indifferent and alienated. So you hid here, how is it? Have you said enough sweet words? Ouyang Yi used his hand as a fan and fanned the wind vigorously. He ran a circle and was so hot. Brother Ouyang. Qian Shiman stomped her feet pretending to be displeased, but she glanced at Leng Haoyan uncontrollably. Even though he still looked indifferent, Tian Shiman's face became redder and redder. He didn't refuse, did he? She couldn't help but reach out and touch her face. It was so hot. But a hint of sweetness emerged in her heart. Oh, our little princess is shy. Ouyang Yi raised his head and shouted, scratching his face with his fingers for fear that the world would not be in chaos. Okay, stop teasing our little princess. Li Heng saw that Qian Shiman was about to cry with shame, so he hit him with his elbow and pushed him aside. Little princess, don't pay attention to this idiot. What did you say? Xiang Shiyong, who came later, heard his words and threw a punch in anger. I told you to talk nonsense. 然后? Fuck. Ouyang Yi couldn't dodge in time and was hit on the face. Trigger his body tilted and he half knelt on the ground. Tian Shiman was startled. She was not expecting them to suddenly fight. She curled up and took a few steps back reflexively. She blinked her eyes and clenched her fists in front of her chest to protect herself. What are you doing? Li Han saw his brother being beaten and immediately rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward. Liu Weifeng, who had been silent on the side, didn't say a word and stepped forward to help. But Xiang Shiyong was originally a second-generation official and he loved fighting since he was a child. The two of them fought one and it was barely a draw. Stop fighting, stop it. Qian Shiman came back to her senses and hurried forward to persuade them to stop fighting. However, how could the people who were fighting fiercely listen to her words? Tian Shiman could not help but feel angry and anxious. Okay, stop fighting. 然后? Song Zihan frowned and shouted at them. On one side was a friend, and on the other side was a cousin. He did not want to help anyone. Seeing that they did not listen, he stepped forward to pull them apart. However, none of them was the master who would suffer a loss, and they were unwilling to stop fighting. Tian Shiman was so anxious that she could not help it. She glanced at Leng Haoyan, who was indifferent on the side, and suddenly found the backbone. She ran to him and begged, Brother Haoyan, can you tell them to stop fighting? Her little face was full of anxiety and tears were circling in her eyes. She reached out to pull Leng Haoyan's sleeve, but seeing his indifferent expression, she stopped in midair and did not dare to reach forward. Don't worry about them. Leng Haoyan lit another cigarette, and his eyes seemed to sweep across the fierce battle scene as if he was an outsider. Brother Haoyan. Qian Shiman was inevitably hurt when she saw Leng Haoyan's cold attitude towards her. She pursed her lips, looking at him with grievance and timidity, her pitiful eyes like a puppy abandoned by its owner. The softest part of Leng Haoyan's heart was instantly hit. He moved his fingers, gently tapped her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, nothing will happen. He turned sideways, wanting to hold his forehead. The wrinkles between his brows deepened. Why did he soften his heart when this girl acted coquettishly towards her? This doesn't seem to be a good sign. The scar in Qian Shiman's heart was instantly healed. She glanced at her shoulder lightly, couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. She knew that Brother Haoyan treated her best. And Xiang Shiyong, who had his back to her, saw her shoulders twitching twice before turning around and really listened to Leng Haoyan's words and stepped aside obediently. Her trust and reliance on Leng Haoyan deeply hurt his heart, and the contempt in Leng Haoyan's words also made him angry. He grabbed Li Han's leg and threw him to the ground. With another sweep, Ouyang Yi and Liu Dongfeng had to step back. Before they could come to their senses, he ran over and swung his fist at Leng Haoyan. Damn bastard. No. Qian Shiman saw his fist swung in front of Leng Haoyan and immediately screamed and wanted to step forward to block it, but she couldn't catch up. She was so scared that she closed her eyes tightly. After a pause, she didn't hear the sound of fists and feet and slowly opened one eye and saw Leng Haoyan holding Xiang Shiyong's fist with one hand. She was stunned at first, then patted her chest, breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly rejoiced. Xiang Shiyong pulled his hand hard, but was firmly grasped by Leng Haoyan and couldn't move at all. He was angry and resentful. His beloved woman liked him, and his most proud fighting skills were so vulnerable in front of him. He was so angry that he lost his mind and swung his other hand towards his temple. 就是 Leng Haoyan's expressionless handsome face turned cold and kicked him in the heart. Ugh. Xiang Shiyong was kicked to the ground and crawled at Leng Haoyan's feet. He gasped in pain and groaned. A thin layer of sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Xiang Shiyong didn't want to show weakness. He slowly arched up, but the piercing pain became more severe. Xiang Shiyong finally froze and fell straight to the side. Leng Haoyan bent down and patted his trouser legs nonchalantly as if he didn't care about him at all. Brother Haoyan. Qian Shiman trotted to him, looked at him a few times, and confirmed that he was okay before she was completely relieved. She saw that Xiang Shiyong seemed to be in pain on the ground, scratched her hair, squatted down and looked at him carefully. After a while, he asked cautiously, Brother Xiang, are you okay? Xiang Shiyong groaned twice to prove that he was still alive. 然后 Li Han and the others rubbed their faces that were beaten blue and couldn't help gloating. However, because of the presence of Qian Shiman and Wu Zihan, they rarely added insult to injury. Song Zihan frowned deeply and cursed in his heart that he deserved it. After being arrogant for so long, someone finally controlled him. And none of them noticed that Liu Weifeng took a deep look at the calm and self-assured Leng Haoyan. They had been playing together since they were young, but he never knew that Leng Haoyan knew martial arts. He thought. He glanced around, and these idiots definitely didn't know. Although he also knew that the Lang family had been in the army for generations, and he must have practiced it, but according to his performance just now, he was obviously an expert. Why did he hide it for so many years? Thinking of all the years that no matter how much they wanted to make friends with him, he was lukewarm, Liu Weifeng felt a knot in his heart. He was silent for a long time before suppressing his dissatisfaction with him. Leng Haoyan felt his gaze, and his seemingly deep eyes seemed like a mirror, imprinting all his thoughts in his eyes. He lowered his eyes. He didn't like to explain, nor did he like to have too many friends who didn't know his heart. Leng Haoyan threw the cigarette butt that was about to burn into the trash can, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and quietly walked past them. Although there was no big movement, it instantly attracted the attention of a circle of people. Brother 浩言。钱世曼 saw that he was about to leave and hurriedly left 向世用 to chase him. After walking 2 steps, she turned back. Brother 向, are you okay? She asked, but her eyes unconsciously glanced in the direction of 冷浩言. Seeing that he was getting farther and farther away, she was anxious. Li Han and Ouyang Yi saw 冷浩言 leave and they were also anxious. They had something to do with him, so they waved at 钱世曼, snorted at 向世用 on the ground and pulled 刘栋峰 to chase him, leaving Song Zihan to watch over him. 向世用 was much better. 然后 seeing 钱世曼 chasing 冷浩言, he was going to get up all at once, but she came back. He immediately lay on the ground again, his body trembling, and he looked even worse at first glance. Hey, how are you? Do you want to go to the hospital? Song Zihan hugged his shoulders with both hands and kicked 向世用 with his foot. He didn't seem to be worried at all. Song Zihan was really not worried. With his understanding of 冷浩言, he was very measured in his actions. He might give him a hard lesson, but he would never lose his hand. Seeing that 向世用 was so serious, Tian Shiman finally gave up on sending 冷浩言. He immediately agreed. Brother Xiang looks so serious. I'd better ask the housekeeper to send Brother Xiang to the hospital. 钱世曼 saw Song Zihan kicking 向世用, and she didn't think there was anything wrong. In fact, she had seen many times when some of them were injured and others poked their wounds hard. She didn't understand this kind of emotion between men, but she also went from the difference at the beginning to the silence now. No, 向世用 voice seemed to come out from between his teeth. I want to see if that illegitimate child will still be so arrogant after I die. Song Zihan frowned and had the urge to kick him to death. He stretched out his hand to rub his temple. This cousin was spoiled by his family. He should be taught a lesson. Let Haoyan teach him a lesson. Wu Zihan never thought that his momentary indulgence would lead to him almost poking a hole in the sky later, and he never thought that today would be the beginning of changing their fate. Many years later, he was also thinking, what would it be like if everything started over again? Unfortunately, nothing can be turned back. Brother Xiang. 钱世曼 eyes widened, her voice was surprisingly loud, and her usually soft voice was a little sharper. Brother Haoyan is just defending himself. You can't do this. Brother Haoyan again. 向世用 eyes were full of cruelty. He liked her for so many years and kept her for so many years, but she always praised Brother Haoyan for being taller and shorter than Brother Haoyan. He used to think that she was still young and didn't understand anything, and he didn't want to scare her. He was just jealous in his heart and secretly tripped up 冷浩言. Unexpectedly, now, his woman was taken away under his nose, and it was by an illegitimate child. 向世用 slowly clenched his fists. It depends on whether he agrees or not. Outside the Qian family mansion, the lights are still bright. In the parking lot in front, various luxury cars are parked in a row, like a car show. Tian Shiyu stood aside, wearing canvas shoes on her feet, a white shirt and jeans, and looked out of place here. She pulled the suitcase and looked at the bustling house coldly, with a layer of mist in her eyes. She blinked, and the mist dissipated instantly. She tightened her grip on the suitcase and walked over like the wind. Before Qian Shiyu reached the gate, a young security guard strode over with a walkie-talkie. After looking at her for a few times, his face was full of disdain. He shook the walkie-talkie in his hand at her arrogantly. Stop right there, is this a place you can just walk in? Qian Shiyu glanced at him and suddenly thought of the word roadblock. She raised her mouth to the side, thinking it was extremely ridiculous, but now she was furious and had no time to tangle with him. She kept walking and rushed in. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Seeing that Qian Shiyu dared to rush in, the young security guard shouted at her and pushed her hard. He pulled his sleeves, pinched his waist, looked down on his face, and said sarcastically, there are all kinds of people these days. Another one who wants to get close to the rich and powerful, thinking that this is a place you can come. Get out. If you don't get out, I will arrest you and sue you for trespassing. This security guard was new. Because he let in several people who didn't have invitations but were well dressed, he was severely criticized by the manager. If it weren't for the large number of people today and he was too busy, he would have been fired long ago. He also just realized that no matter how well some people dress, they may not be rich people or they may just come to show off. However, seeing Qian Shiyu wearing a cheap outfit, he was sure that he would not make a mistake and vent his anger on her. Qian Shiyu staggered back a few steps and almost fell. She was anxious and annoyed, and she was very upset. Now she met someone who wanted to fight her to death and accused her of trespassing. This directly touched her sore spot. Get out of here. Qian Shiyu lost her mind and angrily took the suitcase and threw it directly at the security guard. The security guard dodged quickly. With a bang, the suitcase fell to the ground and the things inside scattered out. Among them were Qian Shiyu's personal belongings. Qian Shiyu's face flushed, but she was used to being arrogant for a long time, and she blamed him for her embarrassment. She immediately rolled up her sleeves and rushed up. What's going on? What's wrong? Several security guards in the security room were monitoring every move around the Qian family, always observing if there was any unusual movement. When they heard the noise, they ran out. They saw that the security guard was fighting with a pretty little girl, although everyone who should have come had come. There were not many people at the gate, but there were still a few drivers hiding by the car, watching the excitement. The security guards hurriedly pulled the security guard away. Qian Shiyu's hair was messed up, and the hairpins were hanging loosely on her hair. When she saw several people stopping the man, she ran forward and kicked him hard. Oh! She kicked with all her might, and the security guard screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Several people around him stepped back reflexively, swallowed their saliva, and stared at this tough little girl in amazement. Qian Shiyu took off the hairpins from her hair and threw them on the ground. Her black hair was scattered on her shoulders. She blew on her bangs that fell on her forehead and covered her eyes. She let out a few fierce breaths and snorted provocatively at them, with cruelty in her eyes. Several security guards came back to their senses and saw that Qian Shiyu dared to make trouble here. They immediately wanted to step forward to control her, but they were stopped by one of them who looked like a leader. He stepped forward to look at her and said hesitantly, "Miss, you." "Damn it. Hey, you are the lady." Qian Shiyu interrupted him angrily. Now, for her, everything others said was wrong. Especially when she saw that none of the previous security guards were there and they were all new faces, she was even more angry. This is her home. It was temporarily occupied by someone else, and she couldn't even see any familiar people. Now she was like a stranger to this home. She was unfamiliar with it, and it was unfamiliar with her. Qian Shiyu gritted her teeth in anger. She stepped aside and walked forward. Although she was short, she glanced at them aggressively. "Where is Uncle Fu? Let him come to see me." Seeing them looking at each other in doubt, Qian Shiyu widened her beautiful eyes and asked word by word with gritted teeth, "Don't tell me that the housekeeper has also changed." "No, no." A circle of people shook their heads stupidly and answered one after another. It was the leader who was smarter and turned around immediately. "I'll go call Uncle Fu." "No need." Qian Shiyu stopped him coldly, her chin raised. Her expression was as cold as ice, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. "I'll go by myself." It seems that they all know who they are, but who is the one who wants to tip off? Qian Shiyu's clenched fists were a little white, and she didn't care about the suitcase on the ground anymore, and strode past them. The security guard who pushed Qian Shiyu behind her has been standing there in shock since just now. After staying here for a while, he has long realized that you can't afford to offend a rich kid, and you will be cornered every second. What's more, he just hit her, and he was so scared that his whole body was stiff and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. However, Qian Shiyu has long forgotten him now. Qian Shiyu walked through the gate aggressively, walked past the fork and took a look, and immediately decided to take a shortcut. She turned her feet and went in a different direction. Seeing that there was no one around, she ran directly. She couldn't wait to settle the score with that woman. At a corner, Tian Shiyu heard a lively conversation on the side and curled her lips fiercely but did not slow down. The thought of hoping that they would not block the way flashed through her mind. Unexpectedly, it was such a coincidence that it was dark and the car was not braked. Tian Shiyu ran straight into someone's arms, was embraced by him, and buried her head in his chest. A faint smell of tobacco wafted into his nose. I don't know what brand of cigarettes it was, but it smelled really good. Leng Haoyan was being harassed by a few people, but unexpectedly, a small body rushed over directly. He was usually very alert, but the unusually good smell made him subconsciously reach out and hold her. When they touched, the resistance in his heart burst out again. He frowned slightly and pushed her away. His strength was not small, and Qian Shiyu sat on the ground. She subconsciously wanted to swear, but she saw that she had returned to her own home and had to pay attention to etiquette. She swallowed the words, and her throat felt like a thorn was stuck. Tian Shiyu raised her head suddenly and shot a murderous look at him. It was a little dark where she was, and she could only see the man's dark and deep eyes. When his eyes swept over, she was scared and her heart was hairy. This was the first time she had this feeling. When she saw the man's appearance, her eyes were a little wandering. Very cool, she has never had any resistance to cool guys. A handsome face with cold and hard lines, a tall unstraight figure, and unbuttoned shirt collar revealing a brown skin with tension, full of masculine charm. His bony fingers flicked his shirt lightly, and his handsome eyebrows frowned slightly with a bit of disgust. Tian Shiyu looked a little absent-minded. It's not like she had never seen a handsome man before, but it was the first time she had seen one with such a captivating every move. Are you back to your senses? Hi, a baby-faced man waved in front of her with a teasing smile and blew a loud slogan. Tian Shiyu was stunned and suddenly stood up, rubbed her sore nose, and took a few steps back. These people were all very tall, and she was standing in front of them. But she tilted her head and stared at the man straight, and began to curse in her heart. Damn, why are you so strong? Why is your chest so hard? The man who was hit accepted the baptism of her gaze expressionlessly, as if the one who was holding the warm fragrance in his arms just now was not him. This made her, who was about to lose her temper, choke again. The baby-faced man wanted to put his arm on the shoulder of the person who was hit, but he dodged it. 然后 the baby-faced man didn't care and stared at Qian Shiyu half seriously and half jokingly. This handsome guy is already taken, little sister. Don't fall in love with him. He winked at her, but I'm single, beautiful girl, are you interested in taking him? Taken? Tian Shiyu felt a little uncomfortable and she shuddered lightly, shaking off the inexplicable thoughts in her mind. She is not a flower maniac. What era is this? Do you still believe in love at first sight? She didn't know that a seed had already fallen in her heart, just waiting to take root and sprout. In her subsequent repeated neglect, it slowly grew into a towering tree. Hey, beautiful girl, have you thought about it? Do you want to take in this handsome guy of mine? Li Han blocked Leng Haoyan inconspicuously and winked at Qian Shiyu. Tian Shiyu widened her beautiful eyes and took you. This little brat actually flirted with her and wanted to seduce her. It has to be said that Qian Shiyu is too mature in her heart. She has lived abroad for many years. Although she has bodyguards and caregivers, she has long been accustomed to being independent without any relatives around her. Naturally, she looks down on a young hunk like Li Han. Li Han is not young. 然后 Among this group of people, he is only a few months younger than Leng Haoyan. But because he was born with a baby face, although he is a handsome guy, he is too young. Tian Shiyu was about to curse when Leng Haoyan walked out from behind and walked towards her. Tian Shiyu's heart beat faster. When he walked in front of her, she thought he wanted to say something to her and stared at him blankly. Unexpectedly, he glanced at her coldly and passed by her. Tian Shiyu was shocked. This man is so cool, so handsome. Seeing Leng Haoyan walking again, the others hurried to catch up. Li Han breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that Leng Haoyan, the cold and aloof man, had taken a fancy to this girl. How could this be possible? He was their little princess. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Li Han walked in front of Qian Shiyu and suddenly put his head in front of her, showing her a big front tooth with a wicked smile on his lips. Tian Shiyu immediately swung her fist reflexively. Li Han laughed and easily dodged her attack. He was not angry at all. He smiled at her as usual, walked backwards, and looked at Qian Shiyu with a teasing face. Tian Shiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She turned her head and rolled her eyes to the sky, baring her teeth. How could men nowadays look like weaklings? They have no temper at all. Except for the man just now. Tian Shiyu didn't know why she thought of that cold man again. She shook her head quickly and despised herself secretly. But it is true that none of the men nowadays are good. Just look at her father. No matter how much he loved her mother before, he still married another woman, had children with her, and the woman who killed his wife. Thinking of this, Tian Shiyu's anger and grievance that had just been interrupted by them rose again. Looking at a lovely place not far away, she smiled coldly, clenched her fists, and walked straight over. TSK, this is such a hot girl, it's a pity to let her go. Li Han followed reluctantly, but still looked back every few steps. Come on, so many women, don't harm the little girl. Ouyang Yi slapped him on the head and snorted at him disdainfully. At the moment, he wanted to hit back. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the front, while so many people standing there. Huh? Where? Li Han's attention was immediately diverted and attracted. Ouyang Yi shook his head proudly behind him, knowing that this guy likes to join in the fun. He hurriedly called Leng Haoyan, who had been silent on the side, to go and sit together. Leng Haoyan never wanted to be curious, but he had to pass by there at the gate. When he saw the scene not far away, he squinted and shifted his sight. Whose is this? Ouyang Yi stuttered, and his handsome face slowly turned red. He was a pure boy and couldn't hold this stimulation. According to my guess, it belongs to the beautiful girl just now. Li Han touched his chin and looked at her with interest. Absolutely. Wow, it's really good. Li Han looked experienced and mature, rubbing his hands, really wanting to take her down. The security guards standing by were dragging you and him, and they didn't go to pack out the scattered luggage. They just saw a few young masters coming out, and they all squatted down and packed them up in a hurry. Hello, young masters. Li Han and his friends have been coming to Qian's house from time to time since a few years ago, so the security guards already knew them. But it was even more embarrassing to know them. Li Han didn't feel embarrassed at all. He had been infatuated with women for many years and was used to seeing all kinds of clothes of the opposite sex. He crossed his arms and raised his chin towards the door. Who was the girl who just went in? Today, not only the ladies came, but also some of Qian Shiman's classmates who were usually good friends with her, so Li Rox and others were not too surprised to see Qian Shiyu's clothes just now. The leading security guard was a little distressed. A long time ago, his wife told him that if the eldest lady came back, he must notify her immediately. But no one answered his phone call just now. He wanted to notify his wife, but was afraid of being discovered by the eldest lady. He secretly glanced at Li Han and the others, and decided to say it out loud. The one just now was the eldest lady. I hope they can go in quickly to see if anything will happen. Li Han's face, which was originally full of interest, froze, and he looked at Ouyang Yi, and their faces were a little solemn. Leng Haoyan paused, thinking of the girl who was young but arrogant just now, and his deep eyes were slightly cold. Young lady? Which young lady? Seeing that no one spoke, Liu Dongfeng twisted his neck, walked forward to look at the security guard, and asked in a gloomy tone. Huh? The security guard wanted to scratch his head when he heard his question. Isn't it a well-known fact that the Qian family has always had a young lady? Speak. Liu Dongfeng gritted his teeth and stared at him fiercely like a police interrogating a prisoner full of murderous intent. It's the eldest lady of the Tian family, the one who has been abroad. The security guard took a step back inconspicuously. Although he was a veteran and would not be scared by his gaze, he still couldn't afford to offend him. It's really her. Li Han frowned, thinking of their kind and weak little princess. He couldn't help but worry. Brother Xiang, let go quickly, I want to go back. Qian Shiman blushed and struggled backwards, looking around with her peripheral vision. Somehow, she was now facing Xiang Shiyong alone, feeling confused and having a bad premonition. Brother Song, why don't you go back? Don't let go. Xiang Shiyong tightened his grip on her little hand. His eyes were full of anger, but he looked full of energy. Tian Shiman was startled, shrank her neck weakly and looked at him suspiciously. Xiang, brother Xiang, are you okay? Xiang Shiyong felt weak in his heart, but he moved closer to her forcefully, squinting his phoenix eyes. Mama hopes that I'm okay. No. Qian Shiman shook her head hurriedly, biting her lower lip nervously. Brother Xiang, I want to go back too. I've been out for a long time. My parents will be worried. Then you won't worry about me being here alone. Xiang Shiyong looked very calm, but he was secretly reflecting in his heart. Was he too good to Man Man in the past, causing her to ignore him again and again? Maybe his attitude should be too tough. He thought about it and his heart moved, and he pulled the lovely person he had been thinking about into his arms with one force. The frightened little guy suddenly fell into his arms with his soft body. She subconsciously wanted to scream out, but before she could utter the word "ah," Xiang Shiyong put his index finger on her lips, blocking the words she was about to say. 然后 he then leaned close to her ear and stroked her hair. Aren't you worried that I'll stay here alone and that I'll get your brother Hao Yan into trouble? He said this with a nonchalant attitude and a frivolous attitude that she had never had before, which made her feel that Xiang Shiyong was a stranger. Brother Xiang, didn't you say that you won't pursue this matter? As she spoke, Tian Shiman's little body trembled, and she froze into a ball, looking at him with unprecedented fear, because he was touching her delicate lips little by little with his fingers, staring at her intently with sparks of fire in his eyes. Brother Xiang, Qian Shiman said with tears in her eyes, trying hard to curb the urge to cry, pursing her lips, with hurt on her little face. Xiang Shiyong's heart softened and he touched her head. Man Man, be good, then someone will love you. Qian Shiman paused and straightened her back reflexively with fear in her eyes. To Xiang Shiyong's astonishment, she belatedly softened her body. No one knew that this sentence had been with her for many years. It had been surrounding her like a nightmare since she could remember things. Before Xiang Shiyong could ask what was wrong with her, he heard the sound of a car and his hands loosened a little. Tian Shiman took the opportunity to break free from his arms and retreated far away. Xiang Shiyong saw that the beauty in his arms disappeared when he was not paying attention, and his face instantly sank. Brother Xiang, let's go to the hospital by car. Qian Shiman saw his face change and pointed at the car parked next to them. While speaking, Song Zihan had opened the car window, knocked on the car body with his hand, and said coldly, "Get in the car." Then he turned to Qian Shiman. His face softened a lot. "Ma, go back quickly, don't let your uncle and aunt worry." "Oh, okay." At this time, Tian Shiman was still young and had never been protected so well. She didn't know how to hide her emotions, so her rocks and joy were obvious. "Man Man, come with me." Xiang Shiyong leaned against the tree. He didn't move when he heard Song Zihan's words. Seeing Qian Shiman leave him, he was so excited and a hint of sinisterness flashed in his eyes. Tian Shiman's face froze, and she didn't dare to breathe. Song Zihan was very dissatisfied with him bullying Qian Shiman in private. If he wasn't afraid that Qian Shiman would be embarrassed, he would have caught him and beat him up. Now seeing that he still refused to repent, he was even more angry. He pushed open the car door and walked down. He walked up to Xiang Shiyong aggressively, grabbed his arm and threw him over while he was stunned. Due to inertia, Xiang Shiyong fell on the car. "What are you doing?" Xiang Shiyong supported the car with his hands and turned his head away angrily. His chest was still aching, and the collision made it worse. There were several bloody cuts on his hands. Song Zihan was too lazy to argue with him. He opened the back door and pushed the big guy into the back door. Seeing that he kept pushing to get out, he got in too. He pushed him a few times and barely closed the door. He ordered the stand driver, drive. The driver was very obedient and started the car immediately, and flew out with a whoosh. Tian Shiman slowly exhaled the breath in her chest when she saw Xiang Shiyong finally left. 然后 he lowered his head, turned around slowly, and walked away from there, walking faster and faster. Seeing that there was no other way, Xiang Shiyong pushed Song Zihan and sat inside, while looking at Tian Shiman walking back through the rearview mirror. Seeing this, Song Zihan pulled him over by the collar. I'm telling you, Xiang Shiyong, it's okay for you to act foolishly at other times, but now be honest. How am I not being honest? Let me go. Song Zihan is the son of Xiang Shiyong Zant, a few years older than him. When he was a child, he lived in the Song family for a long time. 然后 at that time, Song Zihan always took him out to play, so the relationship between the two brothers was no different from that of real brothers. And Song Zihan is not only older, but also very stable. 然后 For so many years, Xiang Shiyong has always listened to him in big and small matters. But now, Xiang Shiyong was a little angry with him. 然后 his brother was beaten and he didn't help, but he also held him back. Are you still honest? Who hits people for no reason? Who acts like a hooligan for no reason? Song Zihan became more and more angry as he spoke, and kicked him again. Ma is still so young and doesn't know anything. Aren't you afraid of scaring her? If you really like her, you can confess directly, pursue her openly, and compete fairly with Hao Yan. What's wrong with you doing this? Fair competition. Xiang Shiyong frowned and turned his head to the other side. Her heart was with that illegitimate child. What's the point of talking about fair competition? 然后 he would deal with that illegitimate child in the future, but 慢慢 这个 it's not that he has never had a woman. Rich kids like them couldn't help but taste the freshness at a young age, and they also lingered in the flowers all day long. It's just that, since he met Qian Shiman, he began to worry about her, and he began to restrain himself for her. He also thought about getting her heart and then getting her. But it seems that such a beautiful love is not suitable for them, so she can only be his woman. Xiang Shiyong moved his fingers, thinking of her obedience and softness in his arms. He could still smell her fragrance, which made his heart beat faster. He leaned his head against the window, gradually calmed down, and slowly thought about how to start. Song Zihan thought he had heard it, and his tone softened. Forget it today, you should be more careful in the future. You have always loved Ma. How can you bear to hurt her? Uncle Tian and Aunt Tian are so good to you, aren't you afraid of bullying their only daughter and chilling their hearts? Song Zihan chattered for a long time. Xiang Shiyong's eyelids trembled, but he didn't say a word until they reached the hospital, and he didn't know how much he had heard. Hurry up, you guys. Li Han thought they were too slow, turned around and walked over, pulling one with each hand. It's not good for us to go, after all, it's Uncle Tian's family affair. Ouyang Yi touched his nose, always feeling a little awkward. Let's go and have a look. There's still many people here. We can't let our little princess suffer. Leng Haoyan is her boyfriend and he's not in a hurry, so why should we? I always feel that he's not that innocent towards the little princess. Liu Dongfeng seemed to be more leisurely, speaking casually. Haoyan is good in everything, but he hides it too deeply. Just like I saw him worrying about the little princess just now, but he won't come no matter how I ask him to. If that cold man Haoyan wants to admit that Ma is his girlfriend, he'll have to wait until 800 years later. But anyone can see that he treats Ma very differently and he doesn't treat other women well. Listening to them explaining to him one by one, Liu Dongfeng slowly lowered his eyes to cover his thoughts. I was going to mention your matter today, but I can only do it another day. Ouyang Yi scratched his hair irritably. Liu Dongfeng smiled indifferently. He didn't expect Leng Haoyan in the first place, but he didn't want to reject the kindness of several brothers. Leng Haoyan frowned, sitting in the car, playing with his mobile phone in his hand, with a confusion in his eyes that he had never had before. Second young master, are you going back? Madam had been calling to urge him just now. She had called the second young master more than 5 times. It must be something urgent. But why did the second young master not look anxious at all and was in a trance all the time? The driver's words interrupted Leng Haoyan's train of thought. He glared at him coldly, and the driver quickly retracted his neck. Leng Haoyan thought about it, straightened the phone, and just as he was about to call, the phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, his hand paused, but he just touched the answer button. He pursed his lips slightly, 然后 his face slightly condensed. After thinking about it, he still put the phone to his ear, and then a series of voices rang in his ears like thunder. Haoyan, why haven't you come back yet? Do you know that the wild woman is here with her son to make trouble again? Come back soon to save your mother's face. What kind of mistress can be so arrogant? It's okay to squeeze the main wife to the position, but she also calls the main wife a wild woman. Leng Haoyan listened to her words without changing his expression and never said a word. At the end, he coldly said, I'm busy at work. After that, he hung up the phone. Leng Haoyan threw the phone aside, leaned on the back seat, crossed his hands on the back of his head, and closed his eyes. After closing his eyes for a while, the phone still didn't ring. He slowly opened his eyes with sarcasm in his eyes and curled his lips in self-mockery. If he hadn't known his value to them long ago, why would he still have expectations? Get out of the car. Leng Haoyan gently rubbed his temples, and a few indescribable things appeared on his hard face. He ordered the driver. The driver paused and hurriedly opened the door and got out. In the narrow space, he could clearly feel the cold air on Leng Haoyan's body. Even the temperature in the air dropped several degrees. Naturally, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Leng Haoyan changed to the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, started the car, flew out like an arrow, and rushed away all the way. Tian Shiyu saw the only couple in the middle of the dance floor before she entered the hall. Tian Shengze is in his prime, and because of years of fitness, his figure has not shown any signs of gaining weight. As it is a wedding, he looks a lot younger. He keeps staring at his wife in his arms, with an unusually bright smile on his face. Fu Wanxin is 35 years old, and she is very well maintained. She looks noble and elegant. When she goes out with Qian Shiman, people often think they are sisters. Seeing her husband looking at her in front of so many people, she blushes slightly with shame and keeps her head down like a young woman in her 20s. Many people around are making a fuss and teasing this old couple. She tilted her head, a little absent-minded. When she was a child, there was a party at home, and her father either hugged or held her hand, and her mother stood by. How happy their family was. But what about now? Tian Shiyu's eyes disappeared from the dais, and she walked over coldly. A waiter passed by her with a glass of red wine. Tian Shiyu's eyes sank, and her little hand instantly threw it out. Pop! The wine glass was thrown far away, and the loud noise startled everyone present. A few timid ones had already screamed, and those who were close to them hid to the sides. The waiter was still holding the plate, standing there in a daze. Tian Shi turned his wrist and looked at the man and woman who had been startled. With his mouth covered and his head tilted, he just stared at them straight. Yan Er, no, it's Yu Er. Qian Shengze turned his head and saw Qian Shiyu. He was stunned for a moment, and then he came back to his senses and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Yu Er, why are you back? Fu Wanxin was also a little surprised. She glanced at the mess on the ground and narrowed her narrow eyes. But when she looked over, her face was filled with her usual gentleness and she smiled at her in a friendly manner. Tian Shi stared at the woman next to him, anger burning in her clear eyes. Yu Er. Qian Shengze walked over quickly, very excited and happy. He looked her up and down a few times, and then exclaimed with relief, Yu Er has grown up. I used to think that she looked similar to Yan in photos, but I didn't expect them to be so similar. Tian Shengze touched Qian Shiyu's head. Why didn't you tell Daddy when you came back so that Daddy could pick you up? Qian Shiyu curled her lips, suppressing the pain in her heart, and her voice came out of her nose. I heard that I had a younger brother, so I rushed back overnight. Qian Shengze's face froze, looking at his rebellious daughter. It's a good thing that Miss Tian is back. A noble lady stood up and looked at Qian Shiyu. Everyone in the room was wearing expensive suits and dresses. Her cheap goods were particularly conspicuous here. The noble lady couldn't help but frown, as if it was glaring, and looked at the ground. But why did you break things as soon as you came back? She didn't want to get involved in the Qian family's affairs, but she was close just now, and the red wine spilled on her skirt, but the person involved didn't even apologize. Mistress. Song, my daughter. I just walked too fast and accidentally bumped into it. Qian Shengze was about to explain, but Qian Shiyu took over the conversation, raised her chin, and spread her hands indifferently. She was at the back at the time. Except for the waiter, she didn't believe that anyone else saw it. Thinking of this, he gave a warning glance to the waiter who was looking at him in amazement. Besides, I don't think it's a bad thing if everything goes well. Mistress. Song and the other ladies, I'm so sorry. Fu Wanxian apologized. I'll go with you to change clothes. Miss Sus. Song was now the only one who was splashed with red wine. Several other people also glared at Qian Shiyu, but they didn't stand up because they felt it was not worth offending the future successor of the Qian family for such a small matter. Miss Sus. Song glanced at Qian Shiyu, who was still unruly, and her impression of her was extremely bad, but she didn't pester him anymore. With a cold face, she nodded to Fu Wanxian and followed her upstairs. The cat cries over the rat with false mercy. Qian Shiyu's voice was neither loud nor soft, but the hall was relatively silent at this time, and her words were even more terrifying. Yuer. Qian Shengze scolded her in a low voice, blaming her for her ignorance. Tian Shiyu glanced at him coldly, turned her head away, and slowly bared her teeth. She couldn't stand it, and there was more to come. Tian Shiyu's words made Fu Wanxian, who was greeting the ladies, stiffen her face and stagnate. She smiled awkwardly at the people next to her, but she didn't want to explain anything and continued to walk. However, Fu Wanxian didn't care, but someone couldn't stand it. Madame Song held the handrail, turned around, and looked down at Qian Shiyu with obvious disgust on her face. Miss Tian, what are you talking about? Of course it's human words. Before Qian Shengze could stop her, Tian Shiyu blurted out and said how to her disdainfully. This person is really a nosy person. It's not his own business, but he cares so much. He's really bored. Tian Shiyu didn't know that is Miss Sus. Song, who had a strong sense of justice, had a deep connection with her, but it could only be said that the two of them were born to be wrong, so that she would get angry every time she saw her later. You Miss Sus. Song was so angry that she hadn't met such a girl in so many years. If it was her daughter, she would have said, Yuer, don't be so rude. Na. Qian Shengze pulled her behind him and bowed to Miss Sus. Song to apologize, Miss Sus. Song, my daughter is still young, please forgive me for the offense. Where is that? Qian Shiyu poked her head out from behind again. I just heard that if there is a stepmother, there will be a stepfather, so I wanted to try my dad. It seems that I saw too much. Qian Shiyu said, holding Qian Shengze's arm, holding his clothes tightly, glaring at him with gritted teeth. The facts prove that, Dad, you are indeed my real dad. Qian Shengze's face flushed red. He felt that he couldn't hold his face when his daughter said this in front of so many people. He was ashamed. Enough. Miss Sus. Song couldn't stand this kind of rude and unreasonable person, so she walked past a group of people and stomped upstairs. Tian Shiyu shrugged her nose, very dissatisfied with her withdrawal at the last minute. Didn't she know that she was just looking for trouble? Thinking of this, she raised her eyebrows and her gaze suddenly turned to Fu Wanxian. Her sharp eyes shot at her like a knife. Just when Fu Wanxin thought she would say something to her again, her gaze turned to Qian Shengze again with a cold look. Dad, where is your son? Qian Shengze's eyes trembled. He really couldn't stand his daughter's tyranny. He took her hand and patted it gently. Yu'er, you must be tired, or… I'm not tired. Qian Shiyu tilted her head and said it very decisively. Looking at the wrinkled clothes she caught, she smoothed it out casually and continued the previous topic. Isn't today his 100-day banquet? Where is he? To be honest, I am an incompetent sister. I only knew about his existence yesterday. Qian Shiyu was gritting her teeth in her heart, but her face was calm and her words were very soft and gentle. She didn't know that every word she said touched Qian Shengze's heart. He knew he shouldn't hide it from her, but Wanxin kept begging him at that time, so he softened his heart and agreed considering Qian Shiyu's hot temper. He had wanted to tell her tonight, but she had known the news in advance. Now hearing her questioning, his already guilty heart became even more unbearable. 然后, as he spoke, Fu Wanxin asked the servant to take them upstairs first, and then she went downstairs, walked to the opposite side of Qian Shiyu, stood on the other side of Qian Shengze, smiled at her, and said softly, Yu'er, Kang just fell asleep, so I put him upstairs first. If you want to see him, I'll hold him upstairs for you when he wakes up, okay? Fu Wanxin is well known for her good temper in this circle. She is gentle and virtuous. She has never been seen with a black face, and other people have a good impression of her. It's just that Qian Shiyu can't stand her hypocrisy and affectation. Although she has never been cold to her, I'm afraid she must be thinking about how to deal with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have persuaded her father with that old woman to send her away. Qian Shiyu thought about it and smiled at her. While she was stunned, his face fell again. Not good. Yu'er. Qian Shengze saw that Fu Wanxin's face was frozen and called out softly, pulling her sleeve. He was very nervous that she would make a scene, and there was a plea in his eyes. He didn't want the family to be upset. Especially with so many people watching, what would people think? Qian Shiyu grabbed his arm tightly and stared at him, dissatisfied with his protection. Dad, Mom. Just as Qian Shiyu was staring at Qian Shengze, a slightly childish voice came. Qian Shiyu turned her head and saw a delicate girl running in from outside, looking a little flustered. She may not have noticed the silence in the whole place. She ran over like a fly, squeezed Qian Shiyu aside, and threw herself into the arms of the two. Dad, Mom. Qian Shiyu let out a deep breath, looking at the little girl who squeezed her out of the position and suddenly felt itchy again. When Qian Shiyu was 5 years old, Tian Shiman was only 1 year old. She ran towards her with a staggering gait, calling her sister incoherently. She pushed her, and Qian Shiman's forehead hit the table leg directly. Blood immediately flowed down her forehead. A scar was left on her forehead that year. Maybe she had an operation. Now it looks like a crescent-shaped mark, which is very cute. When Qian Shiyu was 7 years old, Tian Shiman was 3 years old. She was sitting by the swimming pool in a daze. Tian Shiman ignored the servant's obstruction and cried and made a fuss to squeeze over. The servant had no choice but to take her over. Tian Shiyu was missing her mother at the time and was furious with her quarrel. She ran to her to join in the fun. Tian Shiyu was so angry that she pushed her again, stood up and turned around. Later, she found out that the servant could not swim. 那个钱氏曼 was already dead when she was rescued, and her whole face was bruised. If the servant hadn't been quick-witted and inserted 2 fingers into her throat to revive her, she might not be alive now. However, because it was winter, the root of the disease remained. Tian Shiman developed asthma at that time. It is said that this matter caused a big fuss at the time and was even reported in the newspapers. Because of this, Tian Shiyu was sent abroad when she was 7 years old. She stayed there for 11 years and refused to come back no matter what. She never even called Qian Shengze. If she hadn't heard about this, she would not know when she would return to China. Tian Shiyu lowered her head and looked at the floor carelessly. She rubbed her thumb and index finger a few times, and her eyes were dark without a trace of light. So that woman was really fake. Her daughter was almost killed by her, but she still smiled and talked to her. Tianshima rubbed against Qian Shengze's arms for a few times. It seemed that she was finally able to vent her nervousness and fear. She sobbed and said, "Brother Xiang scared Ma Er, don't pay attention to him anymore." Then she raised her little face and pouted, shaking Qian Shengze's arm, looking at her parents aggrievedly. There was a tear on her eyelashes that was trembling. She was really scared just now. Tian Shengze's eyes were always on Qian Shiyu, and he was a little absent-minded. Even if he heard Qian Shiman's words clearly, he would not worry about the children he had watched grow up, and he forced a comforting smile to Qian Shiman. Tian Shiman was stunned, a little confused about the situation, but her face did not hide her sadness. "That you don't care about Ma Er anymore." Tian Shiman's mouth was getting higher and higher, and she felt a little depressed. Fu Wanxin glanced at Qian Shengze, who had no other thoughts, and took over the topic for him. She touched Qian Shiman's head and asked lovingly, "Why did brother Xiang scare Ma Er? Is Ma Er naughty?" Qian Shiman pouted, her eyelashes trembled again, and her lips moved, as if she was reluctant to mention it. Finally, when she saw her parents looking at her, she muttered, "Ma Er is not naughty, brother Xiang, tell ghost stories." She felt a little aggrieved when she thought about it. He was as scary as a ghost story. She would never pay attention to him again. She hated him. Tian Shiyu sneered, "Ghost stories? Nah. How ridiculous." The crisp laughter was very loud, and the atmosphere froze again. Tian Shima only felt that something was wrong around her at this time. She raised her head from Qian Shengze's arms in confusion and turned to Qian Shiyu, who was standing next to her. Tian Shiyu is 18 years old this year, and Qian Shima is 14 years old, but Qian Shiyu is a head taller than her. Even if Qian Shiyu's clothes are not so slim, they still can't hide her proud curves. On the contrary, Tian Shima is really a little girl. Not only her face looks tender, but also her expression is pure and innocent. 然后 seeing her looking at her, Tian Shiyu narrowed her eyes, and the malice release made Qian Shiman subconsciously curl up in Qian Shengze's arms. Does she not like her? Tian Shiman came to a conclusion from her unkind eyes. She made a bitter face and her little hands involuntarily played with the buttons on her father's clothes. This was the first time Qian Shiman had seen Qian Shiyu in her memory. Even though she had sensitively felt that someone didn't like her before, no one had ever expressed it to her so bluntly. Her face showed hatred for herself and a little ridicule. Why did so many people want to make Ma Er unhappy today? Tian Shiman thought to herself, and her mood, which had been somewhat relieved, became a little depressed. There was also someone who didn't like her, 然后 her brother Hao Yan. When I first met him, he was very fierce and cold. At that time, there was a knife scar on his face, and his face was covered with blood. It was very scary. Later, he still liked Ma Er very much. Tian Shiman blinked. Could she understand that this sister just didn't understand Ma Er? After thinking it through, she raised her little head, looked at her without blinking, and smiled at her sweetly as if to win her favor. Fu Wanxin patted Qian Shiman's head with the tenderness of a mother facing her daughter and softly ordered, "Ma Er, this is your sister, call her sister." Huh? Qian Shiman said in confusion, blinked twice, but immediately called sweetly as she was told, "Sister." I don't have a sister. Qian Shiyu's words came out almost at the same time as her and glared at them fiercely, especially at Qian Shiman, threatening and warning, wanting her to admit that they were mother and daughter. Impossible. Tian Shiman was stunned and shrank her neck because of her glare. She was a little embarrassed, her eyes dimmed, and she looked at her sadly, but those smart eyes clearly asked, "What did I say wrong?" Tian Shiyu snorted again with disdain. Even though she looked very cute and her sweet smile just now made even a hard-hearted person like her soften her heart, she never admitted that she had a sister. Tian Shiyu gritted her teeth and was about to warn her not to call her sister in the future. Tian Shengze, who had been silent all the time, finally stopped their conversation and patted her hand. 玉儿, can we talk about it later? 钱世玉 suddenly turned her head to him, like a rooster ready to fight at any time, but when she saw the tiredness on Qian Shengze's face, her heart softened instantly. Maybe she had been angry with him for more than 10 years, angry that he betrayed this family even if everything was not what he wanted. Angry that he sent her away, even if she was also wrong in it. But he is her father after all. She can be cruel when she can't see him, but she can't let it go when she sees him. In the past 10 years, she has also thought about coming back, but her father no longer belongs to her and her family is not a family, so why should she come back? If she hadn't accidentally discovered the clues of the past, perhaps she would have been kept in the dark too, Tian Shiman thought, shooting a sharp look at Fu Wanxin. She would find evidence sooner or later. Fu Wanxin met Qian Shiyu's eyes, her heart skipped a beat, she felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to her heart, she came to her senses and found it funny. A little kid, she was actually scared by her eyes. Tian Shiyu retracted her gaze, biting her lower lip tightly. There was a long time to come, she would slowly settle accounts with her and Dad, even if she hated him. She had to admit that there was always a place for him in her heart. Tian Shengze saw that she was ferocious again. He held her hand tightly, fearing that she would be impulsive again, and whispered to her, 玉儿. Qian Shiyu glanced at Tian Shengze with a nervous face. She was almost angry to death. Did he still think that she would live in peace with them? Regardless of whether my mother's death was related to that woman, stepmothers and stepdaughters have always been incompatible. She was still young at the time, and she looked at her coldly, but that woman also did a lot of small things in private. Now I think about it, she is definitely not a simple woman and her mind is terrible. However, it is not without clues. Tian Shiyu thought about it and glanced at her again, narrowed her eyes, and revealed murderous intent. 那个 Tian Shengze stood directly in front of her to block her sight. His whole body was stiff and tense. She rolled her eyes at him with contempt. He really thought she was a child and had no sense at all. She would not be stupid enough to fight with her. Tian Shiyu took a step back and looked around. She found that no matter whether they were celebrities or business elites, they all looked nonchalant, but their peripheral vision swept over them privately. She peeled the corner of her mouth slightly and looked at Qian Shengze again. Okay, I'll go upstairs first, we'll talk later. After that, she put out her hand, without saying hello to anyone present, walked past them, held the handrail, and went upstairs. Tian Shiman was completely ignored by them. When she saw Qian Shiyu leaving, she pouted her little mouth slightly, looked at her father aggrievedly, and her clear eyes were full of hurt. It was a pity that Qian Shengze was in a mess, lowering his eyes to sort out his thoughts, and never saw her grievance. Tian Shiman felt a pain in her heart and slowly lowered her head. Brother Shengze. Fu Wanxin gently tugged at his sleeve and looked at him worriedly. Tian Shengze came back to his senses, smiled at her in a soothing way. And then, said to the guests in the room apologetically, everyone, please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Mr. Tian, you are too polite. Yes, yes. Even though they could see the discord in the Qian family, the people present still gave Qian Shengze this face and pretended to be stupid. Tian Shiman glanced at her parents who were entertaining the guests. Even a simple person like her could see that her father was absent-minded. At first, she really didn't know where this sister came from, but her father's attitude and the name he called her made her realize that she was her half-sister. Tian Shiman remembered that when she was still young, Tian Shengze held her on his knees and looked at Qian Shiyu's photos. While teaching her to call her sister, he told her to love her sister and that he would take her to play, accompany her, and protect her. She also looked forward to her sister and expected her to have a companion. But it was all a lie. Just like her mother said, she didn't like her at all and even hated her and detested her. And there is that, he doesn't care about her anymore now that he has a sister. She doesn't want to like her anymore. Tian Shiman sniffed and lowered her head in sadness. 曼儿，little 曼儿. Several noisy voices came. Tian Shiman thinking stagnated, and she turned around in surprise, but she didn't see the figure she was expecting. Her face was so depressed and her shoulders slumped. Tian Shiyu was walking to the corner of the stairs, and when she heard a familiar voice, she retracted her foot that had already stepped into the air, and looked sideways with the handrail. Tian Shiyu frowned unconsciously. After Li Han and the others nodded to Qian Shengze, they surrounded Qian Shiman, not knowing how conspicuous their bruised faces were. Man er, even if you treat them differently, you can't be so obvious. Li Han glanced at the hall. There were many people there, and he didn't deliberately publicize it. He ran to her and complained about her immorality. She was very happy when she turned around just now, but when she saw that there were only them, her face immediately became bitter. It was too disrespectful to them. Brother Ouyang, Brother Xiang, Brother Liu. Qian Shiman forced a smile at them, but she looked uninterested. His little princess is sad. She must have seen her fierce sister. Ouyang Yi was about to ask, but Li Han had already spoken angrily. What's wrong? Who bullied our little princess? Tell me, Brother Li will beat her for you. Li Han clenched his fists and showed her the muscles on his arms. He gritted his teeth and stared, looking ferocious, and he also looked like he was ready to fight with someone. Tian Shiman looked at his funny look, her eyebrows curved, the corners of her mouth curled up, and her whole body regained vitality. 然后 seeing that she was finally not as sad as before, Li Han grinned and retracted his arm. Ouyang Yi, who was standing next to him, also breathed a sigh of relief and punched Li Han from behind. You guys are still good at it. There are a lot of tricks to coax girls. Liu Dongfeng stood quietly behind her, smiling slightly but still standing there without any sense of presence. Tian Shiman also knew that they were teasing her, and her heart warmed up. She shook her head, put aside her previous unhappiness, and slowly walked to the side and sat down. She was not as lively as usual, but she seemed very calm. Why are you back again? Where is Brother Hao Yan? Brother Hao Yan? Tian Shiyu leaned against the handrail, lowered her head and played with her fingernails. She was at the corner of the stairs, blocked by the horizontal ceiling, and had no awareness of eavesdropping. When she heard the name, the person who was with the few people downstairs today naturally emerged in her mind. Was she the one that the person mentioned? Tian Shiyu's eyes moved to Qian Shiman involuntarily, but he just glanced and suddenly retracted them. Oh my god. Tian Shiyu raised a middle finger to herself. She was really sick. Why was she standing here to eavesdrop on these things? When did she become so bored? Tian Shiyu shook her head vigorously, sweeping away some inexplicable thoughts in her mind, and slowly took steps to climb the stairs. The discussion downstairs did not stop just because Qian Shiyu did not eavesdrop. We met. It's like this. Li Han directly nudged Ouyang Yi with his elbow and pushed him aside. The banquet is not over yet, and we didn't say hello to Uncle Qiang and the others. We thought it was impolite to leave without saying anything, so we came back. As for Hao Yan, you also know that he is now a manager. He is busy, so he left first. Busy? Okay. Her brother Hao Yan is very busy. Even her brother's 100-day banquet was not agreed to come until she begged him for a long time. But she is not happy now, and she really hopes to have him with her. Thinking of this, Tian Shiman picked out the juice beside her depressedly and drank it. She wanted to drink just now, and her hand reached for the wine glass, but was stared at by the people next to her and turned away. Tian Shiman drank 2 sips, thinking of his explanation for coming back just now. Her little face was full of contempt for him. Brother Li, you lie so badly. In the past, they came and left, and they didn't say hello to their fathers. Now, don't you think it's too late to say it's impolite? You've seen all this. Li Han touched his nose pretending to be embarrassed, and it was a little difficult to speak. Actually. Huh? Qian Shiman tilted her head in confusion. This scene was rare for her big brother Li, who was thicker skinned than the city wall. Oh. Li Han finally stomped his feet. Just now I fell in love with a girl, but it was the first time we met and I was embarrassed to ask for her phone number. So I just wanted to come and see her. As he said, he pointed at Qian Shiman. His eyes widened. Don't laugh at me. Oh. Qian Shiman quickly covered her mouth and nodded vigorously in cooperation, but as soon as she nodded, she burst out laughing and hurriedly covered her mouth. Her face turned red. Tian Shiman first met Li Han when she was 6 years old. At that time, he called her a little beauty all the time and even robbed her home phone number. Now, he said he was embarrassed to ask for it. Can she understand that he is going backwards? Li Han was smart that he made Qian Shiman laugh. Ouyang Yi was very dissatisfied with him for saying these things. Wasn't it just to ask if she had seen her sister? Was it necessary to go so far? Ouyang Yi was thinking. Li Han finally asked the point. Has Ma seen any strange girls? Strange. Qian Shiman thought about it and shook her head affirmatively. No. Qian Shengze didn't want to make it too grand, so he invited people who were close to him. Tian Shiman had met them all. Some of them were her classmates and friends, but they all had curfews and left very early. Huh? That little hot pepper didn't come. No way. By the way, my sister is back. Before they could think clearly, Tian Shiman lowered her head and spoke solemnly. She felt stuffy in her chest and wanted to find someone to talk to. Li Han's eyes widened instantly and he wanted to ask what happened next. Tian Shiman seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and then she said, but she doesn't like me. As she was speaking, a burst of hurried footsteps came from upstairs, followed by the sound of heavy dong-dong-dong coming down the stairs, and Qian Shiyu rushed down with an angry face. Tian Shiyu stood 2 or 3 steps from the ground and stopped because the whole place was dark. The spotlight circled around and finally swept towards her, directly reflecting the anger on her face. Everyone present turned their eyes to her. She suppressed her anger again and again, glanced around, and was a little confused about this inexplicable situation. But fortunately, she was patient enough at this time and didn't lose her temper on the spot. Originally, Tian Shengze didn't want to continue, but it was not easy to dismiss the guests in advance. He wanted to end the dinner early, so he asked people to start early. But something went wrong in the middle, and the spotlight ran to his daughter, who came downstairs again. The corners of his mouth twitched. His daughter was born to be the focus. Tian Shengze saw her angry face. His heart tightened, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. He left his wife and walked over. What's going on? Ouyang Yi couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He was frightened by this. Li Han slapped him on the head. How embarrassing. He looked at Qian Shiman, who was also stunned, and asked carefully, Ma, is this your sister? Is she here to cause trouble? The program was originally prepared to congratulate Qian Shengze and his wife on their happy marriage, but it was not adjusted properly and was directly projected onto Qian Shiyu. Tian Shiyu instantly became the focus of everyone, but her face was extremely bad. It was obvious that she was looking for trouble. Tian Shiman stood up, pouting her mouth, not hiding her unhappiness at all. This is my brother's 100-day banquet. Although it is almost over and my brother has been carried upstairs, the blessings to my parents are not over yet. Now it's messed up. Humph, it's all the fault of those who did it. And sister, Tian Shiman hurried to Fu Wanxin, holding her mother's hand, as if whispering, and asked nervously, Mom, why did my sister come down again? Fu Wanxin's face was gloomy for a moment, but immediately turned bright, patted Qian Shiman's hand, pointed at Li Han and others. Ma, go play with your brothers. I'll go and see. Then he took Qian Shiman's hand and walked forward. No, I'll go too. Qian Shiman was unwilling to be left behind, so she followed. Li Han also wanted to join in the fun, but was pulled aside by the 2 people around him. It's other people's business, let's not join in the fun. At this time, the spotlight was turned off, and the lights were turned on again. Tian Shengze came in front of her and asked with concern, Yu'er, what's wrong? 钱世玉 didn't want to go down, just looked down at him and asked coldly, "What's wrong with the door lock of my room?" She was still carrying a small bag with the key to her previous door, but she found that the key could not be unlocked when it was inserted. After a careful look, he found that the door had been changed, which meant that the door lock had also been changed. Tian Shiyu clenched her fists. Don't tell her that her room was occupied by someone otherwise. Tian Shengze breathed a sigh of relief. He walked up, took her hand, and pulled her down so that the two of them would not attract so much attention. He explained to her the door lock is just broken, so Dad asked someone to change it. Don't worry, Dad won't let others touch your things. Qian Shengze knew how much Qian Shiyu valued her personal belongings. Even though she was still young at the time, she didn't ask anyone to clean the room or put things away. If she hadn't gone abroad, she wouldn't let anyone clean her room. He knew all this, so he naturally wouldn't violate her taboos. But when these words reached Fu Wanxian and the others, they meant something else. Fu Wanxian felt a pain in her heart. Even though they had been married for 14 years, he still kept his dead ex-wife's room and his daughters, and didn't let anyone touch them. What should she think? She had done so much for this family and had given birth to a son and a daughter for him. 然后? Was there nothing worth his concern? 然后? Or was she always no match for a dead person? She clenched her hands suddenly, her nails dug into her flesh, and then she loosened them quickly when she remembered something. She gently brushed her palms. She lowered her eyes slightly, with a sneer on her lips. The person was already dead, so how could he compete with her? As for her daughter and her things, Tian Shiman was stunned. When she was young, she used to play hide and seek at home, but there were always one or two rooms that had never been opened. She was very curious. Once, she saw the door open and wanted to go in to take a look. However, she was carried out by the servant as soon as she walked to the door, and the door was locked immediately. She was very curious at the time, and this door really roused her interest. So when no one was around, she sneaked into the servant's room, took the spare key, brought a small stool, and opened the door. She was only 5 years old at the time, and she had some experience in doing such mischievous things. Although she fiddled with it for a long time, she still opened the door. She regarded this action as an adventure, but when she entered, she found that there was nothing fun and it was quite boring. The reason why she remembered it so clearly was that she went in with the only key, but she was locked in. There was no small stool in the room, and she couldn't move other things. She couldn't reach the door lock, and she cried anxiously, but the soundproofing effect of the room was very good, and no one heard it. She cried and wheezed, and almost died in it. Later, wheezing directly turned into asthma. At that time, everyone in the room was looking for her. If the small stool at the door had not been seen by someone, Fu Wanxian would have broken into the door without hesitation, and I'm afraid something would have really happened. Afterwards, 然后 her father turned his face to her and repeatedly warned her not to go in again. Because of this painful lesson, of course she never went in again. But she always saw that her father was too worried about her. Tian Shiman bit her lip and lowered her head. Could it be that her father blamed her for entering her sister's room and touching her sister's things? Tian Shiman felt that she couldn't breathe. She was startled and hurriedly adjusted her breathing. She didn't want to be treated as a sickly person. Tian Shiyu saw that he didn't seem to be lying, and her resentment eased. Then she raised her eyebrows and asked, "Where is Uncle Fu?" Uncle Fu is the housekeeper of the family. He has watched her grow up since she was a child. Tian Shiyu has never called Qian Shengze, but she often contacts Uncle Fu, and her only spare key was also handed over to Uncle Fu. She hasn't seen him for so long since she came back, and she is a little worried. Uncle Fu has arthritis, so I let him rest first. You will go to see him tomorrow. Don't disturb him today. Leave the key in the old place. The old place. Okay. Forgive his mistake this time. Tian Shengze saw that her face eased, smiled slightly, and touched her head. His daughter was still very reasonable and didn't lose her temper for no reason. Tian Shiyu tilted her head and tried to avoid it but failed. She felt embarrassed and felt like a puppy being stroked. Her expression was a little unnatural and her eyes were a little erratic. Seeing that her father was still smiling at her, she glared at him immediately, turned stiffly and went upstairs. Tian Shiman, who just felt her mood eased a little, looked up and glanced casually, and saw that her father had used his patent on someone else. She blinked and a sentence like a spell emerged in her mind. As long as she comes back, she will take away everything that belongs to you. Tian Shiman was startled and her face turned pale as paper in an instant. She quickly stopped thinking, her mother is the best mother in the world. This sentence was an accident. Yes, it was definitely an accident. Tian Shiman thought of her mother's kindness to her and finally suppressed the expression on her mother's face when she said this, but would she take away everything that belongs to her? Tian Shiman looked up and looked at her father. The banquet was considered over and the ladies who had changed their clothes upstairs also came down. Many people left tactfully, including Miss Sass. Song Hu was bumped by Qian Shiyu when she went downstairs. However, she left angrily and even left without saying hello to acquaintances. Tian Shengze saw them off, and soon there were only a few people left in the hall. Li Han covered his face and cleared his cough, and said uncomfortably, "Uncle Qiang, then we." "Well, let's go." Qian Shengze waved at them, "Uncle won't see you off." Li Han frowned, and Ouyang Yijun blushed. This was a direct order to leave. Liu Dongfeng pulled them aside without changing his expression and nodded politely to Qian Shengze, "Uncle Qiang will leave first." Glancing at the unhappy Qian Shiman and pulling the two people who were still in a daze to slip away, Tian Shengze spoke again, "Don't come with injuries on your face in the future. It will scare Maynard." He touched his face subconsciously. It was a little painful and he was instantly ashamed. They knew how much Qian Shengze doted on Qian Shiman. If they said that they had a fight in front of her, would it not be so easy to talk to? Now the few people were even more speechless and ran away in shame. Tian Shengze only noticed that his youngest daughter was unhappy at this time. He frowned and thought carefully. It seemed that he had ignored his youngest daughter tonight because his eldest daughter came back. He couldn't help but nod his head. He was really a failure as a father. "Ma." Qian Shengze walked up to her and gently held her in his arms. "Daddy's little baby was wrong." Qian Shiman's nose was sore and tears almost fell. She buried her little head in Qian Shengze's arms and murmured softly with a nasal tone, "Dad." "Yeah. Dad is here." Qian Shengze patted her shoulder and responded, "This girl is really wrong, otherwise she wouldn't be so quiet." Fu Wanxian saw this scene and smiled slightly. Thinking that her son should wake up, she went upstairs quietly to leave enough space for the father and daughter. After a moment of silence, Tian Shengze took Qian Shiman's little hand, sat on the sofa beside him, and rubbed her little head. "Tell Dad, what's wrong with Ma?" Qian Shiman's eyes were red, her nose was a little red, and her little head was drooping. She looked depressed. She didn't want to answer when she heard Qian Shengze's words. Qian Shengze emphasized and patted her little face. "Ma doesn't like Daddy anymore." You don't tell Daddy when you have something on your mind." "No." Qian Shiman pouted aggressively, angry that he was the first to complain. "It's obviously Daddy. He doesn't want Ma anymore since he has sister." As she spoke, tears flowed down her cheeks. "Daddy doesn't love Ma anymore." Who said that? Daddy loves Ma the most." Qian Shengze wiped away Qian Shiman's eyes with heartache. "Sister just came back, and besides, Sister has some misunderstandings about Mom and Dad. The misunderstanding has not been resolved yet, so Daddy ignored Ma." "Really? Daddy won't abandon Ma?" Qian Shiman wiped away her tears quickly, looking up at her innocent little face and asked expectantly, "这个? Of course not. You and your sister are both my father's children. We are a family. How could my father not want you?" Qian Shengze sighed helplessly in his heart. His eldest daughter was abroad and he only had this daughter by his side, so he overeducated his youngest daughter. She is already 14 years old, but she is still so naive and sensitive. I don't know if it is good or bad. Fortunately, she is a person who says what she thinks. However, I don't know if it is right to leave her to the boy from the Long family. Ma, don't you like your sister? Yu just came back. Apart from her bad attitude, she didn't do anything excessive. Ma shouldn't have any opinion on Yu, right? It's my sister who doesn't like Ma. Qian Shiman snorted and turned her head away. It was obviously she who was mean to her first and said that she had no sister. Tian Shengze put his arm around Qian Shiman's shoulders, looked into her eyes, and said very seriously, sister has been alone abroad for more than 10 years. So she will naturally have some complaints, but then knows that sister is very kind and soft-hearted. One day, she will like Maynard and accept Maynard. Is Maynard willing to give sister time? Qian Shiman shrugged her nose, lowered her head and thought for a while, and still asked uncertainly, but, will sister really accept me? Yes, believe that. Qian Shengze smiled. Yu looked very wild and unreasonable, but apart from hating his wife, he did not say anything excessive to Maynard, which meant that in her heart she knew that she was not guilty of anything other than Maynard. Maynard was so cute, I believe Yu will accept her sooner or later. As for the conflict between Yu and Wanxin, Tian Shengze held his forehead with his hand, feeling a little headache. Tian Shiman saw her brother, said good night to Qian Shengze as usual, and returned to her room happily. Just as she returned to the room, her face fell, her head drooped, and she fell headfirst onto the bed, hugging her big white bear and rolling around on the bed for a few times. And finally she sighed while hugging it, 大白, how good it would be if my sister didn't come back. In this way, she wouldn't have so many worries, and she wouldn't have to worry so much. Tian Shiman hugged the big white bear, woo. She wanted to think about nothing, but she couldn't disobey her father's words. How could she make her sister like her? This is really a problem. 大白, how can I make my sister like me? She pinched the big white bear's nose with her little hand, pouted her little mouth, tilted her head to think, and for a long time, she helplessly lay on the big white bear. And she couldn't think of it. She turned her side to the pink mobile phone lying silently on the bed, bit her lower lip lightly, slowly stretched out her hand, grabbed the phone in her hand, and gently swiped the unlock button, but in her little head she was thinking, Brother Hao Yan, are you asleep? The room was cold, and Leng Hao Yan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a cold body. Lin Yao is his girlfriend, but she is the girlfriend he uses to confuse his family. He has never touched her. Today, he took her to the old house, and when he came back, she followed him all the time. She stood aside and became more and more indignant. She stretched out her hand to hug him, but he gave her a cold glance and stopped in mid-air. Lang Haoyan never let anyone touch her, but today, the woman couldn't hide her disappointment on her face. She had been with him for several years, but she was not as good as a little kid. Lang Haoyan has never been a long-lasting person, but he is a cold man who never speaks to women. In addition, she is tactful, so she has stayed with him for so long, but today she is a little out of control. If he makes up his mind to get married, he will definitely break up with her, so what should she do? She has loved him for so many years and has been inseparable from him for a long time. She doesn't want to be abandoned by him. Thinking of Qian Shengze's implicit mention today and thinking of Qian Shiman circling around him tonight, but he did not refuse, she stuck to him. She hugged him tightly, looking up at him with a gasp. Yan, are you really going to marry that little girl? Is her figure as good as mine? Is she pretty? As she spoke, she put Leng Haoyan's hand on her body and complained coquettishly, Yan, what's so good about that little girl? But Leng Haoyan's eyes suddenly became extremely cold as a glacier that had not melted for thousands of years, and he ordered coldly, Get out. Yan. The woman panicked and hurriedly hugged him from behind. How could she forget that he would never allow any mention of his private affairs? She leaned her face against his back, pouted agreeably, Yan, I was wrong. Unfortunately, Lang Haoyan's cold and handsome face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost at this time. He vigorously shook off her arm that was entangled with him again, turned his head, and his voice was extremely cold. Get out. His cold eyes shot at her as if to freeze her whole body. The woman's heart sank. She didn't dare to entangle anymore and hurriedly pushed the door and left. The night was slightly cool and the light on the fingertips was bright or dim. Lang Haoyan stood in front of the huge French window, staring at the neon lights outside in a daze, thinking about what Qian Shengze said to him privately tonight. Haoyan, I think you also understand Mainer's mind. If you just treat her as a sister, then please tell her clearly as soon as possible. If you like her, please treat her well. I believe you will make Mare happy. Qian Shengze once saved his life and took good care of him for so many years. It was reasonable that he shouldn't refuse his request. But happiness? He didn't know what happiness was now. 就是, how could he talk about giving happiness to others? And there was Man 就是 the little girl who had been following him and calling Haoyan brother for so many years, had grown up but a sister as a wife. Lang Haoyan closed his eyes and frowned. He seemed to still be a little bit unable to accept it. Maybe I can find a good husband for her and hand her over to him. 然后? He thought about it and bit his cigarette. But who should I find? Someone with the surname Xiang. He shook his head. He was too incompetent and had a dark mentality. He was not suitable. Lang Haoyan slowly considered the people around her, but he felt a headache when he thought about the girl's feelings for him. At first, he thought she was still young and had some personal worship, but when Qian Shengze mentioned it tonight, he suddenly realized that he was wrong when he saw her shy face. If he was not afraid that she would be sad, maybe he would refuse directly. Find a time to make it clear to her. Tian Shiman stared at the same mobile phone for a long time, but she couldn't press it out. Finally, she took her clothes and took a shower in boredom. But after taking a shower, she lay on the bed, tossing and turning but couldn't fall asleep. She tapped the body of the phone depressedly, hesitating whether to call out. After thinking about it, she opened the address book and clicked on Brother Haoyan. As if fascinated, she gently touched Lang Haoyan's head portrait with a hook at the corner of her mouth, and a shallow dimple loomed. This was her only photo of him, taken when he wasn't paying attention and saved his number and saved with this excuse. Lang Haoyan didn't like taking pictures, nor did he like his photos published in magazines. 这个 even though he was recognized by the Lang family 3 years ago, many people still didn't know his identity. This was the only time he didn't avoid her camera and acquiesced. Tian Shiman held the phone and felt warm in her heart. She wanted to call him so much. Maybe what happened today touched her too much. She wanted to talk to him, even if it was just to hear his voice. Otherwise, just 3 times. If he didn't answer, hang up. Tian Shiman made up her mind, stretched out her index finger, lightly touched the screen, and called immediately. She quickly put the phone to her ear. With a beep, the call was connected. She tightened her hand holding the phone, and she could hear her heartbeat nervously. Lang Haoyan was thinking quietly when the phone rang. His phone ringtone was pure music, which was relatively gentle, but it still sounded harsh in this quiet night. Turning around, he walked to the sofa, sat down, took a deep breath, and then picked up the phone he had casually thrown on the sofa. He hung up as soon as he picked it up. Lang Haoyan was about to drop it, but after thinking about it, he picked it up again. This girl. Lang Haoyan frowned unconsciously. It was past 1 in the morning. It was so late and he was still not asleep. Tian Shiman fell back on the bed in disappointment, feeling upset. She finally mustered up the courage to make this call, but no one answered. That's right, it was already 1 in the morning and Brother Haoyan must be asleep. Tian Shiman curled up her sleeve and lifted the thin blanket next to her to cover her head. As soon as she closed her eyes, the phone rang again. Tian Shiman suddenly lifted the thin blanket covering her head and said in a daze, "The phone is ringing." Her round eyes opened wide, and she was stunned for another 2 seconds. She covered her head and screamed, "Ah!" If the room was not so soundproof, I'm afraid that everyone in the mansion would be attracted by her. She suddenly lifted up all the thin blankets, sat up straight, stretched out her hand and began to feel around on the bed, muttering, "Mobile phone. Mobile phone." Seeing the mobile phone at the end of the bed, her eyes lit up, and she crawled over to it. Seeing the incoming call, she wanted to jump up with joy. "Brother Hao Yan." She pressed the answer button and called sweetly to the phone. The joy in her heart could be heard even through the phone. Lang Haoyan leaned back on the sofa without saying a word and did not hang up. After waiting for a while, she did not hear the voice from the other end of the phone. Tian Shiman felt depressed and her cheerful mood was reduced. With her head lowered, she sat on the bed and drew circles. "Brother Haoyan, did I disturb you? Why aren't you sleeping yet?" Hearing the obviously disappointed voice on the other end of the phone, Lang Haoyan gently rubbed his temples, wondering if he was right or wrong to indulge her like this. Tian Shiman grinned silently, sitting on the bed, swinging her legs, and became energetic again. "Ma can't sleep." Thinking of the arrogant girl tonight, Lang Haoyan raised his eyebrows and asked one more question. "What's wrong?" Qian Shiman opened her mouth and was about to tell him, but for some reason, she didn't want to tell him about her sister. She bit her lower lip lightly, shook her head, and hesitated a little. "Guilty, nothing, I just can't sleep." Qian Shiman has never lied to her brother Hao Yan, so she was a little flustered. But this made Lang Haoyan think that she was wrong and didn't want to say it. He flicked the ash lightly, and his eyes were deep and scary for a while. Brother Hao Yan, are you still there?" After a long time without hearing any movement from the other end of the phone, Tian Shiman's panic just now was quickly replaced by loss. It's late, go to bed." Lang Haoyan put the phone to his ear again, and the low, unmagnetic voice came to the other end of the phone, as if he was talking to Qian Shiman's ear, making Qian Shiman's ears a little itchy. She couldn't help but pull her earlobe. Her heart was moved, and her face slowly turned red. Okay. Qian Shiman touched her already hot little face and replied in a low voice with some stammering. Her eyes could not hide her shyness and timidity. She lay back on the bed obediently, but her little hand kept holding the phone and put it to her ear. Before she could speak, light music sounded from the other end of the phone, and the soft lullaby slowly flowed in the room. Lang Haoyan put the phone aside, leaned back quietly on the sofa, hugged his arms, raised his head and blew out light smoke rings, and every move showed his charming masculine charm. When Qian Shiman heard the music, her eyebrows curved into a crescent shape, and her heart softened again and again, but she couldn't help but greedily asked, "Brother Haoyan, will you always be so good to Man-er?" She wanted to be with her brother Haoyan forever. Lang Haoyan narrowed his deep eyes, moved his thin lips, but didn't utter a word in the end. He still couldn't bear to hurt her. Until Qian Shiyu couldn't resist the waves of sleepiness and fell into a dream, there was no more voice from the other end of the phone, only the soft lullaby accompanied her to sleep. Tian Shiman had a smile on her lips all night, and her sleeping face was so sweet. Tian Shiyu was not too surprised that her phone rang as soon as she entered the room. It's hard to say since when there has always been such a person beside her, accompanying her, caring about her, and the phone rings on time every day. She couldn't say what she felt, but in those lonely days abroad, surrounded by so many foreigners, being able to have kindred people to chat with her every day. This may be her only comfort abroad. 就是桑泽汉 was someone Qian Shiyu met abroad. At that time, Tian Shiyu was walking on the streets of a foreign country, but her wallet was stolen. She also found out when she heard someone shouting to catch the thief behind her. It can be imagined how powerful a sentence of catching a thief is. When the thief heard the voice, he immediately jumped, and Qian Shiyu pulled off the hand of a British friend and chased after him immediately. I still remember that the situation was very chaotic. A group of people chased after him, but only Qian Shiyu chased him for several streets. Perhaps Tian Shiyu couldn't stand the fact that the thief was a yellow-skinned person. Maybe she didn't have much patriotic feelings, but she was in a foreign country and was particularly indignant about this. At that time, the thief finally couldn't resist and threw several wallets behind him. He also spat at her fiercely and looked as if he wanted to eat her. Tian Shiyu was angry and suddenly quickened her pace. The thief was also angry and was about to stop, but he didn't know who he saw. He was so scared that he ran into the wall. Then he heard a voice from behind, "We are from the same route. Why are we so anxious to fight each other?" Song Zihan's appearance was very unexpected. 然后钱世玉 turned around and saw that there was another person chasing after her, but compared with her embarrassment, he was jogging leisurely. When she turned around, the thief also took advantage of the two people's inattention and ran away. Tian Shiyu suddenly realized that the thief was obviously an adult man. Why would he be so afraid of a little kid like her? She was also thinking that maybe she would be miserable without him. Tian Shiyu thanked him, took the wallet and wanted to leave, but he pestered her for a long time and followed her back all the way, chatting with her very familiarly, and ridiculed her by the way, and asked for her mobile phone number before breaking up. In foreign countries, even though there are many yellow-skinned people and many Chinese, she never felt a sense of sympathy. 然后 maybe it was because of the ancient poem, he said, or maybe it was because of his persistence she recited it to him by accident. Which was impossible for Qian Shiyu, who was always very vigilant. So, everything is fate. Although Song Zihan returned to China afterwards, he called her every day, although sometimes it was just the most ordinary greetings, but over the years, the two have developed a habit. And today she returned to China without alarming anyone, also because of his help. 世事, how are you? Is no one giving you trouble? Song Zihan was in the hospital corridor at this time. Xiang Shiyong had just finished a full body checkup. There was nothing wrong with him, but he had alarmed his uncle and aunt, who had him hospitalized for observation and questioned him all night. He finally got away and made his call. When Qian Shiman heard his voice, the corners of her mouth curled up. In fact, she was unable to accept the name Shi at first, but the British friend's Chinese was too poor and she only knew the pronunciation of she. So she called her like that in front of others. Song Zihan happened to hear it and called her like that. From the initial creepiness to the current peace of mind, I have to say that habit is a terrible thing. It's okay. Qian Shiyu casually threw her bag on the bed, kicked off her shoes, and lay on the sofa next to her with her legs on the armrest of the sofa. Don't you think about who I am? How can those monsters and ghosts be my opponents? Yes, yes, you are an invincible Superman. Song Zihan laughed out loud immediately. At that time, she was still a half-grown child and dared to catch a thief alone. What else did she not dare to do? Tian Shiman snorted lightly, raised her chin proudly, and said coldly with contempt, I'm glad to know. Song Zihan laughed again. Nah. Thank you for today's matter. By the way, say thank you to your friend for me. Qian Shiyu put away the idea of joking with him, rested her head on her arm, and said sincerely. Although it was okay for her to let people know in advance when she came back, she just didn't want to be monitored. If you want to thank me, thank me. How about a promise of marriage? Bah. Qian Shiyu immediately said disdainfully to the phone, I knew I couldn't be polite to you. Oh, my glass heart is broken. Song Zihan made another spoof, causing a beautiful nurse passing by to almost think he was a psychopath. She walked and stared at him vigilantly with inhuman eyes. It was really too inconsistent for a handsome young man to pinch his throat and act coquettishly. But the person involved didn't feel it at all. Tian Shiyu couldn't help shaking. He was so elegant when he first met him, why is he becoming more and more shameless now? Tian Shiyu subconsciously thought whether this person was ugly or not. Just when he wanted to ask him to pay attention to his image, another voice came from the other end of the phone. 肖汉。然后? A voice came from behind him. Song Zihan's hands trembled and he hung up the phone reflexively. When he came to his senses, he felt that he was inexplicable. It was not as if he had done anything shameful. He looked down and saw that the call was over. His mouth twitched and he put away the phone resignedly. Tian Shiyu heard the beeping sound, took the phone from his ear to his face, blinked his eyes, tilted his head and thought, why does the voice sound familiar? Xiao Han, who is it? Song Zihan still had his back to him. Liu Huiying put her hand on his shoulder and looked at his phone. Mom. Song Zihan turned around and said unhappily, and put the phone directly in his pocket. You are invading my privacy, do you know? Huh? Liu Huiying raised her eyebrows and said a long drag, which was full of threats. Oh my god. Song Zihan hurriedly hugged Liu Huiying's shoulders. She's just an ordinary friend, not your daughter-in-law. You don't have to check on her so often. Why did you hide it so tightly? Liu Huiying directly pulled down his hand and treated her seriously. Don't joke with me. You call me every day and say she's not your girlfriend. I tell you, although your dad and I are not old-fashioned, we will not accept those indecent girls. Give me. Mom, what are you thinking? Song Zihan wanted to cover his head and scream. Ever since he was chatting happily with Shishi and was caught by his mother, she would show up every few days when he was on the phone. Today it was even more excessive. She actually suspected that Shishi was that kind of girl. Originally, he wanted to educate his mother, but seeing that she looked unhappy, he immediately approached her in a gentle voice, patted and pinched her shoulders, and served her well. Mom, don't worry, if your son finds a daughter-in-law for you, there must be only one in the world. Don't think too much. Then tell me, what is her last name and where is her home? Home, Mom, you check the household registration. Before Liu Huiying could ask further, Song Zihan immediately waved his hand to interrupt her. Seeing that she wanted to say something, he quickly blocked her words. She is really not my girlfriend, you think too much. Besides, she is not an adult yet. You are like this. What's wrong with being a minor? My son is also very young. We have known each other for so many years, it's time to bring her home. Liu Huiying frowned immediately when she heard that she was a minor, but she still replied stubbornly. 就是 She hadn't seen her son have a girlfriend for so many years. 然后 it's not that she hasn't been anxious. It's not easy to get one. As long as her son likes her and the girl is almost the same, she will not object. So what if she is a minor? Song Zihan almost choked on his own saliva. He was already 24 and still young, and only his mother thought so. To be honest, in the past few years, his parents had not urged him to get married and find a girlfriend, and I thought his parents were very open-minded. Not long ago, I learned from their words that they had already looked through his mobile phone and knew about Shishi's existence and had been waiting for an opportunity to act. If they hadn't seen that he hadn't made any move, they wouldn't have let him know. So having a lawyer mother and a psychology father is really not a good thing. However, they really guessed wrong this time. Rox and Shishi were just friends who got along well, otherwise he wouldn't have asked Shishi's last name or her name for so many years. Okay, your son is still young, don't worry. Song Zihan put his arm around Liu Huiying's shoulders, changed the subject directly, and took her to the ward. Mom, you are here to see Xiao Yong, let's go in. You have to talk to him, he is too ignorant, he deserves to be beaten. What are you talking about? That's your brother. Liu Huiying twisted his arm to express her dissatisfaction. I tell you, you have to strike first to find a wife, if you strike late, she'll be gone. Okay, I get it, I will definitely strike when I see the opportunity. Also, if he wasn't my brother, I wouldn't care about him and let him fend for himself. Song Zihan continued to change the subject. It was not easy to say anything to his uncle and aunt, so he had to complain in front of his mother. That kid didn't know who was good and who was bad, and he just wanted to distort the facts. Unexpectedly, Liu Huiying, who had always been dissatisfied with Xiang Shiyong, actually pointed the gun at him. That's because you, as an older brother, didn't teach well and didn't set a good example. Mom, are you upset today? Why do you keep picking on me? So the son still knows his mother very well. When he saw her looking for trouble, he immediately approached her stiffly. Mom, who made you uncomfortable? You. Liu Huiying turned his head to the other side angrily. Was her performance so obvious? After that, she took 2 quick steps and ignored this annoying son. Song Zihan touched his nose. He really didn't mean to expose her shortcomings. But while his mother was not paying attention, he sent another message to Qian Shiyu. My mom is always meddling in everything with a crying expression. I understand. Pighead, pighead, pighead. Song Zihan pouted and was about to reply to her, but his mother urged again, hurry up and catch up. Song Zihan put his phone away in a hurry, and when he saw that his mother didn't turn around, he took it out and left her a message. My mom is too nosy. Let's talk tomorrow. Good night. Sad children with mothers are treasures. Good night, baby. Proud Qian Shiyu covered her mouth and laughed out loud. Her hand slipped, and she threw the phone aside. After chatting for a while, she was in a super good mood. Tian Shiyu rolled on the bed a few times and then looked at the gauze curtains floating, and couldn't help but be a little dazed. Should I say that my father doesn't care about me, or that he understands my temper? The house is really the same as when she left a few years ago. It really hasn't changed at all. The whole house is tender and dreamy pink. The bed is still the short princess bed, with a small desk, piano, dressing table, and wardrobe. Childish and funny. But Qian Shiyu's eyes slowly overflowed with a little smile. Childhood memories are always beautiful. Seeing the dressing table, she burst into laughter again. At that time, she was so conceited that she asked her mother to make a dressing table for her. Unexpectedly, it was still there. She got out of bed and opened the box. There were her own cherry blossom clips, hairpins, rubber bands, and a small sun the size of a palm. She blinked her eyes, picked it up without hesitation, opened the door, pressed it on the door outside, and then quickly closed the door. There were only 2 words written crookedly on it, do not disturb. So Qian Shengze got the news that Qian Shiyu's bodyguards and housekeepers in the UK were all fascinated by the other side of the phone, and he was furious. Tian Shiyu was still very young when she went abroad, so of course he would be worried and sent a lot of people to take charge of Qian Shiyu's safety and daily life, and asked people to send emails to report her daily life every day. So even if he was not with his daughter for so many years, he didn't worry too much when he knew she was fine. 然后 The only regret is that he has never been forgiven by his daughter for so many years. This time she came back suddenly, and he was already very puzzled that no one had informed him in advance. He didn't expect Qian Shiyu to be so bold and rebellious. Tian Shengze hung up the phone without saying a word and opened the door angrily and walked out. Fu Wanxin was holding her son, rocking him, and coaxing him to sleep. Seeing Qian Shengze go out without saying a word, she seemed to withdraw her gaze casually, but the child in her arms suddenly burst into tears. The action of closing the door paused, and the next second, the door was gently closed. Fu Wanxin gently patted her son, who was still crying, and said to herself, Kan, don't cry if you don't have the ability, or your mother will dislike you. And the son in her arms seemed to understand, sobbing a few times and then stopped. Tian Shengze went there with anger. I don't know if it was because Qian Shiyu's personality was too different from her mother's. Tian Shengze couldn't accept her taking medicine. 就是 maybe it was because he hadn't seen his daughter for too long. Although he had been paying attention to her, he couldn't understand his daughter's temper. He was still afraid that his daughter would learn bad things. He was stunned when he saw the palm-sized sign on the door. It was originally an antique wooden sign. Tian Shiyu's mother Liu Yan likes to collect antiques, but she doesn't like those vases and paintings. She especially likes small things like this, so she bought it back. And because this is an antique from the Qian and Song dynasties, it cost a lot of money, so Liu Yan has always cherished it. Unexpectedly, Tian Shiyu was ignorant and directly carved words on it with a knife and drilled a hole in it. Tian Shiyu knew that he was in trouble, so he hung the sign outside the door and hid in the house and refused to come out. After that, whenever Qian Shiyu did something wrong, she would hang up the sign, and Qian Shengze couldn't help but reach out and take it down. Every time they said they forgave Yuer, she would come out. Once Yan was so angry that Yuer stayed in there for a whole day without eating or drinking. He's still a child. Qian Shengze murmured, rubbing the pattern on it with his fingers, looking at the wooden sign that had been completely changed. It's good to know that you are wrong. Only when you know that you are wrong can you change. Qian Shengze hung the sign on it again, glanced at the tightly closed door, sighed, slowly left, and returned to the room. Yuer still has a way. As long as you see her, no matter how angry you are, you will calm down. Fu Wanxin saw Qian Shengze coming back so soon, and his face had returned to normal, so she glared at him. Look at what you said, as if I am often angry. Qian Shengze smiled slightly, knowing that he had lost his composure just now. He walked in front of her and saw that his son was about to fall asleep. He touched his chubby little face with his hand. It's not often, but when he gets angry, we are scared and dare not breathe. Fu Wanxin rolled her eyes at him, turned around, and didn't let him touch her. Oh, is Madam afraid of me? As he said that, he hugged Fu Wanxin and her son from behind and kissed her on the face. Go away, you are so naughty. Fu Wanxin blushed and poked him with her elbow. I am coaxing my son, let go. I'll do it, I'll do it. Qian Shengze hurriedly went to the front and wanted to hold his son over. You must be tired, go take a shower. No, he is about to fall asleep, and he will wake up as soon as someone else takes over. You go take a shower first. Fu Wanxin turned sideways to avoid him and pushed him. No, this kid is unshakable, go. Okay, I'll give you this opportunity to show off. Fu Wanxin had no choice but to hand his son to him, with a smile on her lips, and then gently shook her hands. Oh, this son is really different every day. Qian Shengze took it skillfully. He is a lot heavier. He stretched out a hand and rubbed her arm. Are you tired? Fu Wanxin smiled and touched her son's little head. Yes, I am so tired after holding him for a while now. Originally, they hired a nanny for their son, but the two still like to take care of him themselves. Qian Shengze rubbed her arm for a while, raised his chin towards the bathroom, and staggered to the bedroom with his son in his arms. Fu Wanxin watched him enter the bedroom from behind. Seeing that he had no intention of mentioning Qian Shiyu to her, her face was a little gloomy, and slowly a smile appeared on her face. 然后 the next morning, Qian Shiyu got up very late. She had been on the plane for a day and suffered from insomnia after returning. She fell asleep at dawn. She closed her eyes and rubbed her forehead. She had a headache. With a gurgle, Qian Shiyu covered her stomach again and slowly curled up. She was so hungry. Qian Shiyu suddenly remembered that she seemed to have not eaten anything for a day and a night. Her stomach seemed to protest and was aching. Qian Shiyu closed her eyes and rolled around for a few times. She only slightly opened her eyelids when she reached the edge of the bed and half groped her way out of bed barefoot. She took a cup of warm water in a daze and drank it in small sips. Sister. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside, followed by a tender and sweet voice. Qian Shiyu's hands paused, and her confused mind suddenly became clear. She blinked and glanced inside the room. Sister, are you awake? No sound was heard, and the knock on the door came again. Qian Shiyu slowly took her dignified steps and walked to the door. Through the peephole, she saw two people standing outside the door. One was Uncle Fu, and the other was the so-called sister. She was squinting one eye, pouting her lips, and slowly approaching the peephole as if she wanted to see the situation inside through it, and muttered in confusion, Is my sister not awake yet? Qian Shiyu stared at her for a while, then lowered her head to lick the water drops between her lips, put the cup to her lips again, and slowly drank it. Second miss, you can't see inside like this. Uncle Fu saw Qian Shiman looking inside so seriously and couldn't help but remind her. Qian Shiman retracted her gaze and lowered her head in disappointment. I can't see anything. But, is my sister still awake? Miss was too tired yesterday, she shouldn't wake up in a short time. Uncle Fu smiled slightly. Although he was an old man in the Liu family, he liked Qian Shiman, a simple and kind child, very much, and his attitude towards her was much better. Okay. 钱诗曼 nodded her little head and said dejectedly, then we'll come back later. Okay. Seeing that he agreed, Tian Shiman became happy again and happily pulled him forward. She thought of something and slowed down her pace, tilted her head and looked at him in confusion. Uncle Fu, why do you call my sister Miss instead of Miss? Uncle Fu was stunned and then smiled uncomfortably. I'm used to it. Oh. 钱诗曼 seemed to understand and nodded gently. Uncle Fu subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, secretly sighing that he would make such a mistake. But if he asked him to change it, he really couldn't change it. My sister doesn't seem to like me. 钱诗曼 said softly, holding her fingers, and then looked at him. Uncle Fu, do you know why? Uncle Fu paused, not knowing how to answer. Especially looking at 钱诗曼 sad face. The second young lady's mother married 3 months after the lady died. It would be strange if the young lady liked her, but this had nothing to do with the second young lady. Besides, the young lady's temper must have bullied the second young lady badly yesterday. Fu Bo couldn't help but feel sorry for 钱诗曼. He comforted her softly. Your sister is just a bit cold. It will be fine when she gets familiar with you. 这个 Really? 钱诗曼 raised her sincere little face and looked at him expectantly. Really? Before Fu Bo finished speaking, there was a bang sound, and both of them were startled. Turning around, Tian Shiyu had come out without knowing when. Just now, it was the sound of her slamming the door. Little sister. Fu Bo was a little embarrassed and a little guilty, and he stuttered. Sister. 钱诗曼 shrank her neck and called weakly. Tian Shiyu took out the key and walked straight towards them. Tian Shiman's eyes drifted around, not daring to look at her, and shrank slightly to let Fu Bo block her. But thinking that it was her fault, she finally stood up again when she approached, secretly shaking her hand to cheer herself up. When Qian Shiyu came to her, she mustered up all her courage and said loudly, Sister, I. But as soon as she said 3 words, Tian Shiyu walked past her and walked forward without looking back. Tian Shiman's words were stuck in her throat. She kept staring at her back, and saw her go straight down the stairs, her head slowly lowered, and tears rolled down. Second miss, don't be sad, Miss may be in a bad mood, you. Uncle Fu saw Qian Shiman crying and panicked. Tian Shiman has always been treated like a little princess. Except for crying when she accidentally fell down when she was a child, she had never cried. 那个 Uncle Fu wanted to wipe her tears for her, but realizing his identity, he quickly withdrew and comforted her. When Qian Shiyu went downstairs, Tian Shengze was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. The headline of today's newspaper was Qian Shiyu's return to China yesterday. Tian Shiyu's glory back was on the newspaper. The Qian and Liu families were originally a business marriage, and Liu Yan, as the only daughter of the Liu family, married with the entire Liu group. However, the parents signed a contract at the time, and all the property of the Liu family belonged to Liu Yan's children, and 10% of the shares of Shengze Group were transferred to their children. Since Liu Yan died in a car accident, the chairman of the Liu Group, Tian Shiyu's grandfather, also died of a heart attack. Tian Shiyu should have inherited the estate. But she was still young at the time, so Qian Shengze, the legal guardian, represented her. So, don't look at Qian Shiyu so low-key, her net worth is over 100 million. In the past, Tian Shengze kept all the news about Qian Shiyu secret for her safety, but he didn't expect that it would be leaked by outsiders. Although the newspaper didn't introduce much, it simply talked about Yu's background, but it might be a sign of danger. Tian Shengze narrowed his eyes dangerously. It seems that he has to investigate it carefully. While Qian Shengze raised his head and thought, Tian Shiyu came downstairs. Tian Shengze took off his reading glasses, smiled at her kindly, and then ordered to the kitchen, Auntie Wu, bring breakfast to the eldest lady. Qian Shiyu wanted to go to the kitchen, but when she heard his words, she turned and walked directly to the dining table and couldn't help but urge the kitchen, hurry up. Hey, here it comes. Auntie Wu immediately walked out of the room with the food, a bowl of white porridge and a few side dishes. Tian Shiyu raised her eyebrows, a little surprised. She was tired of eating Western food abroad, so if possible, she would ask someone to make Chinese food. Unexpectedly, Tian Shiyu picked up the spoon and scooped a mouthful of white porridge. It was not sweet or light, just her taste. 然后? Even if she didn't say anything, her heart was soft. When Qian Shiman came down, she was still quiet and gentle, but her eyes were red. Uncle Fu stood quietly behind her. Tian Shiyu glanced at her, then retracted her gaze and continued to eat breakfast slowly. Her eyes drifted towards Qian Shengze, who was folding a newspaper and putting it on the table. Uncle Fu was still very excited to see Qian Shiyu. He tried to suppress the sobs in his heart and gently called out, "Miss." As soon as he said that, his eyes were wet and he hurriedly wiped them with his sleeve. Tian Shiyu bit her lower lip lightly, her long eyelashes trembled, covering all her thoughts, and just nodded lightly. Uncle Fu wanted to say something, but Qian Shengze ordered, Uncle Fu, go down and do your work first." "Hey." Uncle Fu responded hurriedly, looking at Qian Shiyu. This old man shook his head slightly. After all, he had seen her since she was a child, so of course he would understand. The young lady was too stubborn. The master might understand, and he also understood, but he was afraid that he would suffer sooner or later when facing others. After thinking about it, he sighed silently. The palms and backs of his hands are all made of flesh. The master might be embarrassed. This is also because he is afraid that he will be embarrassed. However, both of them are good children. I hope they can get along well. After Uncle Fu left, the room was silent and the atmosphere was very strange. Tian Shengze felt a little bitter. The eldest daughter was too tough and the youngest daughter was too sensitive. If they were together, one of them would definitely get hurt. Just watch. If he had known earlier, he should have gone up himself. "Man儿, come here." Qian Shengze suppressed the helplessness in his heart and waved at Qian Shiman with a loving face. Tian Shiyu slowly stirred the porridge in the bowl and snorted disdainfully in her heart. She knew that those who seemed weak were the best at gaining sympathy. Tian Shiman sniffed silently, glanced at Qian Shiyu, who was completely out of the matter, pursed her lips, and slowly walked in front of Qian Shengze. Tian Shengze took her hand and pulled her to sit beside him, patting her head. "Man man, are you still hungry? Do you want to eat something? Otherwise, you may get hungry after walking on the street for a while." Qian Shiman hung her head and shook her head silently. "Tian Shengze, is this a protest?" He was instantly at a loss for words, glanced at Qian Shiyu, who had nothing to do with it, and rubbed his temples. "Yu er, you can be with Maynard later." 就是 You have nothing when you come back, so you should buy some things. Ask someone to send anything you like to your home. Qian Shiyu has always been very independent. When she was young, she cleaned her room by herself and never let others touch it. She would get angry if they touched it. Even for decoration, she told others how to do it. As for her daughter's things, she still has to buy them herself. But can she do it by herself? Tian Shengze had a headache. Should he find someone to accompany her? Tian Shengze was still worrying about this matter, and his mind was completely off. He didn't notice that just after he said that they should go to the street together, two eyes shot at him at the same time, one expressionless and the other in doubt. "Dad, sister, will you go with me?" Qian Shiman's eyes flickered. She didn't dare to look at Qian Shiyu, but just glanced at Qian Shengze hesitantly. Qian Shengze came back to his senses, and seeing his little daughter's expression, he clearly understood what she meant. 那个 Did she want to refuse? He coughed uncomfortably. He knew that his little daughter was wrong, but if they wanted to get along well, they had to spend more time together. He tried to suppress the guilt in his heart and pretended to be ignorant and asked, "What's wrong?" "Sister Lin doesn't know my sister. This is not good." Qian Shiman lowered her head and explained in a low voice. 那个 Originally, Sister Lin called her this morning to invite her to go shopping, and she was considering whether to invite her sister to go with her. However, she was afraid that her sister's attitude just now would hurt her friends. So, let's not do it. Tian Shiyu threw the spoon into the bowl directly. The sound was not loud, and it directly startled the two people. She calmly took out the tissue and wiped her mouth as if it was not her who made the noise just now. You, Qian Shengze raised his eyebrows and dragged out his voice. You don't want to go. Qian Shiyu stared at him, and just when she was about to say no, she was stared at by Qian Shengze with even bigger eyes. The two stared at each other for a long time without blinking. Tian Shiyu's eyes are very similar to Qian Shengze's. When she was just born, her facial features were very similar to her mother Liu Yan, but her eyes looked like Qian Shengze's. They were big and extremely beautiful, and those eyes were very flexible and bright, as if they could speak. They were really praised by everyone. Tian Shiman's eyes were also big and dazzling in the past, but for some reason, they were a little dull in front of Qian Shiyu. Tian Shiman looked at the two people who seemed to be playing games, biting her lower lip tightly, not disturbing them, but she couldn't help feeling uncomfortable in her heart. Tian Shiyu stared for a while, her eyes were a little dry, and she didn't fight with him. She just retracted her gaze, her eyes rolled around a few times, and her mouth was pursed, but she still didn't let go. But when she accidentally glanced at the little girl whose face couldn't hide the sadness and loss, she was slightly stunned. She really didn't feel anything for this sister, although she knew she was her father's daughter. When she was a child, her father often told her that they were blood relatives and should love each other, but if she didn't like it, she didn't like it. The only impression she had of her was the dimple on her face, which was very cute and likable. But Fu Wanxian also had dimples when she smiled, so that she hated her every time she saw her, and the only thing she could do was to ignore her. In the past, it was completely accidental to hurt her. Although she hated her mother, she would not hurt a little girl. It was just that it seemed that the two of them were born to be incompatible, and she seemed to be hurt every time she was in front of her. Tian Shiyu couldn't help thinking about it, as if when she went to fortune-telling when she was a child, there were also dolls who said that we were born to be incompatible. Ahem. Qian Shengze coughed twice again. Yu'er, you. Oh my god. Qian Shiyu pressed his fingers, and all 10 fingers ran without missing a single one, and shook his head from side to side, looking like a little gangster warming up for a street fight. Yu'er? Qian Shengze instantly doubted whether he had made the right decision. With this posture, he was not going out to fight, right? Qian Shiyu blinked innocently. Aren't we going out? I'll go. Then she stood up and said, I'll go change my clothes. She walked over calmly in Qian Shengze's tense state, and when she passed by him, she casually said as if to inform him, I'm not going abroad. I'll stay in China from now on. After that, she ran upstairs without waiting for their reaction. She just paused halfway. She wanted to ask where the woman went, but soon found that she had no position. Tian Shiyu couldn't help but toss the things in her pocket, and found helplessly that it was temporarily useless. Tian Shengze rarely blinked childishly, and when Qian Shiman looked over, he gently covered his slightly twitching eyes with his fingers. Your sister agreed. Man, you should go and get ready too. Dad. Qian Shiman pouted in grievance. If you look closely, you can seem to see the shadow of Qian Shiyu just now. You don't even try to get my opinion. She raised her little chin and stared at him unconvincedly. 那个 How could he ignore her, the person involved? Was Maynard's opinion? Qian Shengze followed her words and seemed to be asking for her thoughts sincerely. Tian Shiyu's eyes widened instantly. Daddy actually bullies people like this. Qian Shengze asked again, asking for her opinion seriously. Tian Shiyu gritted her teeth, straightened her back, stood up and walked away without saying a word. When she reached the stairs, she turned around and said viciously, I will hate my dad for a day. Her pure face with cruelty looked very cute. Just like a child making a major resolution, how cute it can be. So, when Qian Shiman turned around again, there was a loud laugh behind her. Tian Shiman stomped her feet hard and ran upstairs. Her lower lip was a little painful from being beaten by her. When Qian Shiyu came down again, she was dressed in a youthful and beautiful manner. Her face was not made up, but it showed her naturally fair and smooth skin. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and she was wearing a light blue denim casual dress and a black wallet. They were all straight goods, but she wore them in a different style. Tian Shengze's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but praise her narcissistically. You are worthy of being your father's daughter, you are so beautiful. Qian Shiyu slid her fingers on the wallet chain, rolled her eyes speechlessly, glanced at him a few times, and asked in a nonchalant manner, Dad, don't you think I am embarrassing you? Who said that? Qian Shengze raised his eyelids and glared at her. Wearing expensive clothes is to show off to others. My daughter is very good like this. But I still have to buy some good things. My daughter, here, spend as you like, we have money. As he said that, he took out a card and shook it at her. This is Qian Shengze's secondary card, with unlimited overdraft. Tian Shiyu rolled her eyes to the sky. Why did he say it like a nouveau riche? Seeing him handing it to her, she took it casually, put it in her wallet, glanced around, and asked lightly, where is the person? Huh? He hasn't come down yet. Qian Shengze scratched his face, thought about it, and couldn't help. Yu'er, you got it. Qian Shiyu glanced at him impatiently. Aren't you just afraid that I will bully your daughter? Seeing him dazed again, Tian Shiyu felt very uncomfortable. She moved her wrist, and the weak little girl just now instantly had a bit of domineering momentum. But when have you seen me bullying anyone? No. Absolutely not. Qian Shengze didn't dare to nod under his daughter's murderous gaze. He bit the bullet and denied it. After that, he advised again, that is talking about your attitude towards your sister. Stop talking. Qian Shiyu felt more and more depressed the more she listened. I can only tell you that I won't provoke her, but you want me to treat her like my own sister. Qian Shiyu took a breath and stared at his eyes very seriously. Impossible. Yu'er, I know you are angry at me for doing that. Seeing that she was so serious, Tian Shengze also wanted to talk to her seriously. Stop talking. Qian Shiyu's voice became louder unconsciously, and her nose was sour. I don't want to hear why you did it in the first place. I don't want to hear how you repented. If you say this now, won't you marry someone else? I didn't come back to listen to your big truths. I have grown up and know how to distinguish right from wrong. I don't need you to teach me how to do it. And that woman. Dad, what's wrong? Qian Shiman heard the quarrel at the stairs. It was about her, so she naturally slowed down her pace, and the content was naturally what she didn't want to hear. Tian Shiyu interrupted their conversation after hearing her specific reference. She didn't want to hear more hurtful words. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would go against her father's words and treat her as an irrelevant person. As soon as Qian Shiman appeared, both of them calmed down. Tian Shiyu took a deep breath, calmed down the mood that suddenly surged like the tide, and walked out first without looking back. Tian Shengze glanced at Qian Shiyu's back, then turned his gaze to Qian Shiman and smiled at her reluctantly. Ma, it's okay. He walked in front of her and put her hair behind her ears with his hands. Your sister is just stubborn, Ma, don't take it to heart. After hearing what her father said, she knew that he knew what he heard. The strength she had just pretended to be slowly leaked away, and a layer of mist immediately rose in her eyes. Ma, dear, don't forget, we are a family. How can a family hold grudges? Qian Shengze patted her head gently. Go quickly. Don't keep them waiting. Yeah. Qian Shiman's eyelashes trembled, nodded gently, and began to walk out. As she walked, she thought, a family. Then why did her mother move to her grandmother's house with her brother as soon as she came back? If she didn't bear grudges, why would she hate her mother and her so much? If she stayed at home all the time, would her mother not come back? Tian Shiman's hand holding the Chanel bag unconsciously became heavier, and the bag was a little deformed. Tian Shengze couldn't help but pounding his head behind him again. Poor parents in the world, he is destined to be a hard-working person. Walking out of the hall, a sports car was parked on the side. Tian blinked her eyes and walked over reluctantly. Just when she was hesitating whether to sit in the passenger seat or the back seat, the back door was suddenly pushed open. She was stunned, and the window glass of the passenger seat was opened again, revealing Qian Shiyu's impatient little face. Tian just stared at her for 2 seconds. Tian Shiyu's patience finally reached its limit, and he irritably ordered directly, "Get in the car." Qian Shiman was stunned again, but before Qian Shiyu got angry, she came to her senses and squatted down to sit in. Tian Shiyu directly raised the car window again and coldly ordered the driver who was stunned, "Drive." Oh. The driver was stunned for less than a second and immediately remembered his duty. He stepped on the clutch, shifted to the first gear, stepped on the accelerator with his right foot, and the car drove out immediately. Tian Shiyu retracted his gaze, looked ahead, was stunned for a while, hugged his wallet, leaned back on the seat and closed his eyes to rest. The car drove for more than 30 minutes and stopped at a shopping mall that could not see the top. Tian Shiyu opened his eyes and looked at the tall buildings around him. Suddenly, he felt a little uncomfortable. He touched his forehead lightly, but still pushed the car door open and walked out. Why now? A woman with light makeup walked out of the mall entrance, and someone next to her immediately opened a parasol. Seeing Qian Shiyu coming out of the car, she was stunned and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" As she asked, her eyes drifted to the car next to her. Yes, it was this car, and the license plate number was right. "Why, Sister Lin." Qian Shiman smiled, opened the door and winked at her, then walked down holding the car door. "Sister Lin, have you been waiting for a long time?" "No, I just arrived too." Seeing Qian Shiman, Lin Yao smiled slightly, took the umbrella, walked to her side, turned sideways to look at Qian Shiyu and asked, "Who is this?" "Oh, she is my sister. She just returned to China last night." Sister Lin left early last night and didn't see her." Qian Shiman hurriedly replied, then bit her lower lip, a little worried about how to explain to her. Lin Yao suddenly realized, "So this is Miss Qiang, nice to meet you," she said and extended her hand to her in a friendly manner. "My name is Lin Yao, nice to meet you." Qian Shiman looked at Qian Shiyu nervously, fearing that she would embarrass her friend. Tian Shiyu glanced at Qian Shiman, met Lin Yao's eyes, raised the corner of her mouth, politely but not alienated, and gently shook hands with her. "Hello, Tian Shiyu." Qian Shiman breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay. Then let's go in." Lin Yao looked at Qian Shiman again, raised her willow-shaped eyebrows at her, and this smile added a bit of enchantment and charm. "Okay." Qian Shiman showed her attractive dimples, took Lin Yao's arm, and then turned to Qian Shiyu with a slightly weaker tone. "Sister, let's go in." Qian Shiyu didn't reply to her, but just nodded at Lin Yao and took a step. Lin Yao's eyes flashed, and she understood a little bit in her heart. She just pretended to be ignorant and patted Qian Shiman's hand, tilted her head and said mischievously, "Let's go, my eldest lady." Qian Shiman was still worried that Lin Yao would notice something, and seeing that she didn't change her expression, she was relieved, but her smile became a little more stiff. "Well, let's go." When they entered the door, there was a special waiter to greet them and took them directly to the special elevator all the way to the top floor. A gorgeous store with clothing, clothes, cosmetics, bags, etc. "Miss Lin, Miss Tian, please come in." 3 waiters in professional attire came up to them immediately and stood beside them one by one. Tian Shiyu glanced at the waiter who was standing far away and looked quite uncomfortable, chuckled with unknown meaning, and glanced around casually. "Here are all the latest styles, and they are all limited editions. Let's go and have a look together." Lin Yao looked back at Qian Shiyu and said, thinking that she knew that she had been abroad for so many years, and she was afraid that she didn't know that this building had only been built a few years ago. Tian Shiman and Lin Yao were led in by the two, but Qian Shiyu stood behind them and looked around. The waiter stood by for a while, watching the sisters next to her making faces at her, and finally couldn't help but walked over, put her mouth, and forced a professional smile to her. "Excuse me, Miss, what do you want to see first? Qian Shiyu looked at herself and ignored her at all. The waiter was only in his 20s, after all, he was young and energetic, and his face turned pale immediately. Tian Shiyu finally left without looking round, and hooked her index finger at another waiter who was standing quietly. The waiter pointed at himself blankly and saw Qian Shiyu walking on her own. After thinking for a while, he followed her. When he walked behind her and was about to speak, a piece of clothing flew towards her. She caught it reflexively, and then 2 more pieces flew over. She caught them again and wanted to ask, but she held back and followed her innocently and puzzledly. Tian Shiyu picked clothes very casually. As long as she liked it and the size was right, she would throw it to her directly. Her movements were quick and neat. After picking out a roll, she saw that she had a stack of clothes and pointed at the clothes. "Pack them all for me." After saying that, he wanted to walk to the other side to continue picking. "Oh?" The waiter blinked and asked uncertainly. "Yeah, oh." Qian Shiyu said casually and looked over. 这个 seeing that she was just simply uncertain, but without any other emotions, she found it funny. She was also so dazed just now. Others were more or less disgusted or disbelieving towards her, but she was the only one who was indifferent. Tian Shiyu smiled secretly. Silly people are the cutest. She is obviously very beautiful and she doesn't have a baby face, but she gives people the feeling of a cute little loli. Tian Shiyu, an invisible loli control, was instantly touched. Seeing that she was still standing there, she nodded heavily at her. "I'm very sure." The waitress was stunned for 2 seconds, then turned around, holding the clothes. The first waitress blushed and turned pale, but she was not convinced and stopped her directly, gritted her teeth and whispered, "Are you crazy? Do you know where this is? 那个? Do you know how much this dress costs? Are you sure she can afford it?" Before she could speak, Tian Shiyu took over coldly. "Miss, do you want me to complain about you?" The waitress didn't expect Qian Shiyu to hear her. She spoke very softly, but Qian Shiyu's words made her a little flustered. Tian Shiyu didn't hear anything at all, but she could guess without seeing it. She took a moment to look over and picked up a few more clothes. Another waiter walked over with a look in his eyes, wanting to help Qian Shiyu get the clothes. Tian Shiyu pointed at the waiter holding the clothes and said, "Let her come, you go pack it." "Okay, wait a moment." So, after all, it is a high-end place, and only a few people look down on others. After hearing Qian Shiyu's words, she walked over neatly to take the clothes, and winked at the 2 people who were still standing. The first waiter was also pulled away by her companion. "What's your name?" Seeing her coming over, Tian Shiyu handed the clothes to her directly and asked casually. "My name is Han Xinyu." Han Xinyu was silly and cute, and no one knew what she wanted to do, but she answered her question very honestly. "What a coincidence. 那个? There is a "uu" in the name." Tian Shiyu raised his eyebrows, smiled at her, and then suddenly leaned close to her and whispered, "You are not yet an adult, right? Are you a student?" Han Xinyu was startled and almost wanted to jump up and cover her mouth. She really needed this job. The leisurely work was secondary, but the salary was high, and her mother was waiting for her to save her life. She really couldn't lose it. Seeing her surprised face, Tian Shiyu patted her shoulder like a brother. "Don't worry, I won't tell." She has also worked abroad, and with her more mature clothes, she has never been discovered. However, how did this girl hide it? Tian Shiyu couldn't help looking at her a few times. Although she didn't look young in a professional suit, her eyes lacked social experience. "You, how did you know?" Han Xinyu followed her and asked cautiously. Your eyes told me. Actually, I am an adult. Today is my birthday. Isn't that still a minor? You buy so many things, it will cost a lot of money. It's okay, my dad has a lot of money, he can't spend much by himself. I will think of it as stimulating national consumption. Qian Shiyu didn't know why she liked her very much and chatted with her while picking clothes. But the two of them didn't know that they had become the focus of this place, and it was very rare to sweep such a place. When Lin Yao and the others came back, they saw Qian Shiyu, who was very chic, picking things like buying cabbage, picking clothes and shoes, picking shoes and bags, and picking bags and cosmetics. 这个 maybe she was tired of picking, so she pointed to a waiter to take it and asked someone to pack it up. So she followed 3 waiters and attracted a circle of onlookers. Lin Yao couldn't help but widen her eyes, and the finger in the air pointed at Qian Shiyu was trembling a little. Your sister don't want to empty this place. Qian Shiman didn't respond for a long time, then looked at a piece of clothing in her hand, blinked, and walked straight towards Qian Shiyu. Sister, sister. Qian Shiman squeezed over and stood beside her. 然后? She didn't dare to stop her in front of her. She just looked around guiltily and pulled her clothes, as if she wanted to say something. If you have something to say, just say it. Qian Shiyu pulled herself away and walked away from her with disdain. She could have been a rich woman again. She was very happy, but someone came to spoil her fun. Sister. Qian Shiman called again in a low voice. Now it's good. Everyone can see that she has something wrong, and it's a big thing. Of course, some of the old people here have vaguely guessed it, and the speed of packing things has slowed down a lot. Man, what's wrong? Lin Yao walked over, and someone next to her made way for her. Oh, no, it's okay. Qian Shiman shook her head quickly. The poor girl's eyes were red, and no one believed that she was okay. Qian Shiyu naturally didn't bother to pay attention to her. He pointed to a whole set of cosmetics and then planned to continue choosing. Sister. Qian Shiman was a little anxious and went over to hug her arm. 那个, what are you doing? Qian Shiyu tried to pull her arm away, but she held it tightly. She was not used to being touched by strangers and got angry instantly. Let me go. Sister, I. Qian Shiman was also anxious and stuttered when she spoke. What do you mean by you? Say it. If you don't say it, I'll throw you into the Pacific Ocean to feed the fish. Qian Shiyu stared at her and asked. If she couldn't say anything, she wouldn't be polite to her. What's going on now? Everyone looked at her like a monkey. I don't have enough money. Qian Shiyu blurted out hurriedly after being provoked by Qian Shiyu, and covered her mouth instantly after she said it, but it was too late. Her voice was loud enough and the whole audience was silent. Tian Shiman's face instantly turned red. Tian Shiyu's eyes twitched. Where did this silly girl come from? She turned around calmly, not caring about other people's eyes, and looked around to see if there was anything else she needed to buy. You didn't bring any money, what does it have to do with me? But. Qian Shiman still followed her like a tail and timidly discussed, Sister, I really don't have much money on my card. Let's buy it another day. So she thought she didn't have money to pay the bill and wanted to swipe her card. Tian Shiyu was speechless for a moment. Okay, 慢慢. Lin Yao walked over and supported her shoulders. Looking at the people who had not yet dispersed, she stretched out her hand and scratched her upturned little nose. I know you haven't owed any money, but what is your identity? If you just report your name, others will be sent to the Qian family eagerly. So it's really the same person with different fates. Such a stupid little girl is God's favorite. Lin Yao's eyes flickered slightly, and her long nails seemed to inadvertently wipe the tip of her nose and scratch her slightly. Tian Shiman paused, stretched out her hand and touched the tip of her nose slightly. It was a little painful. Her skin is delicate and will get hurt if it is touched slightly. Look, there is a shallow red mark on her nose instantly. Although, it is not very obvious. What's wrong? Lin Yao put her arm around her shoulders, shook her twice slightly, bent down and winked at her coquettishly, touched the palm of her hand with her fingernails, and moved gently a few times. No, it's okay. Qian Shiman hurriedly shook her head. Although it was uncomfortable, it didn't hurt much. Then let's go. Lin Yao put her arm around her neck and walked towards Qian Shiyu. When she was not paying attention, she lowered her head and leaned into Qian Shiman's ear. To be honest, your sister is really awesome. She bought so many things without blinking an eye. Unlike her, the daughter of a small family, she has to be frugal in everything she does. Qian Shiman blinked innocently. Tian Shiyu finally bought all the daily necessities and felt that it was so good to be a prodigal son. Just as she was about to leave, she saw that there was a pair of very conspicuous shoes in front of the shoe store. It was very beautiful, silvery white, small, delicate, and cute, with a diamond on the top. Most importantly, the proportions were very harmonious. The size of the shoes was strictly limited to fatness and thinness, so that the overall beauty of the lines could be presented. Tian Shiyu squatted down and looked at it carefully. She had studied this abroad, and it seemed that this was designed by the top designers. However, Tian Shiyu pouted with regret. She only paid attention to the aesthetics, but never thought about whose feet would grow so harmoniously in reality. No wonder it couldn't be sold. A certain big designer was directly shocked. If he knew, he would probably cry out to the sky that he was wronged. He had said long ago that no one would wear it after it was made, but he had to listen to the threat of a certain pervert. Fortunately, he strongly requested not to tell anyone that he made it, otherwise his lifelong reputation would be ruined. Tian Shiyu stood up with regret, looking at it reluctantly, and liked it very much, but he couldn't wear it. Don't you want to try it? Han Xinyu asked in confusion when she saw her pick it up and felt relieved. However, seeing her eyes sparkling, she knew that she liked it too. I heard from them that as long as someone can wear it, this pair of shoes will be given to her for free. Unfortunately, no one working here dared to try it. Tian Shiyu spread her hands. It looks good, but I can't wear it. How do you know if you haven't tried it? I see your feet are quite suitable. Han Xinyu glanced at her feet, and when she saw her looking at her, she immediately looked away embarrassedly. Wow, yours is the most suitable. Qian Shiyu jumped up as if she had discovered a new continent. What? Sit down. Qian Shiyu grabbed her before she could react, pressed her on the seat, and immediately squatted down to take off her shoes. What are you doing? Han Xinyu was so scared that she quickly shrank back and wanted to push her away, but she held her tightly. Don't move. I just want to see how she looks in these shoes. 这个Qian Shiyu has studied art after all. Seeing the shape of the shoes she wore, she could imagine the beauty of her feet. Unexpectedly, she was still wrong. The feet were white, round, small, and delicate. They were simply works of art. Her heart was beating like a top chef seeing a delicious dish. She covered her chest, but still couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart. Han Xinyu's eyes widened, and she didn't react until she took off her shoes and socks. Her first reaction was to scream. She stretched out her fist and put it in her mouth. Seeing that she wanted to put on the shoes that were said to cost millions for her, she stood up and ran away. Tian Shiyu was stunned and panicked. Hey, why are you running? Don't run, don't hurt your feet. Seeing that she didn't listen, she got anxious instantly, took the shoes, stood up, and chased after her. Sister, what are you doing? Qian Shiman and the others were always half a bit slower. Just when they were about to ask Qian Shiyu what was wrong, Tian Shiyu ran over without stopping. Han Xinyu was so scared that she ran away like a mouse seeing a cat. I don't want to wear it. I can't afford to pay for it if it breaks. Just try it, it won't break. Hey, don't run away. I won't let you try it. Don't run away. Come back quickly. Seeing that she was so scared, Tian Shiyu stamped her feet and stopped quickly. Her mouth was pouting so much that an oil bottle could be hung on it. Han Xinyu didn't react for a while when she heard her say that she couldn't try it. Seeing that the elevator was about to close, she jumped in. Tian Chen hugged the reckless little woman, and a wicked smile slowly rose. He lowered his head and sniffed the fragrance on her hair. Throw yourself into my arms, ha. Boss, CEO. Han Xinyu got out of her arms, looked up, and was so scared that her soul flew away. She pushed him away with force and hid in the corner of the elevator. From a distance, her pretty face flushed. Seeing his wolf-like eyes staring at her, she immediately bowed repeatedly. Boss, I'm sorry, I did it on purpose. I really didn't mean it. Tian Chen only saw her professional clothes now, and his thick eyebrows slightly frowned. Just now, he only saw that her face was good-looking and he really didn't see the clothes she was wearing. He casually adjusted his clothes. You work here? Yes. Han Xinyu looked at him in panic, fearing that he would order her to be fired. Tian Chen looked at this little white rabbit and gently pulled his lower lip. It was very delicious, but it was a pity that he didn't eat grass near his nest. The wrinkles between his eyebrows unconsciously deepened. He finally looked away and ordered lightly, get out. Han Xinyu blinked, at a loss. Tian Chen didn't see her move and was slightly impatient. His deep eyes swept over and he hooked his lips playfully. His low voice was a little bewitching, seducing his heart. Don't want to go out. Han Xinyu suddenly woke up and ran towards the elevator door. The only thought in her mind was, the president is so scary. Wait. The stairs were originally going down. Han Xinyu was planning to press the button on this floor, go down, and take another elevator, but she was stopped by Tian Chen and was picked up from behind. Before she could scream, Tian Chen's words froze her completely. Quit. Qian Shiyu returned disappointedly, holding the shoe and liking it more and more, but it didn't belong to her. Looking at her own feet, they were also size 37, why was there such a big difference? If it was at the beginning, Tian Shiyu would not feel distressed. After all, she couldn't wear them, but now there is a comparison, the gap is instantly revealed. And it was a waste of Tian Shiyu showing off her beautiful feet in front of her roommate. Tian Shiyu thought about it, walked in, and put the shoes on the shelf. After glancing at the two people standing in a row, Tian Shiyu was very puzzled. If they were not going shopping, why were they looking at her like this? You are sick. When she took a closer look, she saw a lot of large and small bags, and Qian Shiyu's mouth twitched again and again. No one knows that she is a shopaholic. When she was abroad, she resented her father very much, so she never spent a penny if she could avoid spending his money. She has been frugal for so many years and often does odd jobs so that her classmates think that her family is not rich, but as soon as she gets a salary, she spends it all directly anyway. She will not starve to death even if the money is gone. Now, Tian Shiyu groaned in her heart. 这个 If she doesn't spend her father's money, it will be cheaper for others. She glanced at Qian Shiyu slightly. It is obvious that the others refers to her, so she doesn't need to be polite. Looking at the big and small bags, Tian Shiyu waved her hand casually, sent them all to the Tian family, Nanshan Villa. Nanshan Villa, a gathering point for rich people, is well known in City A. The level of alert is more than 100 times that of other areas. If it weren't for someone on guard at the foot of the mountain who knew Qian Shiyu yesterday, she would probably be arrested and interrogated at the foot of the mountain. 然后, it is also because there was a big boss in the past who bought a few thousand meters and converted it into a private residence with a beautiful environment. With the development of modern times, industrial pollution is serious. 这个 The first rich man moved in, and many people built houses there one after another. Then the real estate soared again and again, and it became a special area for the rich. As for the petty waitress, she was tidying up the shelf not far away, looking at the group of people sideways with a sneer on her lips, planning to go out to watch the fun if they couldn't pay the bill. And get back the place, by the way. She has also been here for a year and has seen all kinds of people. But when she heard about Nanshan Villa, her face froze, grabbed her clothes to cover herself, and while they were not paying attention, she bent down and ran away. Unfortunately, it was too late, and she alarmed a certain president, and her good days were completely over. When Qian Shiyu took out the card that Qian Shengze gave her, Tian Shiman stared at it blankly. What? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Qian Shiyu took a big step and stood in front of her at a 90-degree sideways. The tone of his voice was a bit annoying. As a father's daughter, she knew that she knew about this car by looking at her stand look. Tian Shiyu, who was a little black, wanted to rub salt into her wounds instantly. Tian Shiman was even more stunned, not knowing how to answer. Lin Yao was secretly happy and stood up with a serious face. Miss Qiang, although Ma is very kind, she is very sensitive. Please don't hurt her, okay? Miss Qiang and Ma, the closeness is immediately apparent. Tian Shiyu has never thought about caring about the feelings of strangers. She stood a little straight and the whole person looked very cold. Miss Lin, this is a family matter. So, as an outsider, you should not care. Family affairs. Tian Shiyu frowned again in an instant. 那个 Is this an indirect acknowledgement of the existence of her sister? Lin Yao was just what she wanted when she heard it. When Qian Shiman pulled, she retreated and cast an apologetic look at her. Tian Shiman barely bent her lips and whispered, a little. Qian Shiyu's eyes twitched, a naughty child, so honest. Tian Shiyu's sense of superiority was instantly beaten down. After thinking about it, she still gave her an encouraging look and commenced, then continued to be uncomfortable. Oh. Qian Shiman lowered her head even lower. Lin Yao felt it was really funny. She thought there would be a storm and then see if there was any possibility of cooperation. Unexpectedly, the little kid was just a little kid after all and really treated it as a game. So, after being together for so long, Lin Yao didn't know Qian Shiman at all, let alone Qian Shiyu, who was a stranger. Tian Shiman was not short of money. It could be said that the pocket money she saved was enough for her to live a lifetime. Now she had a vague concept of money. 这个 however, Tian Shengze did not spoil Qian Shiman blindly. Tian Shiman was often taken to the farm by him. He had also pulled weeds and removed seedlings. Although Qian Shiman treated it as a game, she still had a bit of frugality. She didn't care about money but only about Qian Shengze's even treatment because her father had always told her he was her sweetheart and he loved Man Man the most. Tian Shiman was sad, but she didn't hate her for it. At most, she was a little jealous. After all, Tian Shiyu had not risen to such a height in her heart. As for Qian Shiyu, it was even simpler. Tian Shiman was just a child after all. She hated her mother, so she would be unfriendly to her, but it wouldn't be to the point of life and death. At most, she would say a few words to squeeze her. However, she couldn't deny the blood relationship between them just because she wanted to. Therefore, Tian Shiyu is actually very conflicted. For this little girl whose face shows all her emotions, Tian Shiyu, who has grown up and is sensible, can't just deny that she is a good girl. She can only say that she is too obedient, leaving Qian Shiyu, who is hard-mouthed and soft-hearted, no room to show off. The storm was wiped out in an instant. Tian Shiyu originally planned to go alone, but she didn't expect Qian Shiman to follow her again. Sister, are we going back? Qian Shiman looked at her with care, but she was not a shameless person. They had just quarreled, and now she couldn't get close to her, blushing slightly. If Qian Shiyu turned around, she could still see the grievance on her face. Lin Yao was caught by her and followed at the back, with a strong unwillingness on her face. Her trip out was in vain. Tian Shiyu couldn't help but have a black line on his forehead. Why did he feel that she was an indestructible cockroach? She treated her so clearly and she still came close to her. Could it be that she was very attractive to her? She couldn't help but adjust her bangs, thinking narcissistically, isn't she always the public enemy of women and the killer of men? Miss Qiang, we've been out for so long, let's find a place to rest. Lin Yao was wearing high heels. She had been walking for a long time and was already exhausted. She just maintained the most basic reserve. Besides, she didn't want to go back like this. She couldn't afford to offend Qian Shiman, and she didn't want to annoy him, but she didn't want to admit defeat. Then eat. Qian Shiyu touched her stomach. Although she was not very hungry, it was time for dinner. The two people who followed her naturally had no objection, although the things outside were completely inferior to those at home. Han Xinyu, who was forgotten by Qian Shiyu, dug out her potential at this time. She went up the stairs at a flying speed and ran up 20 flights of stairs without stopping. When she reached the dressing room on the top floor, she closed the door with a bang, locked it, sat in the wardrobe, hugged her shoulders, and her head was buzzing. She still remembered how desperate she was when Tian Chen asked her to resign. Not long ago, her mother was diagnosed with cancer. The doctor said that she was too weak and could only undergo chemotherapy after recovery. For this reason, she left her sick mother and 10-year-old brother to work. However, she had just been admitted to university. Her family's life was considered well off before. She had never worked anywhere before. It was because the manager here pitied her that she came here. But just now, in the elevator, seeing the sadness on Han Xinyu's face, Tian Chen's evil and handsome face smiled. I won't touch employees. Seeing Han Xinyu staring at him blankly, Tian Chen's low laughter sounded, and the slightly shaking chest awakened her mind. Han Xinyu's shy blushing speed surpassed her panic. Before she jumped out of his arms, he directly grabbed her waist from behind and put her in the corner of the elevator. Maybe it was the first time that Han Xinyu was so close to the opposite sex, or maybe it was that Tian Chen's aura was too terrifying. She actually softened in his arms without moving. Han Xinyu felt groggy and could not remember what happened. She only remembered that his thin lips touched her instep, and when she woke up, her foot had already kicked her fair face. Blood dripped from her nose. Han Xinyu could not remember who she bumped into when she came out. She just kept running and running. She looked at the ground with a messy look in her eyes and slowly buried her head in her arms. Although she still didn't know what happened, she was in trouble. What should she do? Tian Chen was in the monitoring room, sitting on the sofa, with a cold face and chin up, holding a towel on his handsome nose and staring at the videotape with his charming peach blossom eyes. Looking at the pair of shoes he had someone put there, watching the little thing fleeing in panic, watching her climb such a long staircase with the pair of feet he wanted to treasure. Watching her finally enter the dressing room, he tapped his thin lips with his fingertips and bared his fangs at the person on the computer screen. Boss, how offended you? Zhou Tao's fingers trembled, but he couldn't resist the fear in his heart. If Han Xinyu was sober at that time, she would recognize that this was the person she bumped into at that time, and it was he who approved her to work here. Zhou Tao saw someone coming out of the president's private elevator and thought it was his president, so he wanted to greet him and then go about his business. He never expected to see her running out of the elevator in a panic, and she just pretended not to hear him when he called her. Then his president also covered his mouth and walked out with blood all over his face. He didn't think that his president had done anything immoral. Although his president was not very reliable, he was very principled. He would not force himself on a little girl, nor would he attack his own employees. He could only say that she misunderstood something. With his understanding of this little girl, it was absolutely possible. However, Zhou Tao was afraid. At that time, he turned a blind eye. If his own president investigated, his position would be lost. How did you offend me? Tian Chen narrowed his deep eyes dangerously, wiped his philtrum, and threw the towel into the basin to make sure there was no bleeding. 然后? He remembered something, raised his head, and raised his eyes slightly. Do you know her? Yes. Zhou Tao replied hurriedly, swallowed his saliva, and added hurriedly, yes, I hired her. Oh? Tian Chen crossed his fingers and placed them on the tip of his nose, and asked lightly, so many employees, you can remember them all. Zhou Tao clearly felt a gust of cool wind blowing on his back, and he couldn't help sighing in his heart. This time, he was caught for favoritism and perverting the law. He couldn't help but lower his tone again and again. She was my neighbor when I was a child, so... Remember? Childhood sweetheart. Tian Chen spoke again. His tone was calm, but Zhou Tao felt that his voice was a little bit higher. Well, right. Zhou Tao said this with a guilty conscience. He could only remember her because she looked silly and stupid. After all, he hadn't seen her for more than 10 years. He only vaguely remembered her pigtails. And according to his probing, she had completely forgotten that he was a passerby in her life. So, childhood sweetheart is really girlfriend. Tan Chen's voice was squeezed out of his throat, and his eyes staring at the computer screen were a little complicated and difficult to understand. Huh? Zhou Tao asked in surprise. When did the president care about other people's private affairs? And shouldn't he be questioned for favoritism? So, his emotional intelligence is terribly low. However, Tan Chen took his question as a positive answer, and just when he was about to force him to break up, he gently uttered two words, no. Tan Chen instantly felt itchy, suppressed the urge to throw him out, stroked his forehead and thought for a while, and ordered, you go pack up and go on a business trip immediately. Ah? Why so suddenly? Zhou Tao was very surprised that Tan Chen's thoughts jumped so fast today, but unfortunately he didn't want to answer his question and ordered again, fire her. Ah? Zhou Tao's voice was unprecedentedly loud. When Tan Chen's sharp eyes swept over, he closed his wide mouth, but still couldn't help but plead for her. President, her family is a little difficult. Can you? Besides, you get out too. Tan Chen interrupted him impatiently, gestured to the staff in the monitoring room waiting on the side, and stood up. Is the family in trouble? That's even better. Yes, President. Zhou Tao reluctantly agreed and made up his mind to make arrangements later, but Tan Chen ordered people to pack up and send them away without stopping. When he came back, he found that everything had changed. So, when Qian Shiyu saw the man in the Western restaurant, she was a little stunned. However, she met him again after a casual suggestion. She was still wondering, and the person behind her who was originally unhappy fluttered over like a butterfly, Brother Hao Yan. Qian Shiman didn't care about so many people watching and shouted loudly and happily. She ran over and Leng Hao Yan frowned reflexively but could only reach out to catch her. Seeing the pair of people hugging each other, Tian Shiyu's eyes flashed, slightly messy, long and slightly curled eyelashes flickered like a small fan, her eyes moved lightly. And the haziness in her eyes instantly walked towards the corner of the window in the distance. Several people bowed their heads, and some turned their backs to their bodies. They didn't notice that Lin Yao behind them saw Leng Haoyan's unusually surprised face, nor did they notice how shocking the hatred bursting out of her eyes when she saw the two entangled people. Her round nails embedded in the palm of her hand, leaving arc-shaped white marks, and her joints were also a little white. Brother Hao Yan, why are you here? Have you been drinking? Qian Shiman was like a puppy that saw its owner sniffing around him, and only a little short of wagging its tail happily behind him. I was drinking too much at a social event. Why are you here? Leng Haoyan was a little dizzy from drinking, but his head was still clear. He stretched out his arm to push Qian Shiman away. 然后, however, Tian Shiman directly took his arm and moved closer. She didn't care about his little resistance. Anyway, she was used to it. I'm shopping with my sister. She shook slightly and pointed to the back, but saw that only Lin Yao was there. Tian Shiman was stunned and murmured, where's my sister? Qian Shiman, whose attention was elsewhere, didn't see how sad and lingering Lin Yao's eyes were when she looked at Leng Haoyan. The deep affection in her eyes seemed to be able to drown people. Leng Haoyan glanced at her with a warning and then paused by her directly, looking at Qian Shiman who was still circling around looking for someone. There. Qian Shiman happily pulled Leng Haoyan and pointed. In a small corner, Tian Shiyu was leaning on her chin, staring out the window in a daze, with her side profile facing them. She was indescribably beautiful, quiet, and had a cold and noble temperament. If other men saw her, they would definitely shout goddess, but Leng Haoyan just glanced at her indifferently and looked away expressionlessly. Brother Haoyan, Sister Lin, let's go over there. Qian Shiman seemed particularly happy, pulling one of them with one hand and trying to go over there. You go. Leng Haoyan pulled his arm out. He was a little red in the face because he was drunk, but he was too calm to let anyone feel that he was drunk. Bastard! Leng Haoyan cursed fiercely in his heart. That psychopath dragged him to drink in the early morning and was drunk and crazy. He couldn't help but hold his forehead and gently rubbed his forehead to make himself sober. No, brother Hao Yan, come with me. Qian Shiman was obviously used to this kind of rejection, but she also knew that, if she wanted, her brother Hao Yan would not really reject her. But when would he obey her once? And Leng Haoyan also frowned and thought for a while, just like Qian Shiman thought, and nodded slowly. Lin Yao behind him looked at Leng Haoyan obsessively. She fell in love with him from the first time she saw him. She was the only woman who stayed by his side for so many years. She had never known Qian Shiman before, and she took the opportunity to approach her because she heard that he was special to her. She had never met him when she was with Qian Shiman, but from last night to now, she knew how different he was to her. He never pretended to know her in front of others, and no one would admit that she was his girlfriend, but he could allow her intimacy in front of others. He was very domineering, and his decision had not changed, but she changed her mind just now with a coquettish act. He was very cold, but his expression would be much softer in front of her. Such indulgence, such pampering, and such specialness were what she dreamed of, but he gave them all to another woman, no, a girl. Lin Yao couldn't help it, and stepped forward and secretly grabbed his shirt, hoping that he would not ignore her like this, but the next second, she screamed out, staggered back a few steps, and the high heels on her feet broke the heel directly. Fortunately, she didn't sprain her ankle or fall. Lin Yao's heart ached, and she almost went forward to hug him regardless of everything, but she was frightened by his cold and vicious eyes and froze in place. The courage just now was instantly wiped out. 然后? Not to mention that such an impulse would completely push herself away from him, even his father would not let her go. She slowly calmed down and pursed her red lips. Sister Lin, what's wrong with you? Qian Shiman was walking in front, not knowing what was going on. When she heard the noise and turned around, she saw Lin Yao leaning on a chair beside her, standing sideways, looking at Leng Haoyan with a face full of grievance and disbelief. Leng Haoyan also frowned, without any extra expression, but Qian Shiyu could feel the coldness around him. Tian Shiman blinked her eyes, looked at this and that, and sensitively realized that something was wrong. She felt inexplicably like there was a stone blocking her heart, unable to go up or down. She moved closer to Leng Haoyan, raised her little chin, looked at him pitifully with her big watery eyes, bit her lower lip, and said weakly, Brother Haoyan. Leng Haoyan pursed his thin lips tightly, patted his shirt lightly with his slender fingers, and said nothing. Lin Yao looked at him obscurely and understood his meaning very clearly. She lowered her head and waited for a long time, which made the atmosphere very awkward. Then she explained to Qian Shiman with a stiff face, I accidentally bumped into your brother Hao Yan, and who knew that he pushed me. Lin Yao's tone was very bad, even vicious. Compared with her usual gentleness and kindness, her complaints could be clearly heard at this time, especially the words, your brother Hao Yan. She said them with a grin, but Qian Shiman's mood warmed up after hearing her words. Lin Yao was extremely embarrassed. Her face turned red, then blue, then white. If she hadn't also turned red after she yelled, she would have suspected that she was deliberately teasing her. Today, she went out wearing a pair of cheap shoes because the two sisters at home teased her and hid her things. She just wanted to go out, so she casually found a pair of discarded shoes. Who would have known that the heels would break now? Lin Yao saw that everyone's eyes were on her, and she wanted to dig a hole to bury herself in. Tian Shiman was even more embarrassed. She really didn't mean it. Is there anything I can help you with? The well-trained waiter next to them stepped forward immediately. He had been waiting by the side when they first came in. Seeing that they saw an acquaintance, he retreated with a tactful look and walked over again when he saw Leng Haoyan waving. Go buy a pair of shoes and send them over. Leng Haoyan ordered directly. Okay, please wait. The waiter bowed slightly and said, this is a one-stop service to deal with various unexpected situations. It is obviously not the first time for the waiter to deal with such things. When passing by Lin Yao, he heard her whisper, 38. The waiter bowed slightly and said, okay. Sister Lin, I'm so sorry. Qian Shiman clenched her two small hands together and looked at her nervously, afraid that she would be angry with her. Lin Yao barely pulled her mouth and said hypocritically, it's okay, it's not your fault. She gently shook the broken shoe. It was rare that she could control her emotions at this time and make her happy. It's the shoe that is not doing well. Qian Shiman, who had a very low laugh point, covered her mouth and looked at her with a giggle. Her big eyes almost narrowed into a slit. She jumped and hugged her, rubbing her shoulders. I knew Sister Lin was the best. She wouldn't be angry with Man Er. Okay, stop being a spoiled child. Lin Yao pushed her. She actually hated her touching her. Hey, Sister Lin, what's that? Qian Shiman pointed at her collarbone and asked. She couldn't help but lean her head over there. Lin Yao was wearing a low-cut dress. She had deliberately left marks on her neck when she went to the old house yesterday. She never saw that Qian Shiman would rub against her body and pull her close, revealing the kiss marks that should not be seen by others. Sister Lin, you. It was obvious that Qian Shiman already knew, but she didn't shout it out loud this time. She put down her hands instantly, stood at attention, glanced at Leng Haoyan vaguely, her face flushed. Woo, why was she so curious? Lin Yao slowly adjusted her clothes, rarely shy, looked at Qian Shiman with a smile, just joking as if she didn't know when Man has a boyfriend. You know. As she said that, she looked at Leng Haoyan meaningfully. 那个 Sister Lin. Qian Shiman's face turned even redder and she stamped her feet shyly. She wanted to escape. After all, she was just a girl. When she said these things in front of her beloved, she would instinctively want to escape. Lin Yao had a sneer on her face. Did she really think Yan was hers? It was still unknown who would win. I just wonder what her expression would be if she knew that the boyfriend she dreamed of was Yan. She was looking forward to it. Tian Shiman, who lowered her head and was only concerned about being shy, didn't see the coldness in her eyes at all. As for Leng Haoyan, he seemed to have not cared from the beginning until now. He had been standing silently with his body sideways. If you look closely, you can see that his eyes are directed at Qian Shiyu. Tian Shiyu didn't say that she didn't look at them. After all, they made such a big noise, and she was always curious. She was more easily attracted by them during the boring waiting process. However, as soon as she looked over, she was swept by Leng Haoyan's deep eyes. Tian Shiyu calmly retracted her gaze, and her heart beat faster. When she looked over for the second time, it was no longer as simple as a glance. The whole person's eyes stayed on her, making her unable to help but sit in the seat inside, but he just didn't move away. Tian Shiyu's heart began to beat fast, wondering, what's wrong with this person? Her mind was disturbed, and she didn't see the turbulent waves between the two people. She blinked her eyes, because the steak she ordered was already here. Lin Yao saw Qian Shiman's shy look, which was really dazzling. She put her hand on her shoulder and pressed her whole weight on her. Help me over. Why are we standing here all the time? Qian Shiman was pressed back a little. She stood on tiptoes to support her. She was short now, and she tried very hard not to be overwhelmed by her. She wanted to say something, but she was embarrassed. She barely blinked at her and replied, okay. Haoyan. Qian Shiman wanted to call him, but Leng Haoyan took a long step just as she opened her mouth. Tian Shiman was stunned for a moment, then grinned and supported Lin Yao to walk forward. No one noticed that a charming man neatly put away his mobile phone, put it in his pocket, stood up, paid the bill and left. He was also surprised that he completed the task so easily. But it was all good things after all. So, when they arrived, Tian Shiyu was already calmly cutting steak to eat. She wanted to eat Chinese food, but she was not familiar with this place and was too lazy to ask. Several people chose the nearest one. Tian Shiman opened her eyes wide. She had never thought that they had only said a few words and Qian Shiyu had already started eating. She looked at Lin Yao first, She looked very calm, didn't care, right? Then she looked at Leng Haoyan, Ha. He had no expression on his face, didn't care, didn't he? Tian Shiman breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, when Lin Yao saw this, the first thing she thought of was that the sisters didn't get along very well, and this was exactly what she wanted. Although her ignoring made her hate her teeth. Lang Haoyan directly pulled out a chair and sat down nonchalantly opposite Qian Shiyu. His eyes were lowered and a deep thought flashed across his eyes. If he was not mistaken, the clothes she wore were designed by the top Italian designer Samuel, although there was no print of his mark. Samuel's main focus is simplicity and novelty. If ordinary people see it, they will think it is street goods. Only those with a little fashion sense can see it. When Samuel first became a designer, no one ridiculed these designs. However, these things are very exquisite, which well conceal the shortcomings of the human body and perfectly present all the beauty of the human body. He is also good at customization, one-to-one design. The customized designs he designed can be called amazing. If he hadn't dealt with this designer with a weird temper during this period and studied his designs, he would not have seen it. Lang Haoyan narrowed his eyes slightly. If he remembered correctly, she should be in the UK instead of Italy. Tian Shiyu paused. What is a lunatic doing sitting opposite her? The hand holding the knife exerted force and scratched it. With a ding sound, Tian Shiyu widened her eyes and watched the man quickly take it with a cup, glanced at her coldly, and put it on the table with disdain. Stay calm. Tian Shiyu held the fork in her left hand and the knife in her right hand. She was stunned for a few seconds and lowered her eyes to look at her empty plate. It was really embarrassing. Fortunately, she was mentally strong enough. Under the attention of everyone, she pretended to be calm and put down the knife and fork in her hand and wiped it with a tissue. Tian Shiyu pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly, because the steak just now was heading straight for Lang Haoyan. If Lang Haoyan hadn't been so nimble, his handsome face would have been hit by the steak. Tian Shiman felt uncomfortable because Qian Shiyu didn't even think about apologizing. In fact, Tian Shiyu was about to blurt out "I'm sorry" out of reflex, but when Lang Haoyan's eyes swept over her, she swallowed the words directly into her stomach. Later, she felt that it was too late to say it and it would be hypocritical, so she just ignored it. Tian Shiman, who was obviously close to her but far from her, looked at her with weak and dissatisfied eyes. Seeing her clear eyes looking back at her, her grievances escalated. She directly pulled out Lang Haoyan's chair and sat down, tilting her head to look at her, hoping that she would admit her mistake. She didn't notice that she had pushed away Lin Yao, who was about to sit down. Lin Yao held the armrest of the chair tightly. Her joints were a little white. She really took it for granted. Tian Shiman was surprised to find that there was someone next to her. She looked up and saw Lin Yao standing next to her, and then she realized that she had forgotten about her and stood up hurriedly. Lin Yao saw she gave her a seat, but she saw that she directly supported her, a little anxiously, as if pushing, "Sister Lin, I will help you to sit." Obviously, her seat would not be here. Lin Yao's face turned green, and she almost wanted to push her away, but her shoes were one high and one low, and she was pressed to the seat because of her unstable center of gravity. She hurriedly went back to sit. Lin Yao's face finally couldn't keep calm. Tian Shiyu glanced at the distorted face, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. So, when Qian Shiyu came out of the bathroom, she finally understood why Lin Yao's face changed just now. In a small corner beside the bathroom, Tian Shiyu turned her head only after hearing a sound, but she regretted it as soon as she turned her head. Behind a few lush orchids, a man and a woman were hugging each other. To be precise, the woman threw herself on the man. The plants blocked Qian Shiyu's face, but her heart still jumped. Because it looked familiar. Tian Shiyu only looked for 2 seconds, and the man keenly noticed someone, and his sharp eyes shot straight at him. It was him, Tian Shiman's brother Haoyan. The woman also turned her head, and the moment she saw her, Tian Shiyu felt ridiculous and sad in an instant. It is probably the saddest thing in the world for her good friend to get together with the man she loves. 就是 what would happen if the little girl knew? She didn't know, and she didn't want to know. Lang Haoyan pushed away Lin Yao, who was a little out of control, and his eyes became deep and dark, fluctuating, but he could see the whole person and clearly feel his drunkenness. Tian Shiyu pursed her lips, stood at attention and turned back. She walked calmly, but her foot twisted when she was about to turn. Scumbag. Tian Shiyu walked a short distance and spat fiercely. He was obviously cold and indifferent to others. He was obviously already taken, but he was still fooling around. Why not find someone else to fool around with but his woman's sister? Tian Shiyu couldn't tell what she felt at the moment. She was blocked and depressed. Nowadays, men are not good people. That woman is not a good thing either. Qian Shiyu cursed again. It's no wonder she thought so. Originally, Tian Shiman's performance was so obvious that everyone knew her thoughts, but this woman stole food from the sheep's mouth, or she was deliberately approaching that little friend. A pair of dogs and bitches. Qian Shiyu muttered to herself, and hit her head after cursing. Nerve. She was scolding herself this time. It was not her turn to worry about it. Why did she care so much? She was still dazed, but someone pushed her by the back of her collar and a faint smell of wine drilled into her nose. A glimpse allowed her to see the person clearly. Damn! Tian Shiyu cursed and pressed her hands against the wall because the man behind her pressed all his weight on her, not touching other parts of her body. Just his hands on her shoulders, but he still pressed her so hard that she couldn't stand up. Then, he lifted her big hand and turned her small body round and propped her hands on the wall to prevent her from escaping. Killing to silence her. Tian Shiyu thought of it instantly and her eyes rolled. It should be said that it was a threat and inducement. After thinking it through, she felt at ease and looked at him quietly. From a close distance, his face was no longer red and there were some bruises under his eyes. No wonder some people would say men nowadays are thinner, whiter, and more beautiful than women, and they also compete with women for men. This man has really good skin. Lang Haoyan's eagle eyes shot at her sharply, or to be more precise, her shoulders, but Qian Shiyu didn't know. She couldn't help but move her feet and almost used the 3 wolf defense methods on him. She sipped her lips, her eyes flickered slightly, and held her breath. The smell of alcohol made her very uncomfortable. Lang Haoyan's eyes lighted up slightly and he slowly lowered his head. Tian Shiyu panicked and stretched out her hands to support his chest. What do you want to do? She had never thought about what he would do to her. It was just the only sentence a girl could think of when facing such a situation. Lang Haoyan stopped moving. His attention was originally on her clothes, but his eyes instantly moved up and met her eyes. He only realized now that there was another woman with bright eyes, like a whirlpool that instantly attracted all his attention. Tian Shiyu was even more innocent and almost covered her mouth. It was okay for her to drink by herself, but she couldn't stand the smell of alcohol on others, of course, except for her own. Lang Haoyan's eyes were parallel to hers, and his breath was also directed at her. The pungent smell of alcohol became even stronger, and she almost went crazy. But he seemed to be able to feel her discomfort, and he got closer and closer, slowly moved his head above her, and asked faintly, "What do you think I want to do?" It smelled very fragrant. Lang Haoyan sniffed it lightly, and his dizzy head became somewhat clear. Bastard, who knows what you want to do? Tian Shiyu bent over and tried to escape from under his arm, but Lang Haoyan's eyelids trembled and he pressed his body sideways, sticking firmly to her. The little woman's body was soft and he didn't reject it. Tian Shiyu was annoyed and immediately raised her hand, but he gently held it and her small hand was wrapped by his big hand and she couldn't pull it out. The arm was also pressed by him and couldn't move, and then he squeezed his whole body against the wall again, like squeezing meat sauce. Tian Shiyu was pressed under his strong body, her face buried in his chest and her head against the wall. She moved her head but was pressed tightly by Lang Haoyan. No matter what, she couldn't get free. After struggling for a while, she felt sweaty all over and she felt bad all over. 然后 Tian Shiyu blushed and was angry. The smell of perfume and alcohol on his body was mixed, and Qian Shiyu almost vomited. In fact, vomiting was good, it could disgust him, but her stomach was not willing to do it. It was irritated when she smelled the faint perfume on his body, but after a while now, her nose was assimilated. You are a psychopath. She calmed down and didn't move, hoping that he would leave quickly. Unexpectedly, he also kept this posture and didn't move for a full minute. Tian Shiyu couldn't help but curse. She was impatient in dealing with people. But Leng Haoyan slowly moved away, and then moved his head down again, staring at her eyes with slightly hazy eyes. When she thought he was going to get to the point and threaten her not to tell anyone, he lifted the clothes on her shoulders with his hands, and didn't move his eyes away at all. And asked casually, "Where did you get this dress?" He asked a very plain question, but it was like a superior giving orders and not allowing rejection. Tian Shiyu didn't notice this. She was dumbfounded. Shouldn't they talk about what happened just now, her clothes? Tian Shiyu put her clothes, not understanding what he wanted to ask. Could it be that he saw that she was wearing beautiful clothes and wanted to buy one for someone, so Qian Shiyu's brain circuit was a little different from others? But she also realized belatedly that this was a joint design by that idiot and herself. Could it be because of this? Tian Shiyu was startled. She, who had always been low-key, wanted to escape. When Lin Yao came over, she saw this posture and her body swayed. 这个 Could it be that she was just another strong competitor? 然后 She walked over, and the three parties confronted each other. Lang Haoyan did not move, still facing Qian Shiyu, as if waiting for her answer. When Qian Shiyu saw the look of this love rival, she was instantly thundering. She did not struggle because this man was drunk. For some reason, she had an intuition that this man could not be reasonable when drunk, and she, who was always prepared with an abnormal sixth sense, naturally followed it. Unexpectedly, to psychopaths, Tian Shiyu's man exerted force, pushed, and ran away. When she was leaving, it seemed that something soft brushed her forehead. Was it her lips? Fortunately, no one caught up. Yan, how could you do this to me? Am I not as good as them? Why did you provoke the younger sister and then the older sister? Could it be? Crackling, Lin Yao must have had menopause. She was nagging a lot. All the conspiracies and tricks came out. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she was right. Love makes people blind, but Leng Haoyan was drunk, dazed, and only felt the buzzing in her ears, which made Lin Yao feel more and more open. Lang Haoyan closed his eyes. He was drunk. Why did he seem to fall asleep on her shoulder just now? When Qian Shiyu and the others took the car back, Tian Shiyu was very depressed to find that it was even more uncomfortable to face Qian Shiman alone. I still remember that when they first went back, Tian Shiman had already walked halfway and planned to find them, but Qian Shiyu looked a little dazed. And seeing that she was a little flustered, she subconsciously wanted to hide it. She didn't know what was in her mind, but the entanglement between the three people just now was a little messy, and it involved her, so she would naturally feel guilty. After that, I don't know if she smelled the alcohol on her body, I don't know if she suspected anything, but when everyone sat together, everyone's expression was normal as water. But just now, she saw the woman get out of the car and run to stop another car. Tian Shiyu leaned her head against the window, very upset. Should she tell her that she was poached by her good sister? In fact, Tian Shiman smelled the alcohol, but she was used to it when she was sitting next to Leng Haoyan just now, and she seemed to have the smell of alcohol on her body. She thought it was her illusion, but it was undeniable that her heart was in turmoil. When Lin Yao came out, she also had a faint smell on her body. Tian Shiman suppressed her suspicion to the bottom of her heart, but something seemed to be fermenting in her heart. Tian Shiyu was a little restless under her gaze. Her brows were getting tighter and tighter, and then she turned her head suddenly, very calmly and seriously questioned, "What are you looking at?" Only she knew that compared with the self-righteousness of the past few days, she added a bit of guilt. Tian Shimanzai stagnated, and she shifted her gaze blankly. Tian Shiyu had planned to remind her if she asked anything, but who knew that she didn't ask anything and looked out the car window without focus. 那个 Tian Shiyu felt even more uncomfortable. She knew that she owed her an explanation. No matter what the reason was, she was entangled and planned to open it in this way, but she didn't ask. If she was asked to speak first, how should she tell her? The person she loved was with another woman. Her good sister betrayed her. Na, would she believe her? They should be considered enemies or strangers, right? If she said this, would it be considered as sowing discord? Tian Shiyu was getting more and more annoyed the more she thought about it. What a mess she ran into it. Thinking about it, Tian Shiyu overturned the idea of sending messages and emails that were easy to expose and decided to implement the delay strategy, taking one step at a time. If they really planned to get married, Tian Shiyu didn't realize why she was so entangled now, and there were a lot of negative emotions in her heart, as if something was changing. Tian Shiyu was very busy these days, busy decorating her house, busy contacting the school, and busy reviewing. She will go to college this year, and the key university closest to her home is naturally H University. Tian Shengze originally planned to use the back door to invest in the construction of a building at H University and send Qian Shiyu in, but was directly rejected by Qian Shiyu. H University has a civilized tradition. There is independent enrollment before the exam, and there is a make-up exam after the exam. The so-called make-up exam is for those outstanding students who fail the exam and miss the college entrance examination for various reasons. This make-up exam only takes the top 3 students in the exam, and the questions are 30% more difficult than the college entrance examination. Many people are complaining that holding such a large-scale exam is time-consuming, labor-intensive and expensive. It is nothing to only accept 3 students. There are even strong demands for admission according to the standard 1%, but H University is ignoring public opinion and being independent. This has become a major feature of H University and a measure that conforms to humanitarianism, which is well known far and wide. Tian Shiyu said that it's not that she can't afford the exam, but at least she can't be called a rich second generation and domineering, otherwise it's really unpleasant. And even if she donates money, it must be in the name of charity. The final result is obvious. Tian Shengze was completely defeated, and it was also the result of his extreme support for this concept. According to what she heard, Tian Shiman was admitted to the affiliated high school of H University this year and lived next to H University. The result was that if they went home, they could go together. Of course, this was Tian Shengze's suggestion. Tian Shiyu just glared at him at that time. She couldn't hide from her, so who would go with her? Tian Shiyu had set up eavesdropping devices in various places in the Qian family these days while they were not paying attention. After struggling for a long time, she finally set up one under the table in the living room of their room. The mobile phone that she had tapped abroad had been silent. In short, Fu Wanxian had not contacted the person abroad. Tian Shiyu was thirsty in the middle of the night one day and went downstairs to drink water. She actually heard someone calling. She thought it was her family calling. After all, they were all Chinese and accompanied her here. There was a time difference between abroad and China, so she didn't doubt it. She was just barefoot and silent. 这个? Who knew that she would hear that, madam? She went there and heard that person reporting her daily life for that week. Later, she found out that Fu Wanxian would take the initiative to call that person every week to listen to her report on her situation for the week. And this was also under the pretext of caring about her. It was then that Qian Shiyu realized that she had been under surveillance for so many years. She had always known that the people her father sent would not care too much, but how could she not doubt her intentions? And these few days, she also learned from the wiretap that she actually took her son to the clan house, that is, the old woman's. In fact, she has been wondering for so many years. 就是 his father 前生则 was a filial son. When the old woman was in this family, she gave her mother a lot of coldness. Her father has been mediating in the middle, but most of the time he would side with his mother. Later, because her mother had been infertile after giving birth to her, the old woman proposed that they divorce, and was sent out by her father for some unknown reason. 然后 Because of this, she never called her grandma again. After that, they seemed to have had a quarrel. Her father never mentioned her again, nor did he go back to the old house to see her. By then, her mother had passed away, and even on the day she came back, she didn't show up for the grandson's daytime banquet that she had long been looking forward to. Tian Shiyu sensitively felt that it was because of her mother's death, but she had no clue at all, so she could only ask a private spy to investigate. She had lived abroad for so many years, so naturally she had her own social circle, and because of those friends they concealed for her life abroad that she didn't want others to know. Now she wants to find someone, not to mention it's not easy, but not too difficult. Tian Shiyu never knew that she also had a talent for acting. While staying at home, she secretly grasped all the movements, but she didn't regret it. If she really did something wrong in the future, she would bear the consequences herself. Tian Shiyu hadn't gotten into bed yet when the phone rang. She was in a bad mood when she woke up, so she picked up her phone and started smashing it. She had smashed several alarm clocks when she was abroad. This was because she was unconscious from the first one, and then she got used to throwing them. 然后, the consequence of throwing them randomly was that many alarm clocks broke. After that, she never dared to put the alarm clock next to her again. Now that the phone was on the bedside, it was also in trouble. It was thrown to the ground with a bang. Fortunately, it didn't break, but it still ran stubbornly. Tian Shiyu picked out the quilt and covered her head, but it didn't work at all. She regretted not breaking it just now. After a while, the phone finally stopped vibrating. Thanks to those phones that only have 1 minute to make a call. Even though Tian Shiyu didn't wake up completely, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She arched her head and planned to continue sleeping, and the phone rang again. She half opened her eyes and looked at the vibrating mobile phone on the ground dangerously. She looked at the French window. Although the curtains blocked it, it was still dark outside. In the haze, the phone stopped and rang again. Tian Shiyu was almost angry to death, but she still struggled, turned her head on the bed, and picked up the phone sideways. Seeing that the phone showed Xiao Chen, and then looking at the 3 o'clock in the morning, she was forgiven for wanting to tear him up. 然后? She remembered that she told him that she was back to China. She didn't believe that he didn't know the time difference, he was just looking for death. As soon as she answered the phone, Tian Shiyu's temper went out. Do you want to die? If you do, tell me, I'll help you. I think you are too bold, you want me to trim your hair for you. Speak. Don't think that if you don't speak, this matter will pass. I tell you. Tian Shiyu didn't hear him say anything for a long time, and his tone became a few decibels higher. She didn't know that on the other side of the phone, a beautiful woman was looking at the phone in astonishment, while a 10-year-old boy next to her was patting his chest in joy, feeling proud of his wit. Fortunately, he had put the phone with his mother when she picked up the phone, otherwise, his ears would suffer. Shiyu, are you busy? Yi Xiao asked cautiously, and the gentle voice made Qian Shiyu sober up immediately. Sister Xiao. She sat up immediately, looking at the name on the phone, just wanting to hang up that little bastard Zhang Yichen and beat him. I'm not busy, I just went back to China. Sleeping. So, it was not her fault that she got so angry just now. Woo, her image. If Zhang Yichen heard her voice, he would definitely sneer. Every time she lost her temper, he would turn the phone to the speaker and put it far away, so that his parents had already understood her character. His mother was worried that he was being led astray by her at first, and his father almost fired her to appease his mother. Tian Shiyu was abroad working as a tutor for Zhang Yichen. They had fights every other day. They even flirted on QQ Space without paying attention to others, which made his friends think he had a girlfriend. Tian Shiyu also admitted it directly, and she had intentionally or unintentionally extinguished his countless peach blossoms. As they fought, they upgraded from Zhang Yichen's bad little teacher to his confidant. 然后? Therefore, they were even more disrespectful when they were together. However, Zhang Yichen was young and always believed that a good man should not fight with a woman, so he was beaten a lot. Yi Xiao glared at her son and knew that he had bad intentions just now. Tian Shiyu was probably sleeping soundly, but he woke her up. It would be strange if she didn't get angry. Zhang Yichen looked at his mother with innocent eyes. He was too anxious when he first called and forgot. After that, he couldn't stop. If she saw that it was him who woke her up by calling, she would definitely not answer his calls for a few days. How could that be? His dad gave him an ultimatum. 世玉, did Chen Chen disturb you? Yi Xiao said to her apologetically, you go to sleep first, that kid probably doesn't have anything important to do. Before Qian Shiyu could say anything, Zhang Yichen jumped up and snatched the phone away. I have it, I'm in a hurry, it's so important. After snatching it, Zhang Yichen smiled awkwardly to his mother, covered the phone, and explained, Mommy, I have some private matters with Sister Tian. After that, he put on the oil on his feet and ran away immediately. Yi Xiao wanted to shake his head helplessly. 那个 his son was too cheerful. Who did he look like? Zhang Yichen hid in his room and closed the door with a bang. Licking his little face, he called out sweetly and flatteringly, Sister Tian. Get out. Knowing that he had changed people, Tian Shiyu was not polite immediately. He threw him a word and fell on the bed again. Zhang Yichen scratched his ears, and his voice became much sharper. No wonder no one wanted him. Any man couldn't stand it. Thinking this in his heart, he smiled even sweeter. Sister Tian, getting angry makes you old and frowns. Get lost. Qian Shiyu gave him this word coldly again. She was only 18 years old and as beautiful as a flower. It would be strange if she listened to him. You don't love me anymore. You must have a new love. You don't even bother to pay attention to me. Woo woo woo. Where is this funny guy? Speak human language. Qian Shiyu took the phone far away to avoid being disgusted by his words. I'm going back to China. Zhang Yichen's tone changed so smoothly that he gave her a reason to call directly. Then, although he made her so sleepy that she didn't want to give up her precious sleep time to talk nonsense with him. My dad thinks I'm a light bulb, so he threw me back here alone. Sister Tian, you have to save me, pity me, a tender and white child, I might fall into the hands of human traffickers. Zhang Yichen yelled again, and he choked as he spoke, crying and complaining to her with snot and tears. The point. It would be strange if Qian Shiyu was fooled. Every time he had something to do, he would prepare for it for a long time, crying, making a fuss, and threatening to hang himself. His tricks were too old-fashioned. Come to the airport to pick him up. Zhang Yichen finally told his purpose, with a trace of cunning in his eyes. No, Tian Shiyu said firmly. Last time, human traffickers kidnapped him, and in the end he kidnapped the human traffickers, and he still wanted to pretend to be pitiful for her. Oh, I'm just a poor little thing, no one loves me, no one cares about me, no one cares about me, what's the point of me living? Go to hell. There must be walls all around you now, no need to thank me. Go and hit them without hesitation. Your conscience is very bad. This bear kid has watched too many anti-Japanese war movies. Sister Tian. Zhang Yichen drew out her voice, trying to persuade her. It's okay, I'm hanging up. There's nothing simple about this kid's identity, she doesn't want to take the trouble on herself. No. Zhang Yichen was anxious. Sister Tian, dear sister, I'm really desperate this time. If you don't come to pick me up, I'll sleep on the street. Get out. Dear sister, she wanted to vomit. How does this sound like calling a brothel owner? Forgive her for watching too many costume dramas. Zhang Yichen, who has always pursued realism and never watched costume dramas, doesn't understand the ambiguity she understands at all. When he heard this familiar word, he criticized her in his heart again, purely teaching the child bad things and hurting his young heart. Sister Tian, aren't you worried that I'll be sold? The more Zhang Yichen thought about it, the sadder she became. Why is she getting more and more difficult to deal with? Bah! You are just pretending to be pitiful. Every time you go out, you always bring 10 or 8 bodyguards with you. God swears, my dad didn't send anyone to train me and let me fend for myself. Sister Tian, please. Listening to the other end of the phone, pinching her nose and acting coquettishly, Tian Shiyu shuddered fiercely. This kid's coquettishness index has reached a new level. The identification is complete. What time? Zhang Yichen's eyes lit up. There is a play, and he hurriedly reported, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Qian Shiyu's face darkened. She had a flight tomorrow, and it was pure suicide to disturb her now. She gritted her teeth at him, and the word "get out" appeared between her teeth, and she hung up and turned off the phone. Go to sleep. Zhang Yichen heard the hang-up sound and threw the phone away proudly, danced a space dance step, took it handsomely and neatly, wiped his nose with his thumb, and gave himself a big thumbs up. This morning, after Zhang Yichen once again interrupted the love between his father and mother unconsciously, his father Zhang Tianyang finally got angry and wanted to pack up and send him away. It would be fine if he sent him away. He could just go on travel around the world, but his father wanted to send him to his #1 natural enemy, Lang. He begged and begged, using all his tricks, but Zhang Tianyang knew exactly what kind of person his son was. He was the only one who could control him, so he could only find the only two. And there happened to be one. He had no choice but to save himself, hoping that Qian Shiyu could be reliable. If not, let her use the beauty trap. Zhang Yichen's calculations were clacking, and the fox's tail was wagging behind him. And at the moment when Zhang Yichen was sent on the plane, Zhang Tianyang picked up the phone and went to find the person who could be cheated. Xiao Yanzi, long time no see. It can be seen that Zhang Yichen inherited his father's characteristics and tried to get close to him first. Leng Haoyan was flipping through the documents in his hand, looked at the caller ID, picked up the phone, and put it aside without picking it up. Fortunately, Zhang Tianyang's ears were sharp enough to hear that code word. Ahem. Zhang Tianyang couldn't help clearing his throat, facing his wife's contemptuous eyes, and turned his back embarrassedly. It's not that he is useless, but that this guy is too high. Xiao Yanzi, please do me a favor, look after my son for me. Find someone else. Leng Haoyan paused and turned the page the next second. He knew that it would be bad to find him. Don't, you are the only one who can handle that stinky boy, just be patient for a few days. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, that's it. He said hurriedly, hung up the phone directly, and gave his wife an okay gesture. On the other side of the phone, Leng Haoyan stared at the phone for almost a minute before throwing it away, frowning tightly, opening the file in his hand and continuing to deal with things. Are you really sure that Chen Chen is alone? Yi Xiao glanced at him resentfully, retracted her gaze, and walked forward slowly. The people around him automatically formed two walls of separation, protecting their wives without looking away, so the two rows of men in black clothes and sunglasses at the airport looked particularly spectacular. And the two people in the middle were even more eye-catching. Zhang Tianyang handed the phone to the person next to him, stepped forward and hugged his wife's waist. I have no choice. The whole family only has one boy, Chen Chen, and the responsibility of the family falls on him. But this kid is a little smart and knows how to be sneaky. If he is not allowed to go out for exercise, he will never grow up. Then you can't let Chen Chen fend for himself. Yi Xiao said, her voice was choked and tears were also swirling in her eyes, adding a bit of weakness. Baby, don't cry. How can I leave my son alone? Zhang Tianyang took his wife into his arms and reached out to wipe the tears from her eyes. Then have you arranged someone? Yi Xiao raised her head from his arms and her small hands grabbed his clothes, wrinkling them abruptly. Naughty. Zhang Tianyang stretched out his hand and scratched the tip of her nose, sighing helplessly. How did he fall into the hands of this little woman? Although he thought so in his heart, he was happy to do it. He picked her up by the waist and let her head rest on his chest. 这个 in the busy airport, the two of them turned a blind eye. Don't worry, I will definitely protect him tightly. If I don't send someone, the old and young at home will skin me alive. Yi Xiao buried her head in his chest, covering her mouth and laughing secretly. She had seen the old man chasing him with a cane for his grandson more than once. He explained it clearly and she felt much more at ease. She quietly nestled in his arms and let him do her free labor. Tian Shiyu still got up at 7 o'clock the next day. Their family treated her well. 然后? I think they and their husband and wife also knew that the boy was back. 然后? She didn't believe that they would put their son in danger. As for after taking him back, he could go wherever he wanted. Their Tian family was small and could not accommodate this big Buddha. When Qian Shiyu got up, Tian Shengze had been in the company for a long time. He had taken a few days off because of his son's day banquet. Now that the holiday was over, he returned to his early morning and late night life. As for Qian Shiman, she was nowhere to be seen. Tian Shiyu had breakfast, changed her clothes, and it was already 9 o'clock. She drove a red Ferrari sports car and whizzed past on the highway, which was very cool. When she arrived at the airport, Tian Shiyu looked at her watch and it was 9:55. She opened the car window and looked around. She found that a plane had arrived. Tian Shiyu pushed open the car door and got out. The sun was very strong, so she didn't want to be exposed here. Tian Shiyu was a beautiful sight when she got out of the car. She had a chiffon shirt on her upper body, a red skirt on her lower body, her hair was loose, and she wore black sunglasses. She was very eye-catching. So, Zhang Yichen could be said to have seen her at a glance in the vast crowd. What a bad fate. Hi, Tian, here you are. Zhang Yichen tiptoed and waved at her. He was carrying a backpack on his back and dragging a suitcase in his hand. Although the airport was quite lively, Tian Shiyu was the first to hear his loud and powerful voice. She crossed her arms and looked at him coldly. He was a guy who would destroy the bridge after crossing it and throw it away after using it. Zhang Yichen stood there for a long time and, seeing that she was not going to help, he dragged the suitcase and ran over. When he walked in front of her, he was about to complain about her immorality, but although she was wearing sunglasses, her strong hostility came directly to his face. Her big eyes rolled and her signature smile appeared on her face. Sister Tian, it's been a long time since I last saw you. You are much more beautiful. No words, just cold eyes. Sister Tian, how about I marry you home? After meeting Sister Tian, I definitely don't like other women. Sister Tian must be responsible. As he said that, he blew a loud whistle and his big sparkling eyes were very sincere. He was so slick, and he dared to tease her. Tian Shiyu's eyes gradually became alert. What is this guy planning? Sister Tian, it's okay. Every woman has those days. I'll forgive you for being abnormal. Zhang Yichen's face was frozen with smile, but Qian Shiyu looked at him without blinking. He was anxious to begin with, and he made a mistake when he said it. As soon as he said it, his heart thumped. 然后 sure enough, Tian Shiyu turned around and left without saying a word. Oh, Sister Tian, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Zhang Yichen threw away the suitcase and hugged her from behind. A real man can bend and stretch, his father said. He wanted to hug her thighs, but he was too tall and hugged her waist. Let go. Qian Shiyu wanted to slap him. He knew everything at such a young age. He will definitely harm other girls in the future. No, unless you forgive me first. Zhang Yichen shook his head violently as if he had suffered a great injustice. He just wanted to yell so that the whole world would know, but his half-open eyes were slyly looking around, nervously looking to see if the man had come. It should, probably, not be so punctual, right? Sister Tian, just take me back. I will definitely be very good. Zhang Yichen had a bitter little face, holding her waist and shaking hard. Take him home quickly. He didn't want to fall into the tiger's mouth. Let go first. Qian Shiyu wanted to pry his hands open, but who knew that this guy was so strong that he couldn't pry them open. Just kidding, 3 bowls of rice for a meal are not eaten in vain. Zhang Yichen let go immediately after hearing this. His goal was achieved. He still wanted to keep his virginity for his future wife, so he didn't want to be taken advantage of by other women. If Qian Shiyu heard his voice, she would definitely want to beat him to death and then whip his corpse after beating him to death. It's a pity that she didn't know. Sister Tian, let's go quickly. Zhang Yichen pulled her hand and pulled it forward. Staying 1 more minute would be 1 more minute of danger. Speak clearly. What are you planning? Qian Shiyu stopped and pressed down on the ground like a mountain, letting him pull, but he didn't move. What? Zhang Yichen was still pretending to be stupid, but it was a pity that he didn't have a loyal face, and no one believed him if he pretended to be innocent. You won't tell me, right? Okay, let's just waste time here. Qian Shiyu was no longer in a hurry, and she looked at the scenery leisurely. She could see that this person was in a hurry. No, sister, can I call you sister? Go back, I'll tell you when I get back. Zhang Yichen lowered his head and pulled her. After waiting for a long time without seeing her say anything, he saw she was still not satisfied and was about to ask her what she wanted. When he looked up, he saw the man standing quietly not far away, looking at them. Zhang Yichen laughed twice, which was really uglier than crying. Uncle Lang. Cold. Is his name Leng Haoyan? It's really cold. Tian Shiyu was a little dazed and uncomfortable when she saw that man. After what happened that day, she would always think of it from time to time. In fact, Tian rocks on him were just a little more entangled, but he didn't promise anything. Maybe it was not what she thought. She had intentions towards the Tian family, but now she felt as if she had pried into his secrets. For him, she no longer had the self-righteousness she had before. There was no expression on his face today, just like the first time she saw him, and like that day, he was drunk, 然后 looked a little childish. And a little more human. The moment he looked over, Tian Shiyu avoided him without leaving a trace, her eyelashes trembling. Although she knew she was wearing sunglasses, she still didn't dare to look him in the eye, for fear that he would find out her panic. Uncle Lang, this is Sister Tian, my former tutor. Seeing that he had been looking at him with those creepy eyes, Zhang Yichen immediately pushed Qian Shiyu to the front and he pulled the suitcase behind. Tian Shiyu pushed her sunglasses, pulled off Zhang Yichen's tightly grasped hand, and planned to leave. As for that person, the two had only met twice before, so they should only be considered strangers. After all, she didn't even know his last name at the beginning, and if she reluctantly said hello, she would feel embarrassed. Sister Tian. Seeing that she wanted to leave, Zhang Yichen quickly blocked her. Woo, don't you want to escape before the battle? Uncle Lang, Sister Tian and I are going back home. Please come pick me up. Zhang Yichen took Qian Shiyu's hand and expressed his thoughts directly, wailing in his heart. Go away quickly, he can't be provoked, can't we hide? Who knows that Leng Haoyan looked at his watch and directly ordered, give you 5 minutes. After that, he went straight to the parking lot. Zhang Yichen opened his mouth wide, his Uncle Lang became more domineering, and he was stunned for a moment. He covered his head and said wildly, Oh, I don't want it, I'm going to die. Qian Shiyu looked down at the little bastard who was good at singing and writing and wanted to leave with the key. Zhang Yichen immediately blocked in front of her, rushed over, and wanted to hug her. Tian Shiyu dodged and looked at him with a smile. What? He is a tiger and will eat people. Not only will he eat people, I will die without a complete body if I fall into his hands, Sister Tian. Another long drag. Stop screaming. 钱世玉 picked her ears indecently and shook the car keys. Do you think I will take a little troublemaker like you home? Sister Tian. Zhang Yichen cried out to the sky and tried his best to squeeze out a tear. Seeing that she didn't respond, he sniffed pitifully. Then can you take me out to play? This is my first time back home, and I haven't traveled around yet. I haven't seen the magnificent rivers and mountains of the motherland, nor have I experienced the great scenery of the motherland. Get out. Qian Shiyu's one-word trick came again. After brewing for 2 seconds, she asked casually, why are you so afraid of him? Who is afraid of him? Zhang Yichen's little manly dignity was hurt, and he roared in a cowardly manner. Seeing that she was impatient, he sniffed, as if telling her own bitter history, not to mention it really added a bit of sadness. I will be guarding him when I meet him. And oh, he has threatened me a lot. Afraid that she would laugh at him, he hurriedly added a sentence, paused, and then continued to complain, I think I am also a generation of devil. But he scared me with just one look, so my father entrusted me to him. And he hates children. He is not easy, he has already predicted his miserable days in the future. Hate children. Who did you hear that from? Qian Shiyu hugged his shoulders and looked at him with suspicion. What? Zhang Yichen, who was mourning his fate, was stunned. Hate children. Qian Shiyu repeated it with rare patience. Nah. Of course I saw it. You don't know how impatient he is with me. Also, my dad, in order to make fun of him, stuffed the little baby from my uncle's house into his arms. His face turned gray and he almost threw her away. I took her in the end. And you don't know. As he spoke, he moved closer to her, obviously wanting to whisper in her ear. Tian Shiyu lowered her head cooperatively. Sister Tian, why are you so gossipy? Are you in love with Uncle Lang? Let me tell you, there is no future in falling in love with him. Although I am very optimistic about you too, you don't know that he will not be sympathetic to women. Of course, if you can make him become as soft as steel, there may be a future for him. However, I hope to see it in my lifetime. Zhang Yichen shook his head and spoke openly from his mysterious tone just now. Tian Shiyu had straightened up a long time ago. Seeing that he had finally finished speaking, she grabbed his ear and yelled, Do you want to die? Ouch! Zhang Yichen covered his ears and bent over groaning in pain. Tian Shiyu's roar was really amazing. His ears were a little tinnitus. Oh, I'm deaf. Considering that you have disabled me, please agree to me. I don't ask you to accompany me all the time, just let me out of that wolf den. You knew it was a wolf den, but you dragged me into it, you little brat. Qian Shiyu twisted his ear again and said, gritting his teeth. Aren't we friends? Are we friends? Zhang Yichen patted his chest neatly, trying his best to ignore the pain in his ears, and kept comforting the grumpy villain in his heart. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. The two were still hesitating when a Porsche drove over. As soon as the window opened, a cold face was revealed. Looking at the two, Tian Shiyu immediately let go of her hand. Zhang Yichen walked up to her and stood in line with her tacitly, Uncle Tian. Oh my god, neither he nor his parents had ever smiled so brightly and charmingly, but the smile was thrown into the dog's stomach. The window was raised again. Zhang Yichen's smile froze, and he grabbed the suitcase and ran. After running a few steps, he turned back and said, Remember to find me. And continued to run forward. Tian Shiyu pushed up her sunglasses and blinked her eyes. If she can afford a Porsche, would she care about the Tian family? Zhang Yichen walked to the front of the car, but saw Leng Haoyan's hands on the steering wheel in the half-open window, motionless, and sniffing his nose. He really felt that he and the Tian family looked like a couple. Pulling the suitcase, he opened the trunk and put all his strength into putting the suitcase in. As soon as he put it in, the car started to make noises. Zhang Yichen quickly closed it, opened the rear door, got in, fastened his seatbelt, and timed it. In a second, the car drove out directly. Zhang Yichen rolled down the window, waved to the back, and wanted to get his head out. He yelled at the woman who didn't learn her lesson, but the car suddenly accelerated. Zhang Yichen was so scared that he immediately shrank back, pretended to gnash his teeth and hammered the chair in front of him twice, and sat on the seat grinding his teeth in hatred. But he also became obedient. The car stopped at a red light. Uncle Lang, Zhang Yichen poked his head out from the rear driver's seat, his big eyes rolling around, making him look exceptionally smart. But when he met Leng Haoyan's gaze in the rearview mirror, he grinned and was exceptionally flattering. Uncle Lang, do you have any misunderstandings with Sister Qiang? Don't think he didn't see it, the two of them knew each other, otherwise why would Leng Haoyan, who never looked people in the eye, glance at that woman, and why would Qian Shiyu, who always treated men as sisters, listen to gossip about a strange man? It seems that the two of them have a story. He has to see if he can sell the woman to his Uncle Lang in exchange for some compensation. He originally wanted to see if he could find a woman to control Leng Haoyan. The first person he thought of was Qian Shiyu, the violent woman. Now that he saw that there was a chance, he was immediately excited. Not to mention, although the woman had a very bad temper, she was beautiful. When he was a tutor, his uncles came to visit him one by one. Except for his dad, they all fell at her feet. She asked them to go east, but they didn't dare to go west. But in the end, none of them could seduce her. It seems that although his Uncle Lang is cold, he also likes beautiful women. But later he has to see if he can separate them again, otherwise the two of them will be more troublesome than each other, and they will be even more troublesome when put together. Zhang Yichen's eyes are bright, and he stares at Leng Haoyan's reaction, intending to be a matchmaker first. Unexpectedly, Leng Haoyan immediately retracted his side, turned the car, and stared at the road ahead. Zhang Yichen's mouth pursed, but he didn't give up when he didn't hear the answer. He grabbed the driver's seat and asked again, Uncle Lang, my sister Qiang is so beautiful, are you tempted? As soon as he asked, the car suddenly accelerated, and Zhang Yichen fell back straight. If it weren't for the seatbelt, he would definitely be injured. Even so, the back of his head hit the seat, which was extremely painful. Next, it was simply the legendary speed racer. The car seemed to be flying. Uncle Qiang, slow down. I heard that the accident rate in China is quite high. We have to consider our own safety, right? Turn a blind eye. I don't know if it was Zhang Yichen's illusion, but the car was going much faster. He had never been frightened like this before, and he started to howl again. Uncle Lang, even if you don't want to live, I still want my life. Zhang Yichen, who was usually good at reading people's faces, had a rusty brain. Now, the car was in the highest gear. Zhang Yichen opened his eyes and watched the car narrowly pass by a large truck. His mind finally returned to the right track. He clung to the back seat tightly and dared not move. The car finally stopped outside a villa. Zhang Yichen opened the door and vomited directly. After that, he sat softly on the flower bed, but still felt uncomfortable, lying on it like a zombie. Pick up the dirty things yourself, and clean yourself up, otherwise you are not allowed to come in. Demonic voice. It was definitely a demonic voice. When Zhang Yichen heard him speak, he trembled 3 times. Before he could ask the nanny to do this, Leng Haoyan walked in without looking back. Zhang Yichen stretched out his hand and stared at his back pitifully. He looked quite miserable. When Zhang Yichen finally managed to finish everything with great effort, he walked to the door with his hungry stomach sticking to his back, but he was still outside the door and had locked it. Inhumane. Zhang Yichen really wanted to turn around and leave, but he didn't dare. Although he was usually a bit unreliable, he knew that their family was not an ordinary family, and he knew that he couldn't just do whatever he wanted outside. But don't think he didn't know how many people were following him. When he was sure it was safe, he immediately dumped this cold-faced man. He reached out to press the doorbell angrily, but after waiting for a long time, no one came to open the door. Zhang Yichen was so angry that he raised his foot and wanted to kick the door, but the door opened in time. Looking at the cold-faced man in an apron, Zhang Yichen was so shocked that he couldn't recover for a long time. It was not as terrifying as the collision of Mars and the Earth. Lang Haoyan stared at him for a few times and only turned away when he saw that there were water drops on his face and the rest of his body was clean. Can he cook? Zhang Yichen swallowed nervously. Although he was curious about what this cold-faced man would do, he was very hungry and his stomach couldn't stand the toss. Lang Haoyan turned around and took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, threw them on the ground, and then walked straight in. Zhang Yichen hurriedly changed his shoes and put them on and asked timidly, Uncle Qiang, aren't we going out to eat today? Okay. A cold-faced man is a cold-faced man. He didn't stop and went straight into the kitchen. With a gurgle, Zhang Yichen's stomach protested again. He sat down on the sofa, grabbed an apple and took a big bite. He took half of the green apple and chewed it hard, venting his anger. He secretly glanced at Lang Haoyan, who was facing away from him in the kitchen. He was serious, slow, noble and elegant. He looked very good, but he didn't really want to eat the meal he cooked at noon today, did he? Zhang Yichen's mouth slowly pouted, looking at the half-eaten apple in his hand, feeling upset. He knew that he was sent here just to suffer. He threw the apple back into the fruit bowl, turned over and lay on the sofa, and went to sleep. At worst, he would not eat. Zhang Yichen woke up when he smelled the fragrance. He thought he was dreaming and his nose was bulging, sniffing like a kitten. Lang Haoyan twisted his thick eyebrows fiercely just because Zhang Yichen's mouth was drooling. He glanced away in disgust, tried hard to suppress the urge to send him back, and kicked him. Zhang Yichen was hit, his body trembled, and he woke up completely. The corners of his mouth were wet. He subconsciously wanted to touch it, and a towel flew over. He grabbed it quickly to prevent the towel from covering his face. He had a puzzled look on his face, but when Lang Haoyan glanced at him, Zhang Yichen grinned reflexively. His smile was as sweet as it could be. He wiped the corners of his mouth with the towel. He was not stupid. He knew there was saliva at the corners of his mouth. He just heard that he had mesophobia. No matter how disgusting he was, it would be fine. After wiping it, he threw it aside. Lang Haoyan's brows have not relaxed since then. The kid is really annoying. Wash it clean. If you don't wash it clean, you are not allowed to eat. After saying that, he no longer cared about him, rolled up the shirt on his wrist, 然后 sat down, picked up the chopsticks, and started eating. Food. Zhang Yichen looked in the direction of him, blinked his eyes, and made sure he was not wrong. 然后呢? Pickled fish, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, chopped pepper fish head, spicy chicken. 然后? Good. His stomach made a sound again. This time he didn't think about his stomach. He turned over and walked straight towards him. When he walked to the side, he was tempted to grab it. Lang Haoyan was in no hurry to stop him and directly hit him with the chopsticks. Ouch! Zhang Yichen screamed, 然后 retracted his claws directly and looked at Lang Haoyan with resentment. Uncle Lang. Lang Haoyan's face showed no expression, but the temperature in the air plummeted and his voice became several degrees colder. Go wash. Of course, the two chopsticks in his hand were thrown aside by him in disgust. Zhang Yichen was stunned for a moment and slowly turned his head and saw the pitiful towel thrown on the ground. He turned his head like a robot. Uncle Qiang, let's talk. Can I wash it after I finish eating? He looked at him with wide eyes, hoping that he would forgive him for a while because he was a child. Who knew? No words, no attention, no explanation. He picked up a thin piece of pickled fish and ate it very slowly, but it made Zhang Yichen drool again. Zhang Yichen's family immigrated to a foreign country, but they were all Chinese for generations. Because the men in the Zhang family looked down on foreign women, even the Japanese who were also from Europe looked down on them, so the blood of the whole family was no longer so pure. And what Zhang Yichen likes to eat the most is Chinese home-cooked food, which is especially similar to Qian Shiyu. The difference is that Qian Shiyu went abroad at a young age, and it was a habit for many years. After eating at home for so many years, I have long been accustomed to it. I always get tired of eating Western food abroad. But Zhang Yichen doesn't like Western food. 那个 He is the only one in the family who eats Chinese food every day, but he never gets tired of it. 张逸晨 looked at 冷浩言 suspiciously. Only his family knew that he liked to eat these things the most. Did his dad betray him again? I don't deny that there is such a possibility. To capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. For 张逸晨, it's perfect. Oh, and Qian Shiyu knows that she knew his weaknesses back then and forced herself to sign many humiliating treaties. Actually, the food made by Qian Shiyu didn't look very good, far inferior to the top chef at home, but it had a smell. Mommy said it was the taste of hometown, so the whole family liked it very much. Especially him. The aroma of the whole table entered Zhang Yichen's nose, and he swallowed his saliva again. It smelled good, so it shouldn't be too bad. Zhang Yichen finally couldn't help it, and ran over to pick out the towel and ran to the bathroom on the first floor, and said, by the way, eat slowly. Leave some for me. But even though he said to eat slowly, when he came out again, Lang Haoyan still put down his chopsticks. Zhang Yichen sat down on the seat, picked out the chopsticks and stood them up, put them in his mouth and took a bite. Uncle Lang, are you full? No way. So many dishes were brought over. Lang Haoyan stood up without saying a word. He didn't like to eat with others unless he had to. But how did they teach their children? They didn't even know the basic table manners. If Zhang Yichen knew, he would definitely say that he was innocent. This was completely the result of being scared by you. Zhang Yichen pouted speechlessly. Would he die if he said a word? Forget it, just don't eat it. He won't be the one who is hungry. He found a place that didn't seem to have been pinched before and picked up a piece of head. Although he didn't have mesophobia, he didn't want to eat other people's leftovers. When he put it in his mouth, his eyes lit up. It tasted better than what Qian Shiyu, the woman, made. Zhang Yichen chuckled, and he knew that God was kind to him. The result was that Zhang Yichen licked the floor on his stomach. He was so full that his stomach hurt a little. Downstairs, the plates were clean, but there was more than half a bowl of rice left. As for Leng Haoyan, after seeing it, Zhang Yichen was as miserable as he could be. Later, Zhang Yichen didn't eat the dishes made by Leng Haoyan for several years, not even Qian Shiyu, the woman. However, it seemed that his words triggered a bloody case. Of course, this is a later story. Tian Shiyu returned home and had just had lunch when Qian Shengze also rushed back. She was surprised that Qian Shiman was actually dazed, with sadness and loss on her face. What happened? Tian Shiyu blinked her eyes. In the past few days, Tian Shiyu has gotten to know this little girl. She is very sensitive. She will cry when someone says something cold to her. For example, in front of her, even though she did nothing. She is also very cheerful. If you ignore her, she will be lively and energetic the next second. But it seems that she has never been unhappy except in front of her. Could it be that she knows something? He glanced at her calmly, washed his hands calmly and ate, but his ears were pointed. Sure enough, Tian Shengze picked up some food for Qian Shiman and began to persuade her, Man, eat first. Dad has hired the best doctor for Grandma, she will be fine. Grandma? Tian Shiman's grandma. The old woman who was dressed very brightly appeared in his mind, and the movement of chewing the food in his mouth gradually slowed down a lot. If she hadn't said it, she would have forgotten that Fu Wanxin had a mother. In her memory, Fu Wanxin's family was not rich, not even well off, and she was also brought up by her mother. However, she didn't seem to have a very deep memory of her mother. The only thing she remembered was that when Fu Wanxin came to her house, her mother slapped her. As for why, she really didn't know. Tian Shiyu lowered her head, and her long eyelashes covered her thoughts. Dad, I want to accompany Grandma for a few days, can I? Qian Shiman sniffed. Grandma loved her the most, but she had been in a coma for a few days, and she knew, and was the last to know, that Grandma didn't come to her brother's 100th-day banquet. She really saw that Grandma was out of town and couldn't come back. She shouldn't have believed her mother's words. Tian Shiman became more and more sad as she thought about it. Tears kept rolling around, but she stubbornly refused to let them flow down. Okay. Qian Shengze rubbed Qian Shiman's hair and said distressfully, "Eat first. How can you take care of grandma if you don't have the energy?" 然后 Yeah. Qian Shiman nodded, blinked her eyes, and forced the tears back. Tian Shiyu ate lunch slowly and went upstairs. After sitting on the bed and thinking about it, he finally turned on the computer and found the clip of Qian Shiman making the phone call. Tian Shiman would call Fu Wanxin every day. In addition to the usual greetings, she would also stammer a few words with her brother. But at the end of today, when Qian Shiman was about to hang up the phone, she covered her mouth and started crying when she heard something on the other end of the phone. Tian Shiyu leaned closer and slowly observed her expression, then leaned back in the chair in disappointment. Everything was not so natural anymore. Could she have thought wrong? Tian Shiman left afternoon, leaving Qian Shiyu alone at home. Suddenly, she found that a home with only one person was really deserted. However, she had gotten used to it, hadn't she? Lang Haoyan was not surprised to receive Su Xiangyu's call. In fact, he was so late that he was a little more curious. "Yan, thank you for the other day," Su Xiangyu said very calmly, which was already remarkable for him who was not good at speaking. Lang Haoyan rarely smiled. He was really a completely different person when he was drunk. But just as his smile bloomed, the person on the other side of the phone roared, "But you can just throw me on the street. Why call someone to pick me up?" Leng Haoyan was silent. That's right, he should have thrown him on the street earlier. Do you know, do you know, do you know? A series of do you know, but he didn't explain it. Lang Haoyan listened to him venting quietly and waited until there was no movement over there, then he said, "Who is that woman?" Su Xiangyu was originally walking back and forth in a restless manner. When he heard his question, his steps immediately stopped and he stood there blankly, unable to say a word for a long time. The eyes under the golden eye frame were a little dull. For a long while. I'm going abroad. Su Xiangyu lowered his eyes and his voice was very depressed. The only thing he could do now was to stay away. Well, go. Leng Haoyan replied indifferently as if he didn't feel his abnormality at all. What do you want to explain? Explain. Unexpectedly, Yan would also joke. Su Xiangyu wanted to force a smile, but the corners of his mouth moved. But it was unusually stiff. With a bit of bitterness on his face, he slowly said, "If anything happens at my home, please tell me." Su Xiangyu didn't want to let everyone know that this brother was the most tight-lipped. He thought he could live with peace of mind. Well. Leng Haoyan nodded slowly and heard a movement outside the room and frowned slightly. After hanging up the phone, Lang Haoyan knocked on the table lightly. Although he didn't know what happened, he still chose to respect his decision. However, it seemed that he had his responsibility for this matter. However, he really had a lot of responsibilities. Hearing the sound coming from outside again, Lang Haoyan was a little impatient. Children are always troublesome and need to be disciplined. Zhang Yicheng was angry because of Leng Haoyan's punishment and actually asked him to clean the toilet. Zhang Yicheng pounded the pillow hard. Although he didn't do it, he was locked in the toilet for 3 hours, 3 whole hours. He was really crazy. He now regretted that he didn't listen to his father and learn those flying over the eaves and walls. He didn't dare to jump from the 3rd floor. He held the phone indignantly, forcing himself not to call his dad and mom to complain. He threw the phone from one hand to the other, turning it back and forth. If you don't take revenge, you are not a gentleman. After thinking for a long time, he finally walked out of the room quietly and went downstairs to tinker. Kitchen knife. No, I am so small I can't threaten him, throw it away. Pot. It can't cover it. Throw it away. Chopsticks. I want to shoot him in the face with a sieve. Unfortunately, I can't do it. Gas tank. Zhang Yichen's eyes lit up, a must-have for suicide. However, Zhang Yichen's face dimmed again. It will kill people. Throw it away. Finally, Zhang Yichen就 found a rusty mousetrap from somewhere and tiptoed to the door of Leng Haoyan's room. After a lot of effort, he finally fixed it. He tilted his ears and didn't hear any movement. He half covered his mouth and laughed secretly, then ran back to his room slowly, the second to last guest room. So, when Leng Haoyan opened the door and saw the mousetrap at the door, he shook his head gently. Children are just children after all. Zhang Yichen couldn't fall asleep for a long time after returning to the room. He was excited at first, then worried. When he fell asleep vaguely in the second half of the night, he seemed to hear some sound and thought he was dreaming. The next morning, Zhang Yichen sat cross-legged at the head of the bed with a face full of fear, and cold sweat broke out on his back. 然后? He had a period of panic when he woke up early. When it was serious, he couldn't come to his senses for half an hour, but today, Zhang Yichen shuddered violently. He woke up early and rubbed his eyes, intending to get out of bed. When he was about to step on the ground, he found that the ground was full of nails, which scared him and stopped immediately. It turned out that there was a rusty mousetrap under his feet, and his foot was almost stuck to it. He hurriedly threw the pillow down, and with a click the mousetrap was stuck. Even though it was rusty, it was super easy to use. But he realized later that there was a kitchen knife on the pillow just now. He turned back stiffly and saw the shining kitchen knife lying quietly on the bedside. Touching his almost broken head, bad guy. Zhang Yichen wanted to wipe away tears, bullying a child. 就是 And he is someone's uncle. When Zhang Yichen finally calmed down, he went downstairs after destroying the body and went downstairs like a thief, but found that there was no one. Where is the person? Zhang Yichen looked around. His ears were pointed, but he didn't see even a shadow. He was showing off. Isn't this his turn to be king? Before he could be happy for 2 seconds, he heard footsteps, and Zhang Yichen froze. When he turned around, his face was full of smiles. Uncle Lang, good morning. Very good, thick-skinned enough. Lang Haoyan slowly buttoned up his wrist. Pack up and go. Go. Where to? It was obvious that Zhang Yichen couldn't keep up with his thinking, or he was feeling guilty about what happened yesterday and didn't expect that he didn't intend to pursue what happened last night. The sun is rising from the west. Zhang Yichen's mind is turning several times faster than usual. Although he was the first to attack, he also fought back yesterday and hid. Thinking of this, he calmed down. Seeing his indifferent look for a moment, Lang Haoyan narrowed his eyes slightly. Company. Uncle Lang is going to the company, so walk slowly. Zhang Yichen's face lit up, and he secretly groaned in his heart. Ignoring his deaf muteness, Lang Haoyan glanced at his watch. Before he could tell the time limit, Zhang Yichen quickly interrupted what he was about to say. I haven't eaten yet. And Uncle Qian is going to the company. I will only make trouble for you if I go, so why don't you? Either go, or you stay here today. The low voice made Zhang Yichen grind his teeth fiercely. I'll go, for sure. A good man won't suffer a loss in front of him. He endured it. What should I have for breakfast? Zhang Yichen showed Leng Haoyan a mouthful of white teeth. His big eyes narrowed into slits with a smile. He raised his chin towards the things on the table, and seeing that time was running out, he began to walk out. Bread. Soy milk. Zhang Yichen looked at the things on the table mechanically and got angry. Uncle Qian, I'm growing up, and I won't grow tall if I eat these. He can yell and shout, and he is full of energy, which is good. Then I won't eat. Leng Haoyan had already walked to the entrance to change his shoes, and he was ruthless when he heard it. He wouldn't starve to death if he didn't eat for a meal. You are abusing children. No, it's a minor. This is illegal. Zhang Yichen was mad. Is he his father's friend? After changing his leather shoes, Lang Haoyan saw that he didn't move, grabbed the door handle, and looked like he was going to close the door. Wait, I'll go. Zhang Yichen grabbed a bag of bread and a cup of soy milk, and ran out. Uncle Lang. 长义臣 followed 冷浩言 in small steps. Can I go find Sister Tian? Seeing that he ignored him, Zhang Yichen pouted. What's so cool about that? Uncle Lang, you are working. I can only cause trouble if I go. You don't want to be disturbed when you are working. Seeing 冷浩言 walking by himself without even turning his head, Zhang Yichen waved his paws at his back and danced. Uncle Lang, can I find a playmate to go with me? Zhang Yichen blocked the driver's door, looked at him pitifully, and moved away weakly under his expressionless gaze. Uncle Lang. Zhang Yichen followed him into the car and did not dare to sit in the passenger seat but stretched his head in front of 冷浩言. He'll. 冷浩言 looked straight ahead without looking away, but finally let go. Sister Tian. Zhang Yichen blurted out and saw 冷浩言's face stiffen and obviously hesitated. He grinned and instantly felt that his decision was quite wise. Uncle Lang, I only know Sister Tian in China. He explained weakly. I don't have time to answer. I checked Baidu Maps. Zhang Yichen blinked innocently, followed this road to the city, passed by Sister Tian's house. The Tian family is quite famous in this area, so he could find it on Baidu. His father had looked up Sister Tian's ancestors thoroughly, otherwise he wouldn't know where she lived. Zhang Yichen took out his mobile phone from somewhere and waved his claws at 冷浩言, Uncle Lang. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he just assumed that he agreed. He sat back in his seat excitedly, holding the phone and was about to call, but hesitated for a moment. Sister Tian wouldn't be sleeping, right? Thinking of her female Tyrannosaurus Rex-like waking mood, he was a little scared. Uncle Lang, how about you call? Giving him a cold look, 冷浩言 slowly started the car. Zhang Yichen retracted his claws in dismay. He didn't know it was impossible, but he was just asking for trouble. So, Tian Shiyu was actually brushing her teeth when she heard the phone ringing, and she was speechless when she saw that little Chen Chen know. 2 seconds. He is just a little troublemaker. She didn't say anything after the call was connected, but the other party didn't care and shouted happily, Sister Tian, good morning. The electric toothbrush was buzzing, but Qian Shiyu didn't say anything. Zhang Yichen glanced at 冷浩言, fearing that he would find out that he had lost all his face in front of the two of them. Sister Tian, didn't you promise me yesterday that you would accompany me? Let's go out and play together today. Get lost, who promised you? 那个 Tian Shiyu's mouth was full of foam, and she spoke hesitantly and vomited while talking. It happened that Zhang Yichen had just turned on the speaker at this time. I don't know if there was a tacit understanding. When Zhang Yichen regretted that they had lost their image in front of 冷浩言 actually turned his head to the side, took a look and turned away. Zhang Yichen opened his eyes unconsciously. Would he not extinguish his sister Tian's peach blossom? He thought about it and reminded weakly, Sister Tian, you should pay attention to your image. After hearing this, Tian Shiyu was about to scold him to get lost, but suddenly felt something was wrong. He pulled the toothbrush aside and let it make the sound. He then rinsed the toothpaste with some water before picking up the phone. He picked up the towel and walked out of the bathroom. Who are you with? 呵呵 Zhang Yichen giggled a few times. Seeing that 冷浩言 didn't object. 然后? He told her with some gloating, my Uncle Lang. Get lost. Tian Shiyu wanted to bite him to death, no. Huh? Sister Tian, what did you say? Why can't I hear you? I'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain in 10 minutes. Zhang Yichen grabbed the phone in fear, stretched out his claws and patted his chest. Finally, he got it done. Meeting 冷浩言's gaze, he chuckled twice, my sister Tian is like this. She's actually a super nice person. Seeing that he didn't react, she couldn't help but curl her lips. He was obviously serious now, why didn't he believe it? Uncle Lang, Sister Tian is really nice. You see, she is not only beautiful, but also optimistic, kind, warm-hearted, pure and innocent, loved by everyone, and flowers bloom when she sees them. Zhang Yichen counted on his fingers to find Qian Shiyu's advantages. In the end, he really couldn't think of any other adjectives, so he blurted out, "She's also a good cook." Afraid that he wouldn't believe it, he quickly patted his chest and assured him, "It's absolutely true." He felt that he had said too much about Qian Shiyu, and afraid that he wouldn't believe it, he quickly added, "Except for her bad temper, I can't find any other shortcomings." After saying that, he looked at him expectantly. Lang Haoyan listened to his sales pitch in silence. He really didn't want to pay attention to him, but he saw that he was staring at him. 然后 his heart moved, and he said lightly, "Since she's so good, then keep her." 长义晨 didn't expect Leng Haoyan to answer him, but he didn't expect that he would actually speak. "Does it mean that he is moved?" Zhang Yichen laughed in his heart and looked more serious on his face. "She will be old when I grow up. She will not be attractive when she is old." "Uncle Lang, you don't have to worry about an old cow eating young grass. My sister Tian likes old, mature men, you." Leng Haoyan was silent. He really shouldn't expect too much from this child. Zhang Yichen was talking until his mouth was dry. Lang Haoyan didn't say another word. He sighed, "Uncle Lang is really not suitable to be her boyfriend and husband. I'd better find another reliable person for Sister Tian. What a pity, I actually have high hopes for you too." Zhang Yichen's words were half true and half false, even he didn't know where he was talking about. He didn't know whether he was really matchmaking or pretending to match. "Uncle Lang, if you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. You have to think it through." Apart from his own mommy, Zhang Yichen likes Qian Shiyu the most. He treats her as his own person. He originally just wanted Qian Shiyu to stir things up. After all, she is very good at making trouble and she has enough admirers. One more is not too much, one less is not too little. Who knows that Leng Haoyan didn't react at all when he saw her yesterday. Today, he talked for a long time, but still didn't show any interest. This hit Zhang Yichen hard. He always felt that his daughter was disliked by others. The discomfort in his heart can be imagined. In the end, he could only comfort himself. The charm index of his sister Tian needs to be improved. After passing a turn, Tian Shiyu just came down from the bend. Zhang Yichen looked at his mobile phone. It was exactly 10 minutes. All on time. Tian Shiyu was wearing a rose-red ultra-short leather dress today. Her small waist looked slim. She held a silver bag in her hand, a headband on her head, and light makeup, which made her look intellectual and beautiful. Zhang Yichen immediately blew a loud whistle and raised his eyebrows at Leng Haoyan. Unfortunately, Lang Haoyan took a look and stopped the car quietly. He didn't take Zhang Yichen's provocation seriously. He had seen many beautiful women, but Lang Haoyan's eyes deepened. Tian Shiyu was stunned when she saw the Porsche from yesterday. Wouldn't he want to go too? Looking at his cold look, she knew that he must be impatient to take care of children. In addition, Zhang Yichen said yesterday that he hated children. She once saw that he would ask someone to take care of them. Who knew? Suddenly, he hesitated. Tian Shiyu was still in a daze. Zhang Yichen rolled down the window, leaned out, and waved at Qian Shiyu, "Mr. Tian, get in the car quickly, Uncle Lang won't wait for anyone." At the same time, the car honked. Tian Shiyu frowned and walked slowly to the front of the car. Zhang Yichen opened the back door for her. She relaxed her brows a little and squatted down to sit in. Zhang Yichen immediately broke into a big smile, and when Qian Shiyu saw it, she threw the bag straight at his face. Zhang Yichen took it with a smile, wanting to see if there was any RMB in it, but she finally held back because she was staring at him with a fierce look. Sister Tian is not only beautiful today, but also very elegant. It was momentum. With that glare from her beautiful big eyes, he felt his head go cold. Tian Shiyu fiercely snatched the bag away, without even looking at the expression of the person in front of her at the moment, or maybe she was expressionless, and asked with bare teeth, "Where are we going?" Zhang Yichen flatteringly put Qian Shiyu's naughty hair behind her ears, and after another glare, he tilted his hand and pointed at Leng Haoyan in front of him. "Go to Uncle Lang's workplace, commonly known as the office. 钱世玉's hand trembled, and she looked at him in disbelief. Zhang Yichen smiled at her slyly and nodded affirmatively. A miserable scream immediately rang out on the wide road, but it was Qian Shiyu twisting the flesh around Zhang Yichen's waist and turning it 360 degrees. Sister Qiang, this is a wife's way of dealing with her husband, don't make the wrong choice. Didn't you say I can't find a man, so you marry me? When I grow up, you'll be a shrew, and you still dare to cause trouble. Oh. I was wrong. Leng Haoyan looked up from the rearview mirror, and a hint of sarcasm appeared on his lips. Tian Shiyu paused and suddenly turned his head to look back, but there was no movement. Just now, the light, what happened? What's wrong? Zhang Yichen also came over and wanted to look back, but Qian Shiyu pushed his face and pushed him back. Nothing happened, sit down. Zhang Yichen wanted to see, but the car had already whizzed past and he couldn't see it even if he wanted to, so he sat back in boredom. Tian Shiyu couldn't help but look up at Leng Haoyan, but was instantly awakened when he met his cold eyes. Slowly shifting his gaze to Zhang Yichen, what kind of identity is this kid? How could he let him be alone? Facing Zhang Yichen's innocent eyes, Tian Shiyu was so naive that she slapped him on the head. That's all, she covered her face and shrank back. She didn't mean it, but when Qian Shiyu thought of this, she put her hand down again. She had just walked through the gates of hell, all because of that brat. She suddenly became scared, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She stared at Zhang Yichen and didn't move away until she got to the place. Zhang Yichen was so scared that he shrank into a small corner and kept looking at him vigilantly, but he didn't move at all. In the end, it could only be attributed to her menopause. Leng Haoyan curled his lips in an unknown way, not knowing whether it was because Qian Shiyu's behavior was ridiculous or because she didn't learn from her mistakes. The three of them didn't know that they were lying in the bushes, glaring at a young man with his head drooping. They said he was a young man, but in fact, he looked much younger than the others, about 20 years old, with a short flat head on double eyelids. To double, with a feeling of multiple eyelids. Under the fierce momentum of the others, he looked very ordinary. Second idiot, how many times have I told you not to act on your own? I didn't act on my own, I just wanted to say hello to her. Do you know that if we are discovered by the enemy, we will all have to explain here? 然后? She is not an enemy. Besides, there is no one else here except them, and there will definitely be no enemies. Do you know that we are here to protect the safety of the young master? As for safety, it means that his life is in danger. No, it is when he is bullied by bad guys. Do you think that beautiful sister is a bad guy? I am not afraid that you are a bad guy, she is not. Second idiot, how about you go back? Tang, the young man who was just timid and submissive just now, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were as big as cow eyes, and the gun in his hand was loaded immediately. Everyone stepped back. Hey, calm down, it's just a suggestion. Since you don't agree, let's forget it. Really? Ahem, let's catch up quickly or we will lose people in a while. Second idiot looked at the empty street, put his gun on his back and ran. Oh, my brain. The man who was pushed out to talk to Ersha fell to the side, holding his head and worried. Let's go, keep up, just keep an eye on him more in the future. Can you keep an eye on him? The man loosened his hands, pulled his sleeves, and got angry at him. It was embarrassing to say it out. He was no match for him in terms of force. He was drugged and was knocked out by him. Even the most effective tricks were useless. He was puzzled. Why was Ersha so persistent here and refused to go back? Seeing several companions who had already run far away, the man who persuaded him ignored him and chased after him. Hey, wait for me. Seeing that there was no one, he crawled and caught up. Could he say that he was scared by the muzzle of the gun that Ersha was facing? Legs weak. Tian Shiyu was very depressed, not because of the crowd watching them just now, nor because of the way they looked at them as a family of three, but because of what Leng Haoyan said when she got off the car. I don't like women wearing makeup. What does it mean? She is a woman. She is also dressed up. But what does it have to do with him? I still remember that he was very serious when he said this, as if it was natural. His demonic eyes reflected Shen Zhong's self, and his tall and strong figure made him look particularly petite. Tian Shiyu supported her chin with her small hand and pouted her lips slightly. Could it be that he couldn't stand it? Tian Shiyu was a little surprised. Some people have obsessive-compulsive disorder and they don't want to see what they don't like. Although this person seems to be indifferent to everything, he has a sense of superiority in his bones. I think he also has obsessive-compulsive disorder. I have thought it through. Tian Shiyu relaxed completely and his upper body sank into the sofa. 然后冷浩然 glanced at the casual and natural person who had just sat upright and now, but she looked very relaxed, so how could her nervousness be hidden from his eyes? From the first time he saw her, she seemed to be very nervous in front of him, although she deliberately kept it very natural. Lang Haoyan frowned slightly, his slender fingers moved slightly, and he picked up the document to block all his sight. Tian Shiyu glanced at Lang Haoyan calmly. Although she came here to protect the safety of that bad boy, she couldn't be inseparable from him. Lang Haoyan, on the other hand, worked expressionlessly, not affected by the two of them and the key tone of the phone at all, which made her fidget. He snatched her phone and saw that it was already downloading games. He frowned fiercely, immediately stopped the download, deleted it, and opened Candy Crush Saga to play. However, muted. This kid was just asking for a beating and actually turned her phone to the maximum volume. Zhang Yichen put his back over sullenly and glared at her with dissatisfaction. What's wrong with him playing for a while? So stingy. Although he thought so, he still took out his iPad from his bag. His father taught him that he must never carry a bag with him, it is for life-saving. But after taking it out, he suddenly found that his things were missing. Ah, Uncle Qiang, there's a thief in your house. All my private money has been stolen. Zhang Yichen jumped up immediately, then grabbed the bag tightly and then cursed with gritted teeth, "Damn little thief, if I catch you I will hack you to death. Cut you into pieces and throw your body to wild dogs." Zhang Yichen stretched out his hand and chopped as he spoke, wishing he could kill him on the spot. Tian Shiyu moved his butt to the side until he felt that the man's side was out, then he carefully picked up the pillow on the sofa and watched the show. Zhang Yichen became much bolder and sat on the sofa again, raised his head and chest, and looked at him fiercely. Lang Haoyan gently shook the documents in his hand, and his eyes turned from Zhang Yichen to Tian Shiyu next to him, and he laughed immediately. Retracted his eyes and lazily read the documents again. HMPH. Zhang Yichen was arrogant and snorted coldly. Seeing Tian Shiyu hiding for a way, he went straight over, grabbed the pillow in Tian Shiyu's arms and threw it towards Lang Haoyan. Of course, he didn't dare to really hit that cold face. The pillow flew away in front of the desk, and inevitably got another cold glance from Lang Haoyan. Tian Shiyu thought if it wasn't her who was used, maybe she would be happy to watch the show, but what was the intention of this guy to involve her? No matter how she decided to deal with him, Tian Shiyu still kept a calm smile, gave him a thumbs up, and silently praised him with her lips. "You have courage." Children usually use this trick when they are angry, but being able to lose temper in front of this person can be considered as progress. Who knew that Zhang Yichen actually laughed when he saw it? "Sister Qiang, do you like him more or me more?" This he was obviously referring to Lang Haoyan. After saying that, he immediately pointed his little finger at Lang Haoyan. Why the little finger? Because he heard from his father that sticking out the little finger is impolite. It is also an insult. Tian Shiyu was stunned. Before Tian Shiyu could come back to her senses, he immediately spoke again. "I know you like him." Don't look at me as a child. I know it from your expression that is completely different from usual. But I tell you, he tilted his head to avoid the eyes that were already on him. His little finger was still pointing in the air, but he didn't look over, and it was so crooked that he couldn't find the edge. He's not as infatuated as my dad. Don't think that you can tie his heart just because you are beautiful. I tell you, it's absolutely impossible. Looking at him, you should know that he is definitely not the kind of person who lives in a small family. So, you'd better turn back as soon as possible. What is disconnected? Tian Shiyu couldn't keep up with his imagination, but his face slowly turned pale. Also, don't look at him being handsome and having a good figure. You can see that he is usually cold-hearted and cold-faced, and you know that you won't be happy to follow him. If things go wrong, he will find countless good sisters for you outside and let you live a widow. So, don't even think about it. Leng Haoyan touched the knife like thin lips with his slender and perfect fingers with interest. He seemed to be very interested in this topic. A glimmer of light rarely appeared in his usually dark and deep eyes. And get lost. Qian Shiyu grabbed one of the pillows and threw it hard at his face. Zhang Yichen caught it neatly and threw it to the ground again. I tell you, Zhang Yichen turned his head and wanted to continue. Tian Shiyu stood up with her phone in one hand and her bag in the other. Where are you going? Seeing her walking straight to the door, Zhang Yichen was stunned. Tian Shiyu ignored him, of course. In fact, she was furious now. Although they usually joked about everything, that was when there were no outsiders around. Saying such things in front of others, did she really think she was a female King Kong who was immune to all poisons? Zhang Yichen naturally knew that Qian Shiyu was angry. If she was really angry, she would not hit or scold her, but would just ignore her. The speed of his feet was obviously faster than the speed of his brain. He ran in front of her in 2 or 3 steps, turned around, and leaned his back against the door. Sister Tian, I'm just afraid that you'll meet us come back, so I'm giving you a heads up. If you don't like it, then can't I just not say anything? Zhang Yichen was like a round young wife. He was just talking, but she didn't care about these things before. Tian Shiyu put his round and plump arm, which still had some baby fat, to the side and covered the door lock with her hand. As soon as she opened the door, she was pressed back by an index finger. Lang Haoyan's hand passed through Qian Shiyu's right shoulder and his tall and strong body bent slightly downward. He looked down from the left, as if hugging but not hugging. Tian Shiyu was interrupted and looked up reflexively. From the side angle, it seemed like a pair of lovers leaning against each other. Tian Shiyu was startled and wanted to hide. But she turned sideways and turned around and leaned against his chest. Tian Shiyu's face turned red. He was only wearing a thin shirt, and when their skin touched, it seemed that her hair stood up and the blood in her body flowed back to her brain. It was different from the scene when he was drunk that day. That day, he was drunk and his whole body smelled of alcohol, which was very pungent. Now, he had a kind of cologne on him, and she seemed to coax him like a child that day. Now, he didn't have the calmness at that time. This should be the first time she blushed in front of the opposite sex, but it felt hot. Before Qian Shiyu could dodge out, Lang Haoyan withdrew his hand that was supporting the door with one hand, put his hands in his trouser pockets, turned around and walked to the desk. My office is not for anyone to come and go as they please. Zhang Yichen looked at this and that, jumped in front of Qian Shiyu, who was blushing, and glared at her. What a shame. Didn't you say that you only met a few times? Zhang Yichen was so fascinated before they even got along. He just wanted to pull her ears to remind her that he was a wolf, don't treat him as a sheep. Tian Shiyu finally sat down and played games with her mobile phone. Zhang Yichen sat opposite her and stared at her, but Qian Shiyu ignored him this time. Zhang Yichen was not willing to be outdone. He kicked his legs and waved his hands in front of her, but Qian Shiyu didn't move for a long time. Zhang Yichen knew that she was angry about what happened just now. He really didn't mean it. Maybe he shouldn't have asked Sister Tian to come. Just like his father said, Uncle Tian was a killer of women. On the one hand, he was angry that his wallet was taken away and he only found out now. 然后 On the other hand, it was because Sister Tian's mood was not natural and she wanted to ease it. Who knew that it would get worse and worse? Well, he was worrying about nothing, but he saw with his own eyes that his Uncle Long was so cruel to his woman. Yes, cruel. At least because of him, his uncles restrained themselves a lot in front of him, but he personally pushed that beautiful woman into the wolf's den. The underground exchange. Maybe his heart was too soft and he was sympathetic to the weak. He still couldn't forget the way that woman begged, but his father put him and didn't let him stand out. Zhang Tianyang said that Leng Haoyan was very principled. If he was his friend, he would stick his neck out, but if he was his enemy, he would fight to the death. He was so unbridled because he had his father as his backing, but he could only do some childish tricks. In fact, he wanted to hide as far away as possible. As for Qian Shiyu, except for her bad temper, she knew the situation very well. When she first entered his house, she was able to keep her eyebrows down and never looked at anything she shouldn't have seen. She would cover her eyes if she was asked to, and forget if she was asked to forget. For other masters, they might only feel satisfied if the person they invited was so obedient, but their own situation was quite special. How could they let such a special person stay in their home without investigating it clearly? He felt very strange from the first time he saw them, that's right. Maybe it was his feeling that they were somewhat similar, as if there was a kind of magnetic field that could attract them to each other. But Qian Shiyu looked like a fish to be slaughtered. The result of Zhang Yichen's thinking was that he fell to the side and fell asleep. Tian Shiyu looked up at the child who was pouting and drooling, hummed, and buried her head in the challenge. The heart given to her by her friend finally came in handy. When Qian Shiyu went to the tea room to get some water to drink, because of the simple conditions, she could only use the disposable paper cups placed there. As soon as she picked up the paper cup, she heard footsteps behind her. He did it on purpose. When Qian Shiyu wanted to stand up just now, she saw that he was working seriously and trying not to make any extra movements. But she didn't expect that he would follow her as soon as she stood up. What did he want to do? Seeing the cup of water in his hand, Tian Shiyu's eyelashes trembled, and she put her cup back. At worst, she wouldn't drink it. Tian Shiyu turned to face her and wanted to go out, but he walked in. 这个 His tall figure filled this small space and seemed extremely crowded. She was sure that he would not make way for her, so Qian Shiyu leaned against the wall sideways and stood aside, waiting for him to pass first. Where Leng Haoyan stopped in front of her, put the teacup aside gently, and turned to face her. Tian Shiyu clenched her fists. She was so nervous when he approached her. As soon as he walked in, she could smell his fragrance. She tried not to smell it, but, as he walked, it spread around her and penetrated into her heart with the wind. He seemed to be unaware and stood in front of her, but he was not satisfied. He slowly approached and approached. When they were only 1 centimeter apart, Tian Shiyu couldn't help but reach out and push him away, but he stopped. Looking at him closely, the long, slightly curled eyelashes on his deep eyes seemed to make him look less cold. Tian Shiyu bit her lower lip and restrained her restless hands. She stared at him, wanting to see what he wanted to do. He shouldn't be so bored if he wasn't drunk. Lang Haoyan deliberately pondered for a moment, as if he liked to see her forbearance, until he saw those big, beautiful eyes rolling their eyes. Still not blinking, and a smile unconsciously flashed in his eyes. But when he opened his lips, his face was full of doubts about her. Just now you care, or are you moved? Tian Shiyu was stunned. His words did not cause any waves in her heart, although she realized what he said belatedly. What Zhang Yichen said just now that she liked him was just his objective thought. Tian Shiyu did not deny that she had an indescribable good impression of a man like Leng Haoyan, but it was just a good impression. As Zhang Yichen said, he was not only cold-faced, but perhaps his heart was even colder, and the most important thing was that he had women. And more than one woman. Tian Shiman was very young. Perhaps for him, it was a family marriage, a childhood sweetheart, and his future wife, and other women were just passers-by in his life. But just like other women rejected that sex and love of men are inseparable, she also despised it, and she had always declined this kind of stallion. Man, Tian Shiyu quite agrees with Zhang Yichen's evaluation of Leng Haoyan and his unreliability in front of her. However, she is quite dissatisfied with his words and her involvement. How could she be inexplicably related to him? Obviously, she has only met him 4 times and they have never spoken formally. When he said that, it seemed that the two of them had done something shameful. She would be angry and mad, and she also simply didn't want to be involved with him. After all, Tian Shiman was also her sister. Whether she admitted it or not, she might not have been responsible for her affairs before, but when she encountered Leng Haoyan's entanglement with her good sister Lin Yao, she personally saw that she could no longer stay out of it. All she could do was to find a way to pay back what she owed her. She once thought that Leng Haoyan would not care, and even said that he would not listen to Zhang Yichen's nonsense. Who would have thought that he actually listened to it and even cared about her attitude? Tian Shiyu was still in a daze. Leng Haoyan slowly lowered his head. His tall and burly body was full of oppression. Tian Shiyu was frightened and actually touched his mouth with one hand. She was stunned and panicked, and wanted to withdraw. Leng Haoyan stretched out his big hand to grab her small hand, tilted his head to take a look, and praised lightly, "Very beautiful. The palm is not big, and the fingers are slender enough, but the nails on it are too long. He doesn't like it." Tian Shiyu seemed to be electrocuted and wanted to pull it back, but he held it tightly. She was obviously very angry but smiled. "No matter how beautiful it is, it's not yours." Leng Haoyan said nothing and gently touched the ring on her little finger with his thumb, rotating back and forth, and a shallow mysterious arc appeared between his lips. Tian Shiyu felt helpless in her heart, just like she didn't mean it just now, but her careless action disrupted her confidence and aroused the unspeakable anger in her heart. Although he didn't say anything, his action was obviously to make both of them think of that possibility. She deliberately touched his lips. And now, the ring on her little finger was obviously just a decoration, but when he fiddled with it, it was as if she deliberately revealed the fact that she was single in front of him. Yes, she had never worn a ring before, so what happened to wearing it today? It can't be said that she saw too much, she can only say that he did it on purpose. Before she could resist again, Leng Haoyan's grip on her hand suddenly increased and her face turned from red to white in an instant, and her gasps gradually became louder. Tian Shiyu stretched out her other hand to hit him, but was caught by him again and saw him slowly approaching her. "It's not mine, but I can snatch it away." Snatch? How to snatch it away? Before Tian Shiyu could figure it out, Leng Haoyan held her hand even harder and the ring poked her finger. The ring was uneven, and the diamond on it was embedded in the flesh. Such a beautiful hand should really be chopped off to prevent it from getting damaged. Although she didn't know whether what he said was true or not, she felt a chill in her heart. Tian Shiyu took a deep breath and stretched the hand that he had released in front of him. She stretched her neck as calmly as possible and said to him provocatively, "Chop it off." Leng Haoyan really felt that this little woman was beautiful in every way. Her neck was like a ballet dancer, graceful and beautiful. With her neck stretched out, she looked like a white swan, and she was even more conspicuous in red clothes. But, Leng Haoyan's big hand touched her slender neck. His hand was slightly cooler than her neck, like a snake crawling. Tian Shiyu couldn't help shaking. "I don't like women who are too smart. I don't like men who are too strong either." Although she was trembling in her heart, Tian Shiyu still blurted out his words, and then poked his chest with her index finger. Her momentum was no less than his. "When you ask for help, you should have the attitude of asking for help." Since the day he asked about her clothes, she suspected that he wanted to find Samuel. In addition, she asked Samuel's agent and knew that someone from City A had contacted them recently, but they had been refusing because they didn't want to come to China. However, she was still wondering whether he would rely on his own abilities, but she didn't expect him to use such means. As if he understood her thoughts, he raised a hint of sarcasm between his lips, raised his hand and lifted her pretty chin back. Are you worth my begging? Then, what do you want to do? Qian Shiyu narrowed her beautiful big eyes, brushed away his hand that lifted her chin, and climbed up to him with a light tap of her toes. Feeling his stiffness, she retreated leisurely. She raised her chin, and her arrogant little appearance was like a noble and lazy Persian cat, but she would show her cat claws from time to time. Lang Haoyan had a desire to conquer her. The warm palm of his hand on her back made Qian Shiyu dare not move. Seeing Qian Shiyu looking at him warily, her breathing was a little unstable. Fan Lianlian raised his lips and said, I want you. 然后? Qian Shiyu also thought it was ridiculous. There was a hint of sarcasm on the corner of her lips. She looked down with a hint of meaning. Wait for you, take care of you first. Leng Haoyan held her hand and tightened it slowly, feeling her softness with satisfaction. If you want my whole body, you have to see what you can do. As he said that, his big hand wandered. Tian Shiyu's eyes suddenly shrank. It seemed that he was really used to playing games, so he didn't care. In his opinion, the game between men and women might just be a matter of wanting or not. That's right, men nowadays are so casual. Did she think too highly of him before Anne thought he was different from others? Not wanting to get entangled with him anymore, Tian Shiyu pushed him away and turned around to leave, but he hooked her with his big hand and hugged her tightly from behind. Leng Haoyan? Qian Shiyu blurted out in anger, his name as natural as if they were very familiar with each other. Leng Haoyan responded softly, hugged her, and held her small hands with his two big hands. I don't seem to have told you my name. My name? Qian Shiyu's heart sank, and she felt puzzled again in an instant. She only knew his name, but why everything seemed to become complicated after he said it? She turned her head to the side and accidentally pulled her hair. Her scalp hurt a little, but she didn't care at all. Why do you have to talk about such boring topics? Boring. Leng Haoyan imprisoned her struggling little body and sniffed her fragrance from a close distance. It was a little stronger. But for those who were used to the strong perfume on women for many years, the smell on her body still seemed very light, and it was hard to tell whether it was her body fragrance or the fragrance she used. I think it's very important. After all, not everyone can call my name. Qian Shiyu was so angry that her hands started to itch. Although both of her hands were held tightly by him, she took advantage of his unpreparedness and scratched him with her backhand. Seeing those bloodshot marks, she instantly felt fulfilled. Lang Haoyan moved his fingers and looked at the little woman in his arms. He really thought she was so bold. 然后? Was she sure that he would not do anything to her? It's Eileen. Qian Shiyu waved at him behind her. How is it Eileen? He held her down with his big hand and pushed her into his arms. You heard me. I promised to help you find Samuel. Qian Shiyu hurriedly grabbed his big hand, completely unable to suppress the sudden panic and fear in her heart. Lang Haoyan's eyes were filled with a hint of surprise, and he raised his thick eyebrows slightly. Why help me find Samuel? Qian Shiyu bit her lower lip unwillingly. She hated him very much, but she pretended to be willing. I hurt you by accident, so I have to compensate you. Good girl. Seeing how well-behaved she was now, Lang Haoyan couldn't help but kiss her hair. 然后, at last, he realized that the fake play seemed to have become real. But this reward is too high. Oh. Then how do you want to repay me? She tried to struggle a few more times, only to find that his strength was really terrifying. How about repaying you with your body? He spoke very slowly, and the last two words were obviously raised. The deep voice that belonged to men was charming but not evil. Tian Shiyu had to admit that his male capital could make women crazy. Tian Shiyu was in a trance for a moment. If she hadn't seen him entangled with other women, would she have been deceived by him? Unfortunately, it's just if. Tian Shiyu broke his hands apart. This time, Lang Haoyan did not hold her tightly. He watched her turn around, raised her pretty chin proudly, poked his chest with her index finger, and swore word by word, "My man will never be you." Lang Haoyan was a little stunned because he saw the clarity in her eyes. It seemed that no matter what others said, she could keep what she wanted in her heart. She was smart, strong, but also fragile and melancholy. She was a contradictory woman, but she had a fatal point that could be seen at a glance. Lang Haoyan rarely lost his mind in front of her and grabbed her unconsciously. Tian Shiyu's face turned cold and she bit him, but when he frowned, she took his water cup and smashed it on his forehead. When Qian Shiyu returned to the small office, Zhang Yichen had already woken up. Seeing Qian Shiyu coming back, he rushed over and hugged her. "Where are you going?" "The bathroom." Qian Shiyu was very decisive. When he rushed over, she wanted to push him away with disgust, but stopped when she touched the sweat on his forehead. She pulled him to sit on the sofa, took out the wet wipes from the bag and handed them to him. "Did you have a nightmare?" "Yeah." Zhang Yicheng wiped the sweat slowly, pouted and nodded. "I dreamed that someone pointed a gun at my head and then I fell off a cliff." Qian Shiyu's head was full of black lines. What kind of dream was this? Just when she was about to scold him, the door was opened again. Not wanting to see that hateful man for the time being, Tian Shiyu adjusted her sitting position and faced the French window of the office, leaving the man with a leisurely back. 然后长一晨 saw 冷浩然 coming in and was about to say hello, but when he raised his head, the bangs on his forehead swayed slightly upwards. And 长一晨 was shocked. The wound on 冷浩然's forehead was now treated, and the red mark of being hit was very obvious. He sighed at the audacity of a certain woman, but he had to worry about her. Apart from Qian Shiyu, Zhang Yichen couldn't think of who hit 冷浩然. Besides, the two of them were one in front and one behind, with only a few seconds difference. Who would believe that there was no trick? He suddenly became very curious. What did they do just now? Could it be that 冷浩然 used force? Zhang Yichen shuddered violently. Is it possible? Possibly. Obviously, Zhang Yichen didn't have much hope for 冷浩然's character. But Qian Shiyu was weak and had never practiced before. How could she hurt 冷浩然? Moreover, the two of them looked calm and composed. He couldn't worry even if he wanted to. It was just that his curiosity increased a lot. Sister Tian, did I miss something? Qian Shiyu was very leisurely wiping her fingers with a wet towel. No matter how calm she was just now, she would still be more or less afraid when she met a man with a strong physique who was obviously not something she could resist. 然后, however, her mind was slowly becoming confused. 然后, his touch was hot, domineering, and mixed with a masculine scent, which was too hot. Now she could still smell her own perfume that belonged to him, and the hand holding the wet towel unconsciously increased the strength. Hearing Zhang Yichen's question before she had time to hit his stretched head back, she saw that he seemed to have seen something extraordinary again. And suddenly leaned his head on Qian Shiyu's shoulder. "Sister Tian, where is your headband?" Qian Shiyu, wearing a headband, showed a full forehead, looking very capable. But once it was put down, the hair on her forehead looked soft and weak, quiet and gentle, and she was not used to it no matter how she looked at it. No wonder Zhang Yichen felt that something was wrong just now. Tian Shiyu paused, narrowed her beautiful eyes dangerously, and threw the wet wipes in her hand directly to the trash can. It slid in an arc in front of 冷浩然's eyes and nose, and landed in the trash can next to 冷浩然with great precision. Zhang Yichen put his hand directly into his mouth, looked at Qian Shiyu in amazement, then looked at 冷浩然, and moved out with his butt rubbing against the sofa. Who knew that 冷浩然 didn't care, took out the handkerchief he carried with him, wiped it, and buttoned the buttons on his neck, revealing his bronze and healthy skin, and sat on the big chair to continue working. Tian Shiyu didn't even turn her head to look, took a few tissues from the table to wipe her hands, and calmly nestled on the sofa. This time she really nestled, and she even pulled the high heels on her feet aside. After Zhang Yichen, Tian Shiyu also fell asleep, as if the previous battle of wits and courage had exhausted all her energy. She slept very deeply, but she curled up in a ball with a pillow in her arms, looking very insecure. Zhang Yichen took this opportunity to run to Leng Haoyan's desk and glared at him in dissatisfaction. Finally, seeing that he was indifferent, he took out the banknotes he carried with him and wrote, "You are not allowed to touch her." Seeing that he didn't read it, he directly covered the document he was looking at. Leng Haoyan frowned, not because of his words, but because of his handwriting. Although it was not very crooked, it was not as straight as it should be for his age. The pen tip was not strong and it looked like a glance here and there. There was no framework or structure. There was really no advantage at all. He threw the paper aside in disgust and was not prepared to respond to what he said. Zhang Yichen was furious and slapped the table with a slap. Hearing the sound was a bit loud, Zhang Yichen turned around immediately. Tian Shiyu shook her body consciously, but she didn't wake up. She just happened to turn over. Leng Haoyan saw the small underwear that had been exposed and inevitably thought of that day, that place, and the things scattered on the ground. A strange feeling flashed through his heart. Tian Shiyu's bite was sudden, but he didn't dodge her hit or he was distracted again. It wasn't his job to invite Samuel, but that person wanted to remove him, and he always wanted to embarrass him in front of others. When he knew Qian Shiyu and Samuel knew each other, he didn't think of using other people's help, but this little woman was too hypocritical. He wanted to eliminate everything she could do that might hurt Man Man. He had many ways to deal with this little woman, but compared with the direct methods in the past, he really wanted to see if she would insist. After a struggle, he seemed to soften his heart. After being hit by her, it was just like what she said. It was Evelyn. But now, seeing her flirting, she actually wanted to take off her clothes. Leng Haoyan knocked on the table lightly. It was Evelyn. He would not go against his own ideas for his impulse again. He just wanted this person to run as far away as possible. Zhang Yichen anxiously turned over the cushions on the sofa and covered Qian Shiyu with them. He turned around angrily, spread his arms to block Leng Haoyan's side, and silently shouted, "She is mine." Leng Haoyan's mouth twitched, and he nodded gently, regardless of whether he had an Oedipus complex, which was regarded as tacitly agreeing with his words. Zhang Yichen was so angry that he had no place to vent, so he could only sit next to Qian Shiyu and stare at her with big eyes. She was sleeping so deeply that she didn't even know that someone had eaten her. Thinking of the perfume smell that he smelled on Qian Shiyu just now, which didn't belong to her, Zhang Yichen couldn't wipe away the worries in his heart. Tian Shiyu had been his tutor for 3 years, and they were quite familiar with each other. He had long been accustomed to the fragrance of her body from those occasional touches between bodies. However, he could naturally detect the sudden smell at the first time. When he went to Leng Haoyan to verify it, his guess was more certain. His uncle said that the smell of perfume was not like the smell of cigarettes. It was not something that could be infected by passing by him or staying with him unless the two had close contact. Close contact. How close are they? Zhang Yichen is not a completely innocent child. How could he not understand what his uncles meant? It's just that in ancient times, physical intimacy meant losing virginity. Does that mean that the entanglement between him and Sister Tian is inseparable? Zhang Yichen scratched his hair irritably and decided not to look for her again in the future. He wanted to keep them as far away from each other as possible. However, how could things in the world go as he wished? Before he even realized it, the circle had become larger and larger. Tian Shiyu took a taxi back by herself. It was already noon when she woke up. Who knew that Zhang Yichen insisted on pushing her back? She came to accompany him for so long but didn't even care about lunch. How could Qian Shiyu not be angry? She caught him and beat him up. But he took the beating obediently and still insisted on driving her away. Thinking of Zhang Yichen's serious and solemn words before he left Sister Tian, Uncle Lang is not short of women. Tian Shiyu sneered. Not short of women. Thinking of 前世曼 Annalyn Yao, Tian Shiyu naturally knew that he had no shortage of women and she would not simply think that 冷浩言 would really be interested in her. 然后 Maybe he was just used to conquering with his body or maybe he had other purposes, just wanted to even things out. It also depends on whether she agrees or not. Putting his hand on her neck, he took out the hidden necklace, clenched it tightly with his hand, and fell into deep thought. Tian Shiyu hit him on the forehead and turned around to escape, but he picked her up by the waist, leaned over and pressed her on the small table next to him, restraining her hands and feet. Only a small part of Tian Shiyu sat on the small table with her head tilted against the wall, feeling very uncomfortable, but the man still thought it was not enough, making her whole center of gravity unstable, so she could only cling to him. Do you want me to kiss you? 冷浩言 approached her and asked, and Tian Shiyu turned her head away abruptly. He lifted the hair that fell on her face until her fair face was exposed again. You should learn your lesson. If you keep being so ignorant, you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. What does it have to do with you whether I will suffer a great loss or not? Qian Shiyu couldn't help but sneer and move her arms that were fixed by his one hand, but pinch them with the hand that he placed on her arm and pull them outward. Tian Shiyu was very thin and there was no flesh on her arms, which was why Leng Haoyan didn't touch her arms too much. It was just that she didn't know which point he pinched. When her hand turned, it felt like being stung by a bee, which was extremely painful. Then he bent his fingers at her elbow and flicked it, and her left arm went numb. 冷浩言, what's your ability to bully a woman? Qian Shiyu frowned in pain and wanted to reach out and twist him, but when she thought of Zhang Yichen's words about the old couple mode, she stopped in midair and could only provoke him with words. Bully? You want to be bullied? 冷浩言 deliberately distorted her words and was satisfied to see her face instantly turned red to the roots of her neck. Are you satisfied? This is the result of your struggle just now. With this sentence, Tian Shiyu froze instantly. Her heart seemed to jump out of her mouth. You let go first. Qian Shiyu stuttered. Lang Haoyan let go of her, stood up straight, and stood tall next to Qian Shiyu, with his arms around her shoulders, but when she jumped up, he took off the headband on her head. 那个, what are you doing? Give it back to me. Qian Shiyu wanted to grab it, but saw Leng Haoyan calmly hooking the headband with one finger and spinning it in a circle. When she stretched out her hand, he stretched out his arm with the headband, raised it high, with a teasing look in his eyes as if to encourage her to grab it. Tian Shiyu didn't think twice, pressed on his shoulder and jumped up directly. But when she fell, Lang Haoyan grabbed her with a strong arm. Throw yourself into my arms. Leng Haoyan seemed to like teasing her very much. It was fun to see her like a kitten with its fur standing on end. He also felt ridiculous for his own boredom. Seeing that it was getting late, he pushed her away. Tian Shiyu was pushed back a few steps and stood firm with the help of a small table next to her. She felt unprecedented resentment for the physical gap between men and women and was about to grab it after she stood firm. When she wanted to pounce on him again, Lang Haoyan took out the loyalty chain. A blue light flashed and Qian Shiyu froze. Lang Haoyan seemed to have anticipated her reaction. He walked around behind her, grabbed her hair, pushed it to one side, and put the chain on her. 然后 seeing that it was worn on this little woman, the light it emitted was particularly dazzling. He slightly bent his lips, pulled the chain to straighten it for her, and whispered in her ear, "It's even." Qian Shiyu couldn't help but grab the chain. Since she found this chain, she should know the importance of this chain to Samuel, so why did she come to her? Of course, she didn't ask this question. Lang Haoyan also knew her doubts, but didn't want to explain it at all. Tian Shiyu pursed her lips and stretched out her hand, my headband. Leng Haoyan raised his eyebrows and looked at it, and handed it to her indifferently, but when she stretched out her hand to take it, he suddenly withdrew it. You. Qian Shiyu stretched out her slender fingers and pointed at him, her pretty face full of resentment. When she first met him, he was obviously very cold. Why is he so bad now? Keep it as evidence. 冷浩然 gently squeezed his hand and the headband changed its shape. He quickly loosened it and gently stroked the ball on it. It looked pretty on her head. Why did it look so ordinary when it was taken off? You are crazy. 钱世玉 cursed again. This is just a street product worth dozens of dollars. Do you think it's a rare treasure? Or a personal mark? Huh? Really? 冷浩然 was not angry, but played with it with interest. But you have worn it. 冷浩然 said, holding the headband in his hand and bringing it to his nose. He sniffed deeply, but half squinted his eyes and stared at her without blinking. 那个 Tian Shiyu's face inevitably turned red again. She felt that this man really knew this. It was so hard to resist teasing people. The eagle eyes looked at her evilly, which made her fidget. She glanced at her headband in his hand with nostalgia. Although it was very ordinary, it was the first gift she received. She hoped to get it back. Tian Shiyu pushed him before leaving. Why not? He took advantage of her, so she should at least vent her anger. Tian Shiyu, who had just left, didn't see it. Lang Haoyan stood there stiffly, smelling a smell that didn't belong to him, feeling a little confused. He hesitated whether to throw away the headband in his hand. When he returned to his office, he had changed into the same clothes. After Qian Shiyu left, Lang Haoyan acted like nothing had happened. He just called his assistant to deal with some urgent documents and then sat in the office leisurely again, ignoring Zhang Yichen, whose stomach was rumbling. Zhang Yichen sucked in his stomach, still condescendingly at the desk, put his hands on the desk and asked aggressively, Uncle Lang, my father said that the greatest weapon against a woman is love. No matter how strong a woman is, she will be defeated by this. Without waiting for him to reply, he continued, Uncle Lang, did my sister Tian offend you? I heard from Sister Tian that you have only met a few times and have not spoken more than 5 sentences. Besides, although Sister Tian's temper is very annoying at the beginning, I think with Uncle Lang's eyesight, you should be able to see that she is just pretending to be strong. So what is the reason for Uncle Lang? You talk too much. Leng Haoyan is now extremely indifferent to Zhang Yichen, as if his patience has reached the extreme. Zhang Yichen's heart stagnated, and the hand that was pressing the document picked up. He couldn't stop the grimaces in his heart. He turned around without saying a word. As soon as he turned his head, tears came out. I will never call Sister Tian again. I don't want to live here anymore. I want to go home. Thinking about it, he actually forgot about Leng Haoyan, who was still beside him unsobbed. Loser. Thinking of the news he just received, he was even more unhappy with Zhang Yichen. She doesn't worry about her family's affairs at all. She's still like a child at such a big age and has no responsibility at all. No wonder she chose to hide it from him. The more Leng Haoyan thought about it, the tighter his brows frowned. He glanced at him lightly and continued his work. Tian Shiman sat in front of the hospital bed, peeling apples for her grandmother. Her fingertips gently stroked the apples. After a circle, the peels slowly fell down, like flower carvings, stacked layer by layer on the fruit plate. When she was done peeling, the peels fell off completely and piled up to form a flower. Tian Shiman looked up at her grandmother proudly, and Fu Ma also laughed at her. Fu Ma is already in her 70s. Although she is sitting on the hospital bed now, she doesn't look weak and old. Her hair has been dyed, and only a few white hairs can be seen inadvertently. The wrinkles on her face are only particularly obvious when she smiles. However, when she smiles, people completely ignore the wrinkles on her face and are completely immersed in her warm smile like spring. The most eye-catching thing is her dimples that have always existed and become more obvious when she smiles. Grandma, Qian Shiman said coquettishly, you are laughing at me. Fu Ma still couldn't stop laughing and touched her little head with her wrinkled hands. Man is so big, how can she still be like a child? How can it be? Qian Shiman complained with a pout and couldn't help but rub her head back gently. Man is still just a child. Qian Shiman, who was looking down, didn't see that Fuma's smile faded a lot and she patted her head with her hand just like the table she tapped when she was thinking in the past. Tianshi looked up in surprise, but was greeted by Fuma's kind and caring smile as usual. She opened her mouth and smiled widely. Tianshi cut the apple into slices again, picked up a slice with a skewer and handed it to Fuma's mouth. Fuma opened her mouth unusually cooperatively and gently chewed the apple that her granddaughter had peeled for her. Grandma, where's Mom? She hadn't seen her since she came yesterday, and it seemed that she didn't come today. She still has to take care of Kang-er. I asked her to go back when you came yesterday. Mother Fu thought of the chubby little guy, and a smile appeared on her face. Can you bring Kang-er with you? Ma-er hasn't seen her brother and mother for a long time. Qian Shiman complained while holding Mother Fu's arm. Silly child. Mother Fu patted her head again. Kang-er is only a few months old, and his resistance is still so weak. How can he come to the hospital? Qian Shiman felt something was wrong, bit her lower lip, and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Hearing the footsteps, Tianshi straightened up and turned her head to look outside. Fu Wanxian had just opened the door with fruit in her hand. Tianshi eyes lit up when she saw it, and she immediately rushed over. Mom. Fu Wanxian helplessly opened her arms, gently hugged her, and patted her on the back. Okay. Qian Shiman rubbed against her arms for a while before straightening up. Mom. Fu Wanxian put the fruit on the table, hugged her and kissed her forehead, then sat down beside the bed. Are you feeling better today? It's only been a day. It wouldn't be so fast if I got better. Mother Fu said lightly, stretched out her hand to take out a stick to stick an apple to eat, but when she said this, she had a nonchalant smile on her face, as if she was saying that her illness would never be cured. How could that be? Grandma will definitely get better soon. Qian Shiman hurried to refute her words, with a heavy worry on her face. Silly, Grandma knows her own body. Birth, aging, illness and death are human nature. Don't worry too much. Mother Fu seemed to laugh at herself, and when she looked up at Qian Shiman, her face was still a bit bitter, but she was sincerely persuading her. Grandma, you will definitely live a long life. Qian Shiman couldn't accept her depressing words, stamped her feet lightly, full of displeasure, looked displeased, but her eyes were already red. Fuma's smile faded again, as if she was helpless about a child like her who was unwilling to accept the reality. Okay, Grandma knows. Man, be good. Man, go get a bottle of hot water. Fu Wanxian also had her usual smile on her face, as if she was used to hearing Fuma's words. Oh, okay. Qian Shiman nodded gently, hugged Fuma, and then took the thermos bottle out. As soon as Qian Shiman opened the door, Fu Wanxian stood up, but Fuma's face was also without a smile. She sighed and said, Wanxian, Mom is old. Mom, I am old. Fu Wanxian folded her hands on her chest, lowered her head, and bowed. Fuma seemed not to hear her words, and said to herself, You taught Man to be so simple stupid, and I, as a mother, feel very stressed. Mom, Man is kind, and someone will always protect her. Fu Wanxian couldn't help but defend herself. In the past, she was afraid that Qian Shiman, who was straightforward, would let something slip. Later, she just saw that Qian Shiman was a little too rare and didn't want to teach her the wrong way. In addition, everything was inconvenient at home. Tianshi had always been protected like a little princess. Her own life was also very comfortable, so she forgot some potential threats, such as Qian Shiyu. I'm old and powerless. I can't control her even if I want to. Mother Fu couldn't help but pat her legs lightly. Mom, how about letting Man stay with you for a while? Do you think Man's nature can be changed so easily? At this point, Mother Fu's attitude was no longer the same as before. She was a little angry, but she didn't argue with her anger. Grandma, Mom, what are you talking about? Qian Shiman had stood at the door without knowing when, looking at them in confusion. Mother Fu looked at Qian Shiman and shook her head helplessly, and Fu Wanxian was also quite guilty. You are really a person who gets everything you want, and you can even get burned by hot water. Fu Wanxin hurriedly stepped forward and took the thermos from her hand. Tian Shiman covered her left hand, which was burned red, feeling ashamed. Man Man, come here. Mother Fu waved at Qian Shiman. She came over and took her hand. Seeing that there was only a small red spot on the back of her hand, she felt relieved and took out the ointment from the drawer and applied it on her. Grandma, is Man Man useless? Can't she do anything well? Qian Shiman hung her head, feeling very sad. She had been very careful, but still got burned when she was getting water. Fortunately, she held the thermos that was about to fall to the ground, otherwise her burn would definitely be more serious. 这个 How can it be useless? Man Man just helped Grandma peel an apple. That's what Grandma taught Man Man since she was a child. Qian Shiman couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. After learning for so long, if she still couldn't do it well, then she would be a fool. That's right. People are not born knowing everything. Man Man has never done it before, so of course she won't do it well. As long as Man Man starts to learn seriously from now on, she will definitely do well. Our Man Man is the smartest. After saying that, Fu Ma had already spread the ointment evenly on her hands and put the ointment in the drawer. She naturally threw her hands to Fu Wanxin, who was holding a towel beside her, and asked her to wipe it for herself. Grandma will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Would Maynard be willing to live with Grandma for a while? Of course I would. Qian Shiman blurted out, but hesitated after thinking about it. Why doesn't Grandma go home? In this way, we can take good care of Grandma. Man Man is afraid that she can't take good care of Grandma by herself. Silly child. Fu Ma couldn't help but pat her little head helplessly. After all, your sister is back and it's not convenient for Grandma, an outsider, to go. Fu Ma said half understanding and half emotionally. However, what she said made Qian Shiman extremely angry. Grandma is not an outsider. After she finished speaking, she realized that her voice was too loud, and she lowered her head and muttered softly, Grandma is not Grandma, sister. It's an outsider. Tian Shiman's last voice was very low, and the last 4 words were not uttered. 就是 She could only watch her lips move. Fu Ma smiled and said nothing. Fu Wanxin stayed for an hour and then went back. After all, she had a half-grown child, and she was worried, even though Qianma at home had hired a nanny and one nurse. However, when she returned to the Qian family's old house and just entered the house, she saw Qianma rushing towards her. She was stunned on the spot, which gave Qianma a chance to slap her. Fu Wanxin was slapped hard, and the high heels on her feet were unstable, and she fell directly to the ground, looking very embarrassed. Fu Wanxin had just fallen down when Qianma came up and kicked her, pointing at her and cursing, You bitch, why don't you get up quickly? Who are you trying to seduce with your coquettish look? You're just a lowly bastard, and it will be a disgrace to our Qian family if you tell others about it. Fu Wanxin on the ground had a glimmer of sinisterness in her eyes, but she quickly got up, looking at the housekeeper, the nanny, and several servants in the house, and stepped back a few steps timidly, covering her face and calling Mom softly. But there was an indescribable coldness in her eyes covered by her eyelashes. You still know that I am your mother. Qianma jumped up in anger and raised her hand to hit her again. Fu Wanxin hurriedly covered her face and dodged in panic, so Qianma slapped her in vain. Mom, what's wrong? Fu Wanxin's face was full of confusion and fear. You still ask me what's wrong? You only know how to serve your mother, You dare to hide, you dare to hide. Qianma was furious, took off the shoes at her feet, and threw them at her. Fu Wanxin hurriedly dodged again. The servants next to her looked at her with pity. They had worked here for so long and were terrified every day. If it weren't for the high salary here, they would have resigned long ago. However, it was heard that they had changed several servants before. The nanny had just arrived and was slapped a few times just now, but she didn't dare to say a word. At first, she just thought that rich people would be more noble, but who knew that she would be so in front of no one? However, she really didn't dare to expose it. Now her heart was trembling and she decided to resign afterwards. Since Fu Wanxin came here, Tianma has shifted the target of her anger. At first, it was okay, just sarcasm, and a few scoldings when it was serious. Today, she directly beat and scolded her and even lost her face in front of so many people. They wanted to persuade her, but one or two of them didn't dare to, for fear that the war would spread to them. The cause of the incident was very simple. The young master ate too much at noon, and when Fu Wanxin left, he kept spitting up milk. In fact, it was very normal for children to spit up milk, and the nanny didn't pay much attention to it and didn't report it. Who knew that Tiang's mother happened to come to see her grandson, and when she saw the milk stains on her grandson's mouth, she was immediately angry and slapped the nanny hard, which directly stung the nanny. Tiang's mother immediately had the nanny arrested and wanted to send her to the police station to find out who had sent people to harm her grandson. It was the nanny who persuaded her, and several experienced servants also assured that spitting up milk was normal, so she was kept for a while. Until the family doctor came and kept assuring that the child's phenomenon was normal, and then let the nanny go, but slapped her a few more times, and now her face is unrecognizable. Later, when the matter was settled, Tiang's mother found out that Fu Wanxin was not there. She was furious and asked someone to call Fu Wanxin. But no one answered the phone after more than 10 calls. In addition, the nanny said that it was Fu Wanxin who fed her own milk, which made her baby grandson eat too much. How could she let her off easily? Fu Wanxin was also innocent. She found that her phone was running out of battery before she went out. She saw that she would go home early and come back early, so she didn't go back. When they called, her phone was out of battery. When she came back, no one reminded her. This gave Tiang's mother an excuse to beat her. Otherwise, how could Tiang's mother catch Fu Wanxin with her usual carefulness? However, Fu Wanxin is still at a loss. She has no idea what happened because no one has communicated with her. In addition, this family is used to being suppressed by Tiang's mother, and no one dares to wink at her. This also caused Fu Wanxin to be beaten passively. However, Fu Wanxin was not so honest after all. After being hit again, she hurriedly said, "Mom, where is Kang Er? Kang Er, you still know my grandson? My precious grandson was almost killed by you." Tiang's mother chased after her again. When Tiang's mother was young, she was also a purest beauty and was pursued by many people. However, she got married at the age of 20. Who knew that Tiang's father died unexpectedly at the age of 30, and she only had Qian Shengze as her son. Tiang Shengze was raised by her own hands, but when she was old, Tiang Shengze severed the mother-son relationship. If it were not for the consideration of the Tiang family's face, it would have been known to everyone by now. Although Qian Shengze refused to allow Tianma to enter that house again, he still paid her alimony in full, and even sent her gifts in the name of Fu Wanxin and Qian Shiman. However, she was rejected by her own son, who she had raised, and the mother-son relationship was severed. How could Tianma remain calm? She directed all her resentment at the two couples of Qian Shengze's wife and children, believing that they had seduced her son. Tiang Shiyu's mother had passed away, and Qian Shiyu herself had not returned to China for many years. Naturally, she vented her anger on Fu Wanxin and her daughter. In the past few years, Fu Wanxin had also suffered a lot from Tianma, but after all, the opportunities to meet were few and far between. As for Qian Shiman, after she met Tianma once when she was young and was frightened by her and became ill, Tiang Shengze never agreed to take Qian Shiman to see her again. Tianma's resentment over the years could not be vented on a few servants. Her mind had long been twisted. She wanted to clean out the vixen who had snatched her son away. How could she notice that the person in front of her was her legitimate daughter-in-law? Now Fu Wanxin was right in front of her. Tianma's anger was rising every day. She tossed and turned at night and couldn't sleep, but she never did anything to her. Now she came to her door herself. How could she let her off easily? Everyone in the room watched Tianma hunched over, holding a shoe, chasing after Fu Wanxin and beating her. Although Fu Wanxian was young, she didn't dare to resist because of Tian Ma's identity. She just dodged. But in the end, she was beaten because she was careful about her image in front of so many people. She finally got to the table and circled around it. After all, Tian's mother was old, so she avoided her. When she wasn't paying attention, she went upstairs and said, "I'm going to see Kan." Stop. Tian's mother was panting, but she felt happy and didn't look tired. Seeing her running upstairs, she also climbed up with the handrail. Fu Wanxin couldn't let her catch up and get beaten. She locked the door as soon as she entered the room, regardless of the old woman's crazy scolding behind her. Fu Wanxin first looked at her son on the small bed, touched his head and his little face, and saw that he was fine, so she sat aside with a sinister and vicious look. Fu Wanxin naturally wouldn't believe her words that she almost killed her grandson. She also saw clearly that this old woman wanted to treat herself like Liu Yan in the past and let him be beaten and scolded. Unfortunately, she didn't even see if she had the ability to do so. After thinking about it, she took out the spare battery beside her and replaced it, turned on her mobile phone, and finally dialed the number. After waiting for a while, the call was connected, but she didn't speak first. The two were silent for a while, only able to hear each other's breathing, and then a hoarse voice sounded from the other end. "I thought you would never call again." 那个 How could that be? Fu Wanxin chuckled, with a bit of desolation, a bit of nostalgia, and a bit of dependence. "From the beginning to the end, you are the only one I can turn to." The other end of the phone seemed to be breathing heavily, and after a long time, he asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Fu Wanxin's eyebrows curved into a line. "I need you." In a blink of an eye, a few days passed and it was August. Only 1 month left before students would start school one after another. However, the weather in August was extremely hot, with temperatures above 35 degrees every day. Tian Shiyu stayed at home and lived a decadent life of eating and sleeping. Tian Shiyu never received any message from Zhang Yichen asking her to accompany him again. She could only see his hateful comments about someone in her space, such as, "I pray to God to send a thunderbolt to kill him. He's a moron. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to die. I'm going to run away from home," etc. Tian Shiyu did not reply to him a single word, but just liked all the messages he sent in the past few days as a support for him. Tian Shiyu contacted Samuel as soon as she came back, wanting him to come to China. Samuel heard that Qian Shiyu was in China and wanted to come to him immediately, but was stopped by people in the same team. She only found out later that they had taken on a big project in Italy which had not been completed yet, mainly because of Samuel's non-cooperation. 然后 the other party was someone they could not afford to offend, and they could not afford to pay the penalty for breach of contract. They were arguing with Samuel, and Qian Shiyu threatened to never talk to him again, so he stayed smoothly. Of course, his coming to China was naturally delayed a lot. Tian Shiyu did not contact Leng Haoyan again after that, firstly because she did not know how to contact him, and secondly because she did not want to. Tian Shiyu was of course intentional. She agreed, but she did not say when. Besides, he was not in a hurry, so why should she be in a hurry? Tian Shiyu lived alone for so many days. When she got up, Tian Shengze had already gone to work. When she went to bed, Tian Shengze did not come back. Even if they met sometimes, he was very busy and did not have much time to care about her, which made Qian Shiyu more or less uncomfortable. Tian Shiyu only heard about it afterwards. The stock market has been very turbulent recently. Affected by the financial crisis in Europe and the United States, several domestic companies have been affected to varying degrees. Although it is not obvious now, no matter how big or small the company is, they dare not relax at all. Tian Shengze wants to live in the company, but for fear that she will worry at home, he tries to go home early every day. Tian Shiyu checked the internet for this reason. Although she does not know how to trade stocks, she knows a little about the stock market. After her analysis, it is just thunder and rain in China, and there will be no big chaos. As for City A, although it is prosperous enough, it is a small place after all. Except for the CEOs of several individual listed companies of the Liu family, who are too incompetent and have a tendency to go bankrupt. There will be no dark situation before their eyes. 然后 As for her family Shengze company, the momentum is even better. I think it is because Qian Shengze himself is strong enough. Although it is two companies merged into one, after so many years of integration, the two companies have long been merged into one, and there is no major turmoil among the employees of the company. The stock market of Shengze company is also stable. Although Qian Shiyu pays attention to it every day, she knows that there will be no big chaos, so she is at ease. That day, Tian Shiyu suddenly received a call from a stranger. You will know later that the one with the surname Fu is the most madman. She changed her mobile phone number as soon as she returned to China. Except for a few people who were particularly familiar with her and sent them text messages to tell them her new mobile phone number, Tian Shiyu did not notify others. Of course, she did not lose contact with them, as she also had QQ and WeChat accounts. However, this number was from City A. She had no friends in City A, except for Song Zihan. She only found out unconsciously after returning that he was also in City A, but surprisingly, neither of them mentioned meeting. However, who was this person? Tian Shiyu let her phone ring once, and then the second time, before she picked it up. Hello, who is this? Miss Tian. Qian Shiyu asked softly, and a familiar voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Miss Lin. Qian Shiyu's surprised voice sounded, and she squinted to look at the mobile phone number. Miss Qian has a good memory. But Lin Yao smiled again and praised politely, but there was an indescribable intimacy in her words. I don't remember telling Miss Lin my cell phone number. Qian Shiyu's words were obviously much colder, with obvious alienation. If she didn't see what tricks she would play, she would have directly blacklisted such a person. I am presumptuous. It's just that I have something to talk to Miss Qian about. Oh, I remember we just met once, there shouldn't be anything to talk about. Qian Shiyu paused for a while, and then continued, but after speaking, she turned on the recording software and started recording. I think Miss Qian will be interested in Qian Shiman's affairs. Lin Yao replied confidently. Even if she had no intentions towards Yan, as the heir of the Qian family, she would definitely be afraid of Qian Shiman, who also had the right of inheritance. Not interested. Qian Shiyu's eyes turned cold, and she said it very decisively. After speaking, she wanted to hang up. Wait. Lin Yao said in a flustered tone, I think Miss Qian has misunderstood something. Lin Yao has never done anything to your sister from the beginning to the end. And I met Yan first, Lang Haoye. Oh, so what? Qian Shiyu said very casually, as if to control the rhythm of the two people, and Lin Yao naturally slowed down. Before I met your sister, I had already established a relationship with him. I don't like the word your sister. Qian Shiyu tapped the table lightly, reminding her casually, do you mean she is a mistress? Lin Yao was delighted, suppressed the urgency in her heart, and pretended to be calm and replied, I didn't mean that, but… Are you sure this relationship is not *raising? Qian Shiyu interrupted her with a sneer, full of sarcasm. You. Lin Yao was poked in the sore spot by her, and the hand holding the phone creaked. Just a joke, Miss Lin doesn't need to be so serious. Qian Shiyu took over the words meaningfully. Lin Yao's face turned green directly, and she felt deeply that the two sisters of the Qian family were her mortal enemies. Miss Lin, if you want to talk, we can meet at the Starbucks down the mountain in an hour. Yes, I remember that Miss Lin should not live nearby. I wonder. I will be there on time. Lin Yao gritted her teeth. That would be the best. After all, I am not used to waiting for people. Qian Shiyu hung up the phone and threw the phone aside. She touched her chin with her little hand and fell into deep thought. When Qian Shiyu arrived, it was already 2 hours later. Seeing Lin Yao gritting her teeth and looking ferocious from the outside, Tian Shiyu chuckled and pushed the door open and walked in. It was very hot outside. Tian Shiyu also drove down. If possible, she really didn't want to go out, so it was really not her fault to keep her waiting for a long time. Sorry, I'm late. Qian Shiyu walked up to her and reminded her. Without looking at her ugly face, he pulled out a chair and sat down. He held his chin and smiled. Miss Lin, you have been waiting for a long time. Where? I just arrived too. Lin Yao obviously didn't mean what she said and replied with an unusually stiff face. Really? Qian Shiyu was unusually nonchalant, waving at the waiter. When he was 1 or 2 steps away from the seat, she pointed at Lin Yao's face in surprise. Miss Tian's makeup seems to be smudged. This time, Lin Yao seemed to be extremely frightened. She suddenly covered her face and looked at Qian Shiyu in panic. Tian Shiyu tilted her head and blinked innocently. Miss Lin, don't you want to touch up? Lin Yao's loss of composure was only for a moment. She put down her hand and put her lips unnaturally at Qian Shiyu. Then please wait a moment, Miss Tian. Well. Qian Shiyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Then please hurry up, Miss Lin. Qian Shiyu would naturally not leave. She came here in the hot weather without any gain, so how could she leave so easily? After all, her time is very precious. When Lin Yao heard her response, she immediately stood up, covered her face with her shoulder bag, and hurried away. Tian Shiyu laughed softly. If she remembered correctly, the Lin family was also a victim of the financial crisis. Lin Yao couldn't even afford high-end cosmetics. The waiter next to her didn't know whether to go in or out. He just stood there blankly. Tian Shiyu turned around and saw him in a daze. She smiled at him brightly as if 100 flowers were blooming. The young man in his 20s walked forward blankly. 2 cups of bitter coffee, thank you. Qian Shiyu raised her head and smiled at the waiter again, but saw that he was still standing there, blinking in confusion. Very bitter. The waiter stammered and said it several times before expressing his meaning. Tian Shiyu smiled and retracted her gaze. She looked like a smug vixen. It's better to drink bitter coffee. So, when Lin Yao came back after putting on her makeup, she was stunned when she saw the coffee on her table. I saw that Miss Lin didn't order anything, so I ordered one for her without permission, the same as mine. Miss Lin won't mind, right? No. Lin Yao cleaned herself up and adjusted her irritable mood. After waiting here for more than an hour, anyone would complain. In addition, Tian Shiyu pointed at her so bluntly and said what women care about most, so of course she would panic. Now that she is back, Lin Yao is her usual Lin Yao, not very smart, but definitely not stupid. Speaking of which, Miss Lin is very polite. She didn't even order a cup of coffee when she came. Where? I just arrived. Lin Yao sat down and looked at the steaming bitter coffee without changing her expression. Just arrived. Then who was the person who said he drank 3 cups of coffee just now? Then Miss Lin, try it and see if you like it. Qian Shiyu took a sip and raised the cup to her. Lin Yao couldn't refuse, so she also touched it lightly, and it left immediately, but the bitter taste filled her entire mouth, and the corners of her mouth twitched a few times.